have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There's not much for us to proclaim. Now that we have learned so well, nature can renew itself and sustain. Welcome to the brand new world.
Namaste and a hello. I would like to invite you all to join me on a free global online summit on COVID-19 and the impact it has on the community. Now, this event is taking place on Sunday, the 9th of August from 12 noon to 7 p.m. British Summer Time. There will be several speakers giving tips and sharing their knowledge with us on the impact of COVID-19 on the community. Check out the line of speakers on www.healingourearth.com. This summit is brought to you by Healing Our Earth team and will be broadcasted live on the Healing Our Earth website, on Facebook, on YouTube, and its website. I will be hosting the summit from 12 o'clock till 2 o'clock on Sunday the 9th and interviewing loads of super amazing speakers on that day. So I would really like you to join me this Sunday from 12 till 7 for this super amazing COVID-19 and the impact it has on the community summit. Brought to you by Healing Our Earth. Catch you there on Sunday.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our mother earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our mother earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There's not much for us to proclaim. Now that we have learned so well, nature can renew itself and sustain. Welcome to the brand new world.
Hello, I'm Master Delpe. I'd like to inform you that there is a COVID-19 solution today using energy medicine or healing science. I am the Chief Healing Specialist and the founder of the World Institute for Incurable Diseases. We are training today a lot of specialists globally to be able to help with the strategic solution using energy medicine solutions to help COVID-19 and its comorbidity. So we are training many people today, and part of our services is to give this information around the world. And I'm very glad to be able to have a free global online session with COVID-19 community impact taking place this Sunday, 9 of August. And I'd like to invite you to this free global online session and check out the online lineup, www.healingourearth.com, healingourearth.com. And this festival will be broadcast live on Healing Our Earth, Facebook and YouTube. Come and join us so you can discover how we can help the world, humanity at this time of pandemic and contribute to the well-being of humanity and the earth. Good luck. See you soon.
stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There's not much for us to proclaim. Now that we have learned so well, nature can renew itself and sustain. Welcome to the brand new world.
Hello, Namaste. My name is Dr. Harvi Patel and I would like to invite you to a free global online summit, COVID-19 Community Impact, brought to you by Healing Our Earth. I'll be talking about the precautions that need to be taken in this pandemic as well as the mythbusters associated with it at 7 p.m. Indian Standard Time on 9th of August. This entire summit will be broadcast live on Healing Our Earth website, their YouTube as well as their Facebook accounts on 9th of August from 12 p.m. to 7 p.m. British Standard Time. There will be a lot of speakers who will be sharing tips and knowledge on the community impact of this disease outbreak. You can check out their lineup on www.healingourEarth.com. Thank you, and I hope to see you on 9th of August.
Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There's not much for us to proclaim. Now that we have learned so well, nature can renew itself and sustain. Welcome to the brand new world.
Namaste and a hello. I would like to invite you all to join me on a free global online summit on COVID-19 and the impact it has on the community. Now, this event is taking place on Sunday, the 9th of August from 12 noon to 7 p.m. British Summer Time. There will be several speakers giving tips and sharing their knowledge with us on the impact of COVID-19 on the community. Check out the line of speakers on www.healingourearth.com. This summit is brought to you by Healing Our Earth team and will be broadcasted live on the Healing Our Earth website, on Facebook, on YouTube, and its website. I will be hosting the summit from 12 o'clock till 2 o'clock on Sunday the 9th and interviewing loads of super amazing speakers on that day. So I would really like you to join me this Sunday from 12 till 7 for this super amazing COVID-19 and the impact it has on the community summit. Brought to you by Healing Our Earth. Catch you there on Sunday.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Flying strong and fearless, green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear, air is purer for us to breathe.
Tomorrow will never be the same, there's not much for us to proclaim. Now that we have learned so well, nature can renew itself and sustain. Welcome to the brand new world.
Hello, I'm Master Delpe. I'd like to inform you that there is a COVID-19 solution today using energy medicine or healing science. I am the Chief Healing Specialist and the founder of the World Institute for Incurable Diseases. We are training today a lot of specialists globally to be able to help with the strategic solution using energy medicine solutions to help COVID-19 and its comorbidity. So we are training many people today, and part of our services is to give this information around the world. And I'm very glad to be able to have a free global online session with COVID-19 community impact taking place this Sunday, 9 of August. And I'd like to invite you to this free global online session and check out the online lineup, www.healingourearth.com, healingourearth.com. And this festival will be broadcast live on Healing Our Earth, Facebook and YouTube. Come and join us so you can discover how we can help the world, humanity at this time of pandemic, and contribute to the well-being of humanity and the earth. Good luck. See you soon.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth.
flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There's not much for us to proclaim. Now that we have learned so well, nature can renew itself and sustain. Welcome to the brand new world.
Hello, Namaste. My name is Dr. Harvi Patel and I would like to invite you to a free global online summit, COVID-19 Community Impact, brought to you by Healing Our Earth. I'll be talking about the precautions that need to be taken in this pandemic as well as the mythbusters associated with it at 7 p.m. Indian Standard Time on 9th of August. This entire summit will be broadcast live on Healing Our Earth website, their YouTube as well as their Facebook accounts on 9th of August from 12 p.m. to 7 p.m. British Standard Time. There will be a lot of speakers who will be sharing tips and knowledge on the community impact of this disease outbreak. You can check out their lineup on www.healingourearth.com. Thank you, and I hope to see you on 9th of August.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There's not much for us to proclaim. Now that we have learned so well, nature can renew itself and sustain. Welcome to the brand new world.
Namaste and a hello. I would like to invite you all to join me on a free global online summit on COVID-19 and the impact it has on the community. Now, this event is taking place on Sunday, the 9th of August from 12 noon to 7 p.m. British Summer Time. There will be several speakers giving tips and sharing their knowledge with us on the impact of COVID-19 on the community. Check out the line of speakers on www.healingourearth.com. This summit is brought to you by Healing Our Earth team and will be broadcasted live on the Healing Our Earth website, on Facebook, on YouTube, and its website. I will be hosting this summit from 12 o'clock till 2 o'clock on Sunday the 9th and interviewing loads of super amazing speakers on that day. So I would really like you to join me this Sunday from 12 till 7 for this super amazing COVID-19 and the impact it has on the community summit. Brought to you by Healing Our Earth. Catch you there on Sunday.
are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There's not much for us to proclaim. Now that we have learned so well, nature can renew itself and sustain. Welcome to the brand new world.
Hello, I'm Master Delpe. I'd like to inform you that there's a COVID-19 solution today using energy medicine or healing science. I am the Chief Healing Specialist and the founder of the World Institute for Incurable Diseases. We are training today a lot of specialists globally to be able to help with the strategic solution using energy medicine solutions to help COVID-19 and its comorbidity. So we are training many people today, and part of our services is to give this information around the world. And I'm very glad to be able to have a free global online session with COVID-19 Community Impact taking place this Sunday, 9 of August. And I'd like to invite you to this free global online session and check out the online lineup, www.healingourEarth.com, healingourEarth.com. And this festival will be broadcast live on Healing Our Earth, Facebook and YouTube. Come and join us so you can discover how we can help the world, humanity at this time of pandemic, and contribute to the well-being of humanity and the earth. Good luck. See you soon.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There's not much for us to proclaim. Now that we have learned so well, nature can renew itself and sustain. Welcome to the brand new world.
Hello, Namaste. My name is Dr. Harvi Patel and I would like to invite you to a free global online summit, COVID-19 Community Impact, brought to you by Healing Our Earth. I'll be talking about the precautions that need to be taken in this pandemic as well as the mythbusters associated with it at 7 p.m. Indian Standard Time on 9th of August. This entire summit will be broadcast live on Healing Our Earth website, their YouTube as well as their Facebook accounts on 9th of August from 12 p.m. to 7 p.m. British Standard Time. There will be a lot of speakers who will be sharing tips and knowledge on the community impact of this disease outbreak. You can check out their lineup on www.healingourearth.com. Thank you, and I hope to see you on 9th of August.
Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There's not much for us to proclaim. Now that we have learned so well, nature can renew itself and sustain. Welcome to the brand new world.
Namaste and a hello. I would like to invite you all to join me on a free global online summit on COVID-19.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
A global namaste to all the wonderful souls. A very warm welcome to you all to this session of Healing Our Earth on COVID-19 Community Impact. Before we start our session for today, let us all fold our hands in a prayer position, close our eyes, and start the session by chanting the Gayatri Mantra. Om Bhurбhuva Swaha Tat Savitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo Yona Prachodaya. A global namaste to you all, soulful people. A good morning, good afternoon, or a good evening from whichever part of the world you're joining us today. On behalf of Healing Our Earth team, I am truly delighted to welcome you all to this 18th consecutive session of Healing Our Earth. We have had amazing summits, amazing sessions with speakers, with facilitators, with hosts, with performers from all over the world. We have touched 146 countries. Why? This is all a huge aim of the Healing Our Earth to spread love, harmony, peace, and unity. We want to create a peaceful world. Great vibes, great energy amongst all of us. So that together we can tackle any of these unforeseen circumstances that come up. The team at Healing Over Earth, from the organizers to
Dr.
the
Soda.
speakers.
Dr. Soda,
Hello?
if you could just hold on. Sri Ranjini, can you please stop sharing your screen? So Dr. Soda appears on the screen. Thank you. Dr. Soda, sorry about that. Carry on. Thank you.
That's not a problem. Viewers, these are technical things, but hey, look, the message is coming through loud and clear. So thank you. I just wanted to share that the team at Healing Over Earth, from the organizers to the speakers, to the performers, the facilitators, the hosts, and also the IT team, are all volunteering their time for this huge, gigantic mission of spreading love, harmony, and peace all over the globe. Today, we have an amazing lineup of speakers from different parts of the world, sharing their knowledge, giving us tips for the benefit of all humans. So without any further delay, we are starting today's journey on COVID, the community impact. We're starting the journey from Canada, the continent of North America, country of Canada, going into the province of Ontario and the little suburb in Ontario called Mississauga. And from Mississauga, we have this lovely lady, Sri Ranjini Jaydip. Hey, namaste to you, Sri Ranjini. Are you there with us today? May I get a namaste from you, Sri
Namaste,
Ranjini?
Namaste Lalitji. I'm very much here. Global
Okay.
to everyone out there.
Good, good, good. I'm just making sure the technicalities are all okay. Sri Ranjini, may I take this opportunity to invite you on this platform of Healing Our Earth. I just wanted to share your introduction with the global audience that we have. So let me say, Sri Ranjini is a clinician researcher with an illustrious career of 15 plus years in Ayurveda clinical practice, in transdisciplinary research and academics. She is an MD in internal medicine branch of Ayurveda and a PhD from the Nimhans, Bangalore, and a certified yoga instructor from SVASTHYA University. Sri Ranjini was a consultant physician at the Ayurvedic hospitals in India, including Institute of Ayurveda and Integrative Medicine and the Ramia Indic Specialty Ayurveda at Bangalore, where she catered to patients of diverse ailments. She has published her research in peer-reviewed scientific journals and has won several Young Researchers Awards for participating in Ayurveda and mainstream neuroscience international conferences. She has been a co-investigator on several projects and is a faculty for workshops on research methodology, on medical ethics, on biostatistics, and scientific writing. Currently, she is a freelance research consultant at the Ramaya Ayurveda in Bangalore and also provides Ayurvedic consultations at Sevayu in Mississauga in Ontario. A global namaste to you, Sri Ranjini Jaydip. May I hand you over the stage and please enlighten us with all this amazing information on Ayurveda and COVID-19.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lalitji. A global namaste to everyone out there who is tuned in to this wonderful conference. So I will just give you a brief overview of what Ayurveda has to say about COVID-19 and then focus a little bit on the strategies that we can use to manage and prevent ourselves from COVID. So there's been a lot of confusion out there with people claiming to have different kinds of remedies for COVID-19. Yes, Ayurveda does help to prevent and manage this condition quite well, very similar to other illnesses that we do treat with Ayurveda. So we've seen that over the last few months when we've been struck with COVID, there's been an abundant raise in the amount of sales that have happened for natural products, for different kinds of Ayurveda formulations, mostly for Chyawanprash, Ashwagandha, and so on. And yes, there's a tremendous amount of research that is happening currently, which I will share with you and update you with what is happening in India currently on Ayurveda management of COVID. So do we have a concept of communicable disease in Ayurveda? Yes, we do have a concept of communicable disease, and we say that diseases can spread person to person by physical contact, expired air, and so on. And some of these diseases are skin conditions and fevers. So this is the basic Ayurveda understanding of epidemics and pandemics, wherein we do say that, yes, they spread from person to person, irrespective of the person's constitution, nutrition, strength, immunity, age, and so on. And which are the main symptoms of this pandemic? Cough, difficulty in breathing, nausea and vomiting, a running nose, headaches, fevers. These are the common symptoms that we come across with these epidemics that we see. And yes, COVID-19 is a new disease entity, and we need to be extremely cautious in the approach, as we are seeing a huge spectrum of symptoms, starting with the most predominant being cough and breathing difficulty and respiratory symptoms, so on, to more diverse symptoms. Now, what is a recourse prescribed in Ayurveda during the epidemic? Very surprising. We also do prescribe social isolation, or abandoning the place is the foremost solution. And we also use 5 therapies, that is our Panchakarma, which is the mainstay of our treatments, Rasayana, like Chyawanprash and Ashwagandha and so on. A lot of other medicinal herbs which do boost your natural immunity and ensure that you can protect yourself from being affected by COVID-19. And yes, a code of conduct wherein you go by whatever are the regulations being laid out by your local health authorities for cooperating and making sure that this disease goes away very quickly. Now, we have 3 doshas in Ayurveda, the Vata, Pitta, and the Kapha, which most of you would be familiar with, wherein Vata represents all the movement that happens in the body, a lot of these neuroendocrine responses in the body. Pitta represents all the metabolism within the body, the subtle metabolism that happens at the cellular level, the macro metabolism that happens within your gastrointestinal tract, and Kapha represents the structural components and the immune system in the body. So all these 3 are affected in the disease COVID-19, with Vata and Kapha being predominant and Pitta being secondarily involved. And yes, almost all tissues in the body, we have 7 tissues that we describe in Ayurveda, the Rasa, Rakta, Mamsa, Meda, and so on. So primarily it affects the first tissue, and progressively all the others are also affected. Now, the biggest key factor that does decide how the disease progresses or how you can prevent from getting this disease would be the Agni, or the metabolic fire that we talk about. You have a good Agni, you're able to fight the disease, you're able to prevent from getting the disease. So reduced metabolism or reduced Agni is one of the precursors to ensuring that you get affected with the disease. The last factor, and another most important factor, is the susceptibility factor. So we have seen that age, an aging population is more affected to this by this condition. People who have other chronic primary illnesses are also affected by this condition. A weak immune system is also a susceptible factor. So we need to ensure that we keep our immune systems working at the optimal level to be able to prevent from getting this infection, and also to be able to fight it better if, God forbid, we do have this infection. So is Ayurveda all about just pop a pill and you're fine? I don't think so. That is not the way that Ayurveda works, because Ayurveda has a more holistic approach which talks about balancing out all the things that can possibly affect your system, which includes your circadian regimen, a seasonal regimen, a wholesome diet. Most important, ethical and behavioral considerations. Do follow all the regulations of your health authorities. A healthy lifestyle. Exercise is a very important part of your lifestyle. Yoga, meditation, and pranayama is very helpful. So these are some of the prescriptions that we need to follow. A lot of pharmacological interventions which can help, which I will come to in the next few slides, and therapeutic procedures if required. This would be the last recourse when there are diseases. So this is the Ministry of Ayush guidelines, the Ministry of Ayush Government of India. These are the guidelines that they have advised for simple inclusions in your daily regimen. So what can you do? So some of the things are gargling or oil pulling or gandusha as we call it. You can do it with different herbal decoctions. You can do it with salt and hot water. You can do it with medicated oils. Sesame oil is one of the things that we recommend for this. So what do? It's pretty easy. Just take some salt in hot water at a temperature which is comfortable for you. Swish it around the mouth a couple of times. Take it a little bit into the throat and just gargle it and then spit it out. So this is something which you could do once a day, every day, just as soon as you brush your teeth. Do it once you come back from after having gone outside. And this is excellent for preventing the bacteria, the virus, from lodging in your oropharyngeal cavity or your oral cavity. So gargling or gandusha could be done with hot water and salt, could be done with herbal decoctions, could be done with oil, simple sesame oil, olive oil, any of the oils could be used for this. Warm the oil, swish it around in your mouth, and then spit it out. This is done generally early in the morning once we finish brushing our teeth. The next thing that the Ayush guidelines do recommend is nasal drops. Very simple, warm ghee or clarified butter, or even coconut oil, virgin coconut oil could be used. You just warm it up and then put 2 drops in each nostril. Once again, this is done first thing in the morning. And once you do this, it helps to kind of lubricate the nasal passages and prevents lodging of the virus and bacteria. So these are simple things that could be done at home and which are effective in prophylactic management or preventive management of COVID-19. The next thing that could be done is steaming or dhuma. And this is again done with hot waters and herbal oils. Again, recommended once we come back from outside. You could use the eucalyptus oil or any of the aromatic oils that are helpful for clearing up your nasal passages and keeping them clean. The next thing we would recommend is pranayama and yoga, a very much important, essential part of our daily routine. I think there are some more speakers who will be coming later on a little more in detail about pranayama and yoga. But these are small things that could be done by anyone and everyone, relatively safe. And of course, do consult with an Ayurveda practitioner near you if you have any concerns, other health concerns, and if you have any doubts regarding how to go about with this. But otherwise, these are general recommendations that could be incorporated into your daily lifestyle for preventive management of COVID-19. The other thing that we would focus on is prophylactic nutrition, that is good food, good healthy diet. Now, if you have planned your diet well, you do not need separate medicine. That's the key. If medicine is to be consumed, it can be a part of your healthy lifestyle, and that becomes a part of your diet, that becomes a part of your lifestyle, and prophylactic nutrition is something that we need to focus on. So what we do recommend during COVID-19 is to take warm and hot foods mostly and cooked meals. Try to refrain from raw salads, sprouts. You can cook them, steam them, parboil them, stir fry them, use any of these procedures, but stick to hot and warm food for most of your meals and avoid cold and uncooked foods. So this is the main thing that we would advise for food. And when it comes to the herbs that we can use, there are different herbs that could be used. Basil, cinnamon, black pepper, ginger, raisins. You could make teas with this simple, a few leaves of basil, half an inch or 1 inch piece of cinnamon or 2 pinches of cinnamon powder. Black pepper, again, crush it up, 1 pinch in say about 500 ml of water. Ginger, again, you could use fresh ginger, maybe a 1 inch piece of fresh ginger, or you could use a teaspoon of dry ginger powder, a couple of raisins. Just boil all this like you would boil tea and add jaggery or fresh lemon juice into this, filter it, and then drink it up. So this herbal tea boosts your natural immunity. It ensures that your body is prepped up for releasing the right kind of the immune cells, and that prevents you from catching the infection if especially you are prone to be in a place wherein you have to go out, you have to meet people, and in professions wherein you cannot avoid contact. Do take these herbal teas and they will help you a lot in preventing. Haldi milk or golden milk, turmeric milk, turmeric in about 150 ml of hot milk once or twice a day. How much of turmeric depends on whether you're using a powder. If you're using a powder, it would be about 3 to 4 pinches of the powder. If you're using a root, boil the root in milk and then allow it to leach out its active principles. And haldi milk once a day or twice a day is very beneficial for increasing your natural immunity. And yes, Chyawanprash has been prescribed. So Chyawanprash, if available wherever you are, Chyawanprash could be taken once a day. Again, a person who's a diabetic or a person who has other health complaints would need to consult with someone before taking it. But otherwise, all the other prescriptions could pretty much be taken by anyone. Safe, effective for boosting your natural immunity, and this would help you a lot in being able to prevent the infection. So prophylactic nutrition is something that we need to focus on. There are a whole lot of other herbs and preparations that are available in Ayurveda. You could use any of this in consultation with an Ayurveda practitioner, and it will boost your natural immunity and it will help to manage the disease. So we do have a lot of reports coming in from India, wherein several centers, several states have started using Ayurveda along with contemporary medicine, along with conventional Western medicine. And they do find that patients have lesser symptoms, lesser intensity of the symptoms. They're able to manage the disease better and they turn negative faster. And even in people who have been quarantined, they have started giving a lot of Ayurveda herbs, Ayurveda prescriptions for the management of COVID in India. And you can look up the latest scientific journals on the Ayurveda management of COVID, and you will get wonderful information on how Ayurveda is helping to manage effectively preventive management of COVID in India. And of course, worldwide also, we do have a lot of instances of people using Ayurveda interventions. So one of the first case reports that did come about Ayurveda intervention was from, has been published in Journal of Ayurveda and Integrative Medicine. You could look that up, wherein a banker from New York has been treated with Ayurveda medications and has been able to successfully manage COVID-19. So yes, any or all of this and all of this would be perfect prescriptions for boosting your natural immunity and for ensuring that you stay safe during this global pandemic, which is affecting most or all of us. Now, these, like I said, these are some of the projects, some of those clinical trials that are being conducted in India. So let us focus on preventive management rather than on worrying about what do we do when we get the disease. So let's focus on the positive status of being healthy and ensuring that we do everything possible that we can for ensuring our overall well-being. Good food, good, healthy, hot, warm, cooked food, good lifestyle, yoga, pranayama, any other form of exercise that you're used to, a little bit of daily things that we do in Ayurveda, which includes swishing around oil, hot, salt and hot water gargling, a little bit of putting the nasal drops with warm ghee, warm oil, virgin coconut oil, yes, and anything else that we could do in prophylactic herbs, use of ginger, turmeric, ashwagandha, things that are available in your kitchen, peppers, all this will help us in ensuring that we are free and do not get affected by COVID-19. So let us all see 100 autumns, maybe live 100 autumns. Pashyema Sharadashatam, Jeevema Sharadashatam. Thank you to the organizers for this wonderful opportunity. And if we have time, I'll take a few questions. Thank you. Over to you, Lalitji.
Thank you very much, Sri Ranjani ji. This was an amazing presentation. What a good summary and an overview on how Ayurveda can be used for the prophylactic care and for the COVID. And these were some amazing tips that you shared. I have a quick question that has come up here.
Dr. Soda, if I can interrupt, Shri Ranjani, please, can you stop sharing your screen? Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, Sri Ranjani, you've mentioned some amazing tips and loved the AYUSH guidelines that you came up with. And they were really the prophylactic guidelines that you had. And you mentioned something about gargling. And you mentioned that this could be done with sesame seed oil too. Would you be able to shed some more light on that, please?
Yeah. So this is something that we call as oil pulling or gargling. You could use different terms. It can be done with simple coconut oil. You can use olive oil. You can use any of the edible oils, right? So basically what we do with this is you warm the oil, maybe about 3 to 4 teaspoons of the oil, hold it in your mouth, swish it around your oral cavity, just take it back a little to the throat, swish it around and then spit it out. Then use hot water and gargle again so that you kind of lose the taste that it leaves behind, right? So this could be done once every morning after you finish brushing. This will help to clear the mouth, the oral cavity, and also the throat, wherein the bacteria and the virus generally tend to lodge. So it kind of cleanses this area and keeps it clean. So you kind of do not, you do not allow the virus and bacteria to kind of grow there. So this is a daily practice that we do recommend, and it helps not just for this, but for a lot of other health benefits that it has. But yes, that is one of the preventive things that we could do. You could even do it with just plain hot water or hot water and salt too.
Perfect. And one last final question to you would be about steaming. You had said in the AYUSH guidelines as to that one of the third point that you said, from gargling to nasal drops, the third one was steaming. Steaming, just taking steam from plain water, or would you say that we need to put some oil in it, or what's your recommendation for that?
Yeah, so it would be water with any of the aromatic oils, right? The herbal oils, which are, again, it could be eucalyptus oil that we use, or it could be any of the other aromatic oils that is locally available in your community. This will ensure that the nasal passages are kind of clear. But again, a word of caution, if you're already having a dry nose, and if you're having other health issues, just do consult with any Ayurveda practitioner. But otherwise, this is a generally safe guideline, which could be used by anyone. Just steaming for a couple of minutes, say about 3 to 5 minutes, that would help.
And that would be once a day, would you say that?
Once a day. Yes, once a day.
Perfect, perfect.
Never after a meal. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, good. Okay. So that's a good, helpful tip there. And finally, Sri Ranjani, I loved one of your statements on your slide, and it was food is the harbinger of happiness and suffering. It is so vital as to what we eat, and the recommendations you've given is cooked food, warm, hot food, rather than uncooked salads and cold food. And I think that is just an amazing tip that you were giving to us. So this has been an excellent overview on Ayurveda and COVID-19 from Canada, from us in Britain right now, to the lovely speaker in Canada. We say thank you very much, Sri Ranjani, for sharing these amazing tips on Ayurveda and COVID-19. Thank you very much from the Healing Our Earth team. And we are now ready to take a flight to the other part of the world. So thank you, Sri Ranjani. Now, ladies and gentlemen, and all the viewers on the Zoom and the website, the YouTube and Facebook, we are taking our flight from Canada all the way to the Philippines. Here we have an amazing doctor, a Dr. Michelle Aquero Palma. She is from the Philippines. And she is going to be telling us about nutrition, prescription, pandemic food. And she's going to be sharing the amazing nutritional benefits of the lovely food that we have and what we should be having during this COVID-19 pandemic. Let's listen to, before I go on to her introduction, a warm namaste to Dr. Michelle. Are we there, Dr. Michelle?
Hi, I'm here. Good evening. Good morning there.
Yes, it is almost a morning. No, it's actually afternoon coming up very, very shortly. Yeah. So different time zones over here, and it is actually 12:30. So yes, a very good afternoon to you too from London, England, Dr. Michelle. So thank you for joining us on our Healing Our Earth team. And before we start your presentation, I would like to introduce you, Dr. Michelle. Dr. Michelle Palma is a family medicine physician and a lifestyle medicine specialist. She is also the president of the Philippine College of Lifestyle Medicine. She is a diplomat of the International Board of Lifestyle Medicine and a fellow of the American College of the Lifestyle Medicine. She finished her culinary coaching course at the Harvard School of Medicine and attended a training at the Goldring School of Culinary Medicine under the Tulane University Natural Gourmet Institute and Roxby Cooking School. She is the founder of the Culinary Medicine Asia. None other than our lovely Dr. Michelle Aquero Palma. A global namaste and a welcome to you, Michelle, on this Healing Our Earth session on COVID-19, a community impact. Welcome, Michelle.
Hello, everyone. I'd like to thank the organizer for inviting me to be one of your lecturer, to share something that we can do specifically in this time of pandemic. So today we'll be talking about culinary medicine and specifically repurposing food. Okay, everybody is eating food, everyone eats food. So but this time we will try to look food as medicine. All right, so again, that is pandemic repurposing of the food that we usually have. All right, so I want to share you before I begin this caption that was said by Dr. Neil Barnard, and this is one of my favorite. Actually, he published this very recently. He said, ignorance of nutrition is no longer defensible. Okay, so we really know that food now can be used as medicine. All right, so in fact, if you look at this figure that I'm showing you right now, nutrition right here is one of the 6 pillars in lifestyle medicine. You see, lifestyle medicine is a new specialty in the practice of medicine right now that deals mostly with chronic diseases. But now in this time of pandemic, we're really seeing a very, very thin barrier between chronic diseases and communicable diseases, which we'll be talking about later. So here, when we talk about pandemic, we know that it's an outbreak of disease covering a wide geographic area, and this is what we're facing right now. And then when we say epidemic, this affects or tending to affect a disproportionately large number of individuals as well. Now, why am I trying to tell you this? Because apart from the pandemic that we're facing up front, we have an existing epidemic. All right. So I'd like to show you this slide, and this is one of the favorite slides I always show whenever I have a talk. These are the top 5 killer diseases in the world. So as you can see, we have cardiovascular disease, respiratory disease, cancer, diabetes, and stroke. I'm sure this is true to the United Kingdom. This is true in my country as well. And now, looking at this top 5 causes of more mortality in the world, I can see a good news here. You see, because these are all lifestyle related, and then when you say it's lifestyle related, that means you can do something about it. You can modify something about it so you can get rid of it. All right. So that's one good news right there. Now going back to the new guidelines coming from the World Health Organization regarding COVID-19, they clearly said that you may be susceptible to COVID-19 if you have non-communicable disease or pre-existing condition, right? So I showed you the slide earlier, and now this is another slide that was being released by the World Health Organization. They said if you have high blood pressure, diabetes, heart disease, stroke, heart attack, chronic respiratory conditions, and cancer, most probably you will have higher chances of having COVID-19, or most probably developing critical condition when you get infected. And so now we are clearly seeing that even the CDC here, now another data coming from China, you will see that these are the same diseases that we're talking about. Now we're facing a pandemic front. This is communicable disease, but it seems like the presence of non-communicable disease will dictate whether you will survive COVID-19 or not. Now, scientists are saying that COVID-19 might be here to stay. All right. So if it's here to stay, and so we just have to be ready. We just have to keep ourselves really ready and healthy to get rid of this chronic communicable diseases, because they are the ones dictating possibility of death or fatality. All right. So clearly now we have the COVID-19 pandemic amidst the long-standing global non-communicable disease epidemic. Okay. So I want to show you this this article that was published. Actually, this is in the United Kingdom. I wasn't aware totally that this is from the United Kingdom, and it's not purposely that I'm showing this tonight, but I always like to use this as reference, because this group of people, they publish this in the Journal of Epidemiology and Global Health. They're actually starting a conversation of changing the term that we use for non-communicable diseases, because as you can see, we use pandemic and epidemic for communicable diseases, but now there are a group of people who are really advocating to use pandemic and epidemic, those terms, for non-communicable disease, for the purpose of having a good funding and having a good attention in terms of intervention. So as you can see now in COVID-19, a lot of budget coming from the international agencies and local agencies are coming out just to get rid of COVID-19, right? But as you can see, the top 10 causes of death are not even communicable diseases. These are non-communicable diseases, but they weren't given that much of attention that we are facing right now and that we are seeing right now. Okay, so that's why now people are starting to use epidemic for non-communicable diseases. And now we can see we have the epidemic of non-communicable diseases that's been there for quite a long time already. Now I want to present here, this was in the New York Times. That was reported by Dr. Darius Muzaffarian during the White House Conference on Food, Nutrition, and Health. That was just March of 2020. He said only 12% of Americans are without high blood pressure, high cholesterol, diabetes, or prediabetes. And then he emphasized that the statistics are horrifying, but unlike COVID-19, they happen gradually enough that people just shrug their shoulders. But you know very well, and we know very well, that these are the biggest risk factors for illness and death from COVID-19. Now, let me present to you here. This is the Manila Times, from the Philippines at least. Now, you know, in the Philippines, 1 in every 4 Filipinos are already hypertensive. And among this, over 12 million Filipinos who are already hypertensive, more than half of them are not aware of their condition. And then those people who are aware of their condition and taking maintenance medication are not even able to control their blood pressure. Now, how about other types of diseases? This is diabetes, another chronic disease, another non-communicable disease. 1 in every 5 Filipinos are already diabetic or pre-diabetic. In the United States, 1 in every 3 Americans are actually affected with diabetes, you see, and obesity as well. Now, this is basing on a survey that was conducted again in the Philippines. Now, I can show you here the top 10 causes of death in the Philippines, and looking at it compared to the data from the World Health Organization, at least we have 6 of the causes of mortality in the Philippines are basically chronic diseases and non-communicable diseases. And these are the same diseases that is being seen right now that is again dictating your clinical outcome whenever you will get infected with COVID-19. All right. So basically, going back to that guideline that was published by the World Health Organization, as you can see there, we will be focusing on maintaining a healthy lifestyle by eating healthy diet, staying active, and then quitting smoking, avoiding alcohol, getting enough sleep, and safeguarding your mental health. So I really applaud this group that is doing this for public information and for public awareness. But this time we will be focusing more on nutrition. All right. So as you can see here, this is the modifiable risk factor. As I was saying earlier, it's really nice that this top 5 killer diseases are actually lifestyle related. So that means you can do something about it. Okay, so those are modifiable, all right, because they are behaviors. So remember, eating is a behavior, physical activity is a behavior, something you do every single day, the moment you wake up and before you go to bed. Those are all behaviors. Good news is that they are modifiable. Bad news is that these are behaviors. And remember, you can never change a behavior overnight. So it takes time to change a behavior, and you'll be passing through a lot of stages for you to be able to change a behavior. Again, but this is a good news, so we can do something about it. Now let's go focus on unhealthy diets, which is being one of the focus as well of the World Health Organization, and that is talking about pandemic food repurposing. So we're clear now that unhealthy diet is a modifiable risk factor for non-communicable diseases, and therefore unhealthy diet contributes to the risk of communicable disease fatality as well. All right. And so now we will try to repurpose food basically to modify the risk both for non-communicable disease and secondly, communicable disease. All right, so whenever you go to your physician, you will always see the RX sign, you know, this piece of paper that we give you, and then we write there something that we wanted you to take, right? Say for a month or say forever. Okay, so did you know that we always, say for example, we give patients a medicine like this, for example, for a patient with diabetes. Now in lifestyle medicine and in culinary medicine, we make sure that we also use this kind of figure. Now looking at the figure here, it's still an RX sign, but you will see a leaf right there and you will see a fork. So by looking at it, you know very well that we're talking about maybe a plant here and then the fork. So that means eating. So did you know that originally the RX The RX sign that we use in medicine, that means recipe, because doctors before would provide and would create the medicine. They will prepare the medicine themselves, usually using mortar and pestle, right? So that was the original job of doctors. So that's why they call it recipe. So right now, literally, we're using it as recipe. So even if we give patients prescription pad, maybe with a drug on it, now we make sure that we also use another prescription pad prescribing food as medicine. So say, for example, leafy green vegetables, purposely prescribing 1 to 2 cups in each meal for 30 days. So that's what nutrition prescription looks like. Now we're talking about pharmacy here, utilizing food as grown. These are earth-friendly food that we advocate that people to use. Now we're talking about oxidative stress versus antioxidant defense. Now we're talking about loading patients of antioxidants so that they could balance the oxidative stress and the free radicals happening inside the body, because we know very well that there is what we call modulation of immune function just by utilizing food. Now, looking at non-communicable disease, they do not respond perfectly with medicine alone because they require the patient to get involved. They need collaboration from the patient because these are behavioral diseases. No matter how you give the pills, you will be frustrated, a physician, because your patient's going to come back to you with uncontrolled blood pressure, uncontrolled diabetes, basically because they weren't able to change their behavior yet. They weren't able to change their physical activity behavior, their sleeping behavior, and then their eating behavior. Now, going back to nutrition prescription in culinary medicine, we usually prescribe food as grown, okay? Now, when you say food as grown, they are basically used not only for prevention, but for management and also and as well as reversal of chronic diseases. So like we said earlier, if these are lifestyle-related diseases, the non-communicable diseases, basically what we can do to help patients is prescribing lifestyle therapy, and included there is nutrition prescription. However, let me tell you, because of the food evolution that had happened, now, people before, they usually eat in the house. They prepare their own food, right? And so these are mostly whole food, plant-based diet that they eat coming from the local garden. But times have changed. Now, when you go to the grocery store, you will encounter over 40,000 packed products, different types of products that will entice your eyes, entice your taste buds to buy them. And then when you get them in your pantry, when you get them in your fridge, you basically eat them. So families before are eating freshly cooked food. But right now, tastes have changed, times has changed, and preparation of food has changed. Most of the food available in the household right now are processed food. Go check your refrigerator right now. You go check your freezer. What can you find there? Especially your freezer. When you open your freezer, do you find food as medicine, food that will give you antioxidants and medicine? Or do you find food that will eventually require you to take medicine? How about your pantries? What do you see in your pantries? Are these food that will contribute to your cholesterol level, to your high blood pressure level, or to your blood sugar level? Or are these types of food that will help you regulate, reverse, or prevent these types of diseases? Okay, those are just basic questions that we have to ask ourselves. Now, going back to whole food plant-based diet, basically you will get longer lifespan. This is from the Complete Health Improvement Program, and this is an evidence-based program. They increase lifespan. This is consistent with weight loss. It lowers your cholesterol. It will prevent and then reverse heart disease. In fact, in the United States right now, there is already what we call a lifestyle program for reversal of heart disease, and this is being subsidized by the Medicare already. And basically what they utilize there is whole food, plant-based diet, and other types of intervention. It prevents and reverses high blood pressure. Same is true with diabetes. This is used for treatment of acid reflux. It will help patients with constipation, hemorrhoids, and then diverticulosis. It also helps patients with asthma and other type of allergies, and it will also help patients with kidney disease. So basically, these are unrefined whole foods, food that's grown, natural food, whole food, plant-based food. You may call them in many, many names, but basically they are focusing on fresh fruits and vegetables, whole grains, and then legumes, okay? Because we need antioxidants coming from them. Now, looking at the diet comparison with the optimal and then the modern diet, look at this now. People are consuming too much fats and oils. People are consuming too much sugar, too much cholesterol, too much sodium, less of a fiber, and very less of water because people are consuming much of the sugary beverage and then carbonated drinks instead of a water. And people right now are consuming mostly animal-based food. Now, looking at this is a study conducted at Loma Linda University, included in the 5 blue zones in the world. If you remember, these are the Seventh-day Adventists. So in this study, they were able to find out the 48% of this group of people who were under research are non-vegetarian. 6% of them are semi-vegetarian. 10% of them are pesco-vegetarian. That means they eat fish and then the dairy. And then 28% of them are lacto-ovo-vegetarian. They don't eat fish, but they still have dairy and egg. And then only 8% of them are total vegetarian or total vegan. But unfortunately, among 8% of them, some of them are junk vegans. Remember, French fries is still vegan, right? Potato chips is still vegan. So only portion of them are whole food vegan. But I'm trying to tell you here that in this study, they were able to find out that women who are non-vegetarian are carrying over 39 pounds in terms of weight. And for men, they're carrying over 31 pounds in terms of weight. And remember, in terms of obesity, we have this what we call chronic low-grade inflammation that is the driver for insulin resistance, diabetes, hypertension, and cancer. And these are the chronic diseases that we've been talking about that will increase, in fact, your risk to developing to have COVID-19 or develop critical condition whenever you get infected with this type of bacteria. Okay, or with this type of infectious disease. Now, going back to that study, they were able to find out that the more you get into whole food plant-based diet, total vegetarian, the lesser your risk to develop diabetes. Same is true with hypertension, same is true with cholesterol. The total vegetarian have the lowest cholesterol. And of course, in terms of heart attack, the total vegetarian Adventists in the study have 77% less risk for heart attack. Now, my question here is, what is in your plate? I'm showing you now the typical Filipino plate in the morning. This is the typical breakfast of Filipinos this time. It's rice, mostly meat, and then the egg. And we have vegetable right there just to give colors in the plate. And most of them are not actually eating them. What can you find for your lunch? How about your dinner? How about your snacks, right? Now, going back to the nutrition prescription, basically eat less fats and oil, eat less of the sugar, eat less of the cholesterol. We know very well that there's a lot of cholesterol in animal-based diet. Like, for example, if you eat one egg a day, that can give you about 184 milligrams of cholesterol already. Now, remember, the recommended daily allowance for cholesterol is only 300 milligrams, right? So eat less of the salt, eat less, take less of alcohol and caffeinated beverages, and instead eat more whole grains. You can include their rice, your corn, and your wheat bread, for example, your wheat pasta, for example, and then slightly processed cereals, for example, if those are the things available. And then increase intake of your tubers and legumes. You can find a lot of this and you can stock this. In fact, they can take longer at your pantry. And then increase your intake of fruits and vegetables if they are if I'm sure they are available around. And of course, increase intake of water and have very, very good breakfast. Now, as what you can see, we have here arrows going down and arrows going up. Those are basic intervention that we give in lifestyle medicine, particularly in culinary medicine. I'd like to share you lastly here the power plate. Now, this was organized by the Physicians Committee for Responsible Medicine. So this is how we usually prescribe the plate for patients. Now, you might be asking, where do we put the fish there? Where do we put the chicken? Maybe you can add the chicken and the fish with the legumes, or maybe with the vegetables. But make sure that when you create a plate scape, okay, or landscape in your plate, make sure that it is more of this description, because this is scientifically proven to help you reverse chronic diseases. All right. So if you already have existing chronic disease, it will help you arrest and even reverse your chronic diseases. Okay, so going back to heart disease, that's why we always say, because the risk of heart disease is secondary to the food that we eat, we always ask, is it really a coronary disease or is it a culinary disease? Because studies are really showing that what's narrowing your blood vessel are because of the food that you put inside your mouth. Okay, so if it's culinary medicine, then culinary medicine should be included in medical education. And so this is a good news for those who are attending this summit right now. This is a good information for you guys, because as you have known, culinary medicine, I mean, is being accredited already by over 15% of medical schools in the United States. So medical students are they are brought to the teaching kitchen. They are being taught what nutrition is all about, and they use culinary medicine, preparation of food, and how do you include coaching to patients who needs to change, their eating behavior, and so they can improve overall health outcome. So I hope you have learned something tonight with the topic that we discussed with you. I'm sorry I cannot share the video because it will interrupt my internet connection, because I'm only using data right now. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Michelle. That was an exciting presentation. You have given us amazing details. And I loved your opening statement, Michelle, that says ignorance of nutrition is no longer defensible. And it is so true. You are what you eat ultimately at the end of the day. So very, very powerful points you shared with us. Thank you very much. I had a couple questions that came up. Michelle, are you still with us?
Yeah, I'm with you.
Brilliant. I just can't see you on the screen here. That's why, Michelle. There you go. Okay. Yeah. So, Michelle, quick question. People have been questioning the fact that we need to eat fresh fruits, fresh vegetables, keep the diet plant-based. So what is the ratio, or is there a specific number of fruits that one should be taking every day, or a specific number of vegetables? Or what's your take on that? How can you help us with that pointer?
Okay, thank you for that question. Like I have shared you earlier, we have the power plate, right? So usually when we prescribe patients who are already sick and who have a family history of chronic diseases already, and they're trying to prevent, development of chronic disease, we show them the power plate. Here in the Philippines, we have a food pyramid, but it's not really working because you don't have a pyramid shaped plate, right? So you have to look at the plate, and when you prepare your food, you should put the food in your plate already. So 25% of that should be occupied by fruits, 25% of that should be occupied by your vegetables, and then 25% of that should be occupied by your legumes and other protein sources, for example, and then 25% of that should be occupied by your whole grain. So whether you're using corn or cereal maybe, or rice, for example, so that will be the place for your whole grain. So basically for fruits and vegetables, 25% for fruits and 25% for vegetables. Like I said, these are evidence-based medicine, where we are showing you right now. There are many articles and many researches already and studies that were already published using such kind of plate. So that's why that was advocated by the Physicians Committee for Responsible Medicine. So maybe our participants here can check it out more, and so they will learn a lot of they have so many resources regarding that kind of plate and many explanations and the supporting studies as well.
Brilliant. Thank you. And now also the other question that came up was in terms of, a lot of people say that the color of the vegetables, the color of the fruits you've got to have X number of colors and of vegetables and fruits. So it's basically trying to say, have a good variety of food and good variety of vegetables to have. Would you say that pretty much a good vegetarian diet, minusing the meat, would be a healthy option for the generation, or is there any need for any meat product to be ingested?
Okay, on the first point, it's really true that you really have to have a good variety of food every single day. If you are into whole food plant-based diet and you're totally eating plant-based, you have to have at least 20 varieties of food in a day. Otherwise, you will get deficient about it. So that's why there is what we call culinary medicine, because people now who are trying to get into plant-based diet, they need to develop a skill. Otherwise, they will be deficient, okay? So they have to consult physicians and dietitians as well, so they will not get deficient of certain minerals and certain substances that we need from the food. So the question you have is whether a plant-based diet is really good for this generation, or adding meat to it is also necessary. Let me say you have to consider time and place, because there are really people in the world who are living in isolated areas where you can hardly find plant-based food, I live in the Philippines. This is an archipelago. There are a lot of islands here that are isolated. The only thing they have is fish, and then they have seaweeds, and then they sparsely grow vegetable. You can never say go 100% plant-based. But for patient who is already sick and we're trying to reverse heart disease, for example, yes, we can basically prescribe plant-based diet, but again, it has to be guided by physicians and dietitians so they will not get deficient.
Brilliant. That answers the question really well. Last question for you, Michelle. Shocking statistics in the New York Times that only 12% are without any of these heart conditions or diabetes or high blood pressure. That is very, very shocking to hear. Wouldn't you say that?
Yeah, actually, that was the report. That was just last March of 2020. During the peak of COVID-19 in the United States, they were able to report how much of Americans are not actually sick. So you can see most of them are totally suffering from chronic diseases, and they just live and extend their lives because of the drugs that they take, the drugs that are maintaining them. So this is the right time, actually. In fact, the CDC of the United States and the World Health Organization, that's why they posted, that guideline that you have to modify nutrition and then lifestyle, because these are modifiable risk factors that can totally help you. Thank you for saying that.
When I heard you say that, I thought, oh my God, that's really shocking. But last question, and we probably have a minute for you to answer that. So I'm going to put you under a little bit of pressure there, Michelle. But why in the Philippines, the Filipinos are not even aware? That's a staggering high percentage that people don't know that they even have high blood pressure.
Yeah, that's one of the saddest thing, because you see in our statistics about 1/3 of deaths in our country are not even medically attended to. So it's not really the culture of Filipinos to visit doctors just for prevention. They usually see us, when they can't do anything else. Right? So I hope you got it. Not all Filipinos are going to doctors just for prevention and, for consultation. Most Filipinos would visit their doctors if they cannot do anything else. So you usually find them in the emergency room. And even if you give them maintenance medication, they will still self-medicate. Even if you give them 1 tablet a day, they will take half a tablet a day. So, there's a lot of factors here, which includes economic problem as well. And then literacy, health literacy, number 1, nutrition literacy, and many, many more. And I'm sure this is true with other developing countries as well.
Absolutely. I think we need a total shift in the health paradigm to be thinking more prevention, more prophylactic, and more maintaining your good health. Michelle, Dr. Michelle, sorry, go ahead.
And more programs like this that you guys are doing.
Absolutely. The Healing Over Earth is doing an amazing job and touching every human being on this globe. And that's the mission, as you heard earlier. And that's what we want to do, is just create a happy environment, a happy globe. So, Dr. Michelle, thank you for being with us. A massive thank you from the Healing Over Earth team for sharing your absolute nutrition knowledge with us and the globe on a large scale. So thank you once again, and a global namaste to you from the Healing Over Earth team. Thank you,
Thanks
Dr.
for
Michelle.
the opportunity.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, and all the viewers on Facebook, on the YouTube, and on Zoom, we are not flying anywhere, but we are staying in the Philippines right now with our next guest speaker. So our next guest speaker is Master Del P. Are we there, Master Del P? A global namaste to you.
I'm here and I'm ready for your program. Thank you.
Absolutely. A very warm welcome to you and a very big global namaste to you. What a personality is sitting over there. But before we start our presentation, Master Del P, you are going to be telling us about energy healing solutions for COVID-19. Now, let me give you a little bit of an introduction of who this lovely gentleman is in the Philippines at the moment. Master Del P is a creator of the Be Well Science Energy Medicine modality, founded the World Institute for Incurable Diseases, based on his 29 years of experience and miracles with energy work, healing, life coaching, and mentoring in his travels to over 100 countries. His extensive service is rooted in his hands-on and pioneering approach to the most challenging and incurable or non-medical responder cases, having worked with HIV, AIDS in Africa, addiction in Europe, diabetes in India, and mental health in the United States of America, and cancer in the Latin America, and as well as psycho-spiritual cases of the dark night of the soul from around the world. Master Del P is an author of 12 books. Master Del P has also founded 3 US-based organizations and over 15 non-profitable organizations internationally. We have a global celebrity with us, Master Del P. A global namaste, and over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to greet all of your audience right now and those who are helping you program this to be a success.
Thank you.
My take on this talk today is about the practical aspect of energy medicine or vibrational healing science to help COVID-19 and its comorbidity. Now, since there's a lot of talks already on statistics, I'll go first on the strategy and then the techniques and wrap it around with your comments or questions. So I'll make it quick and sweet. Now, with my experience as a specialist on healing HIV, pneumonia, diabetes, and all complications on the mental illnesses, I have gathered all my experience and research in January when I was listening to a lot of this COVID-19 as an expert to teach people and certify them on these so-called incurable diseases and such as COVID-19 today. So I did collect my experience in Africa and New York on the HIV and AIDS, also on the other comorbidities such as diabetes, heart conditions, kidney problems, and ARDS and SARS-CoV-1, and put them together as a modality for COVID-19 and its comorbidities and side effects. So today, I'm certifying many people today globally that who wants to serve the needs of COVID-19, either it's a mild, a moderate, serious, or critical, or even asymptomatic, and heal them online, because I've been doing healing online for 16 years already, for a lot of diseases, and this is the time to continue doing this, and this time when infection is a problem for healers. So we do not go in person right now, but online, and we can project our energies at a distance, whatever distance, as long as we are inside the sphere of the earth, prana and energy field. So for those who are listening to me who are healers and yoga instructors, I deal a lot on the human energy anatomy. And now, most people have learned the 7 chakras only, and only the prana level. What I've been using for a long time is to heal the layers of the aura from prana, emotional energy, and mental energy. And the physical body is the hardware, consciousness is the software, and the prana is the vitality and like the battery. And then the consciousness connection, this visual model. I look at the whole frame of a human being as a complete organism that needs to be healed. Not only the physical energy, but the entire system. So healing the human being in the COVID-19 is so important, because when people are diagnosed of COVID-19, even asymptomatic, they have a lot of trauma and fear, and they are very scared about the disease. So the emotional energy is so stressed, the mind is so disturbed and confused, the body is starting to weaken through the stress and fatigue because of COVID-19 pandemic scare. So I need to heal the emotional, mental conditions as I'm healing the physical body, and I'm empowering the physical and vitality energy. So we deal with the layers of auras and the different chakras or energy centers, which control the immune system, the lymphatic system, the bone marrows, and so on. So when I heal COVID-19, I do specifically heal the heart chakra, because this is the one that controls the thymus gland, which T3, T4, T8 or killer cells are stimulated to develop and mature. So this is very much affected in HIV and AIDS, as well as in COVID-19 or even in rheumatoid arthritis. And then, so I heal this a lot, and the thymus gland. We heal also the spleen, because this is where a lot of purification of dead cells and viruses are done. So if the spleen is very weak, such as in COVID-19, the person is hard to recover. The guts, which is in the navel, is also important to heal, because 70% of our fighter cells are also housed in the guts or in the intestinal tract area. So we heal a lot of that, especially COVID-19 with diarrhea. And also the bone marrows at the base of the spine. The Muladhara in yoga is at the base of the spine. It controls the white blood cell and the red blood cell production inside the bones, the pelvic bones, the rib cage, the floating rib cage, and the shoulder area. So we heal a lot the base chakra, the Muladhara, to stimulate the white blood cell production, which is the source also of the soldiers of the body. Plus, we do the lymphatic system. The front and back lymphatic system needs to be healed. And there are chakras that controls the lymph nodes, because this is where also the innate immune system needs to be enforced. There are 2 kinds of the immune system, the innate and the adaptive. So in COVID-19, especially in the earlier parts, we do a lot of the lymphatic system. The throat chakra, the heart, the navel controls the lymph nodes at the front. The back heart chakra and the back navel controls the back parts of the lymphatic system. So we have to do a lot of healing on these chakras, because they are very important. Now, one of the missing links in many healing systems and yoga is the perineum chakra, which is below your anus and below. Karma in diseases are housed there. If you not heal perineum
Master Del
below chakra, that is where a lot of accumulates the kundalini.
Sir, may I interrupt you a little bit? I think we have some trouble with the internet at your end, and your voice seems to be breaking up.
Okay.
Maybe you need to
signal. Let me remove my audio. Yeah, just remove the video.
Thank you. Sorry to disturb you.
Okay, sorry. How about now?
Yes, this is very good. We can hear you very clearly.
Right. Let me repeat. There are at least 12 chakras, not only 7 chakras, and they are all affected in COVID-19 except the crown. The top of the head is not much affected. But in most cases, the heart chakra, controlling the thymus, which is the immune system producer. The spleen chakra on the left side is very much clogged.
The navel, which is the one that controls the guts and the good bacteria of the body and the immune system, is also affected. The base chakra, the Muladhara chakra, which is the one that stimulates the white blood cell production, which are soldiers of the body, is also affected. The lungs, of course, the back heart chakra is very affected. And especially in ARDS or in pneumonia, that is much compromised. So we do a lot of those healing on the chakras and on the organs. The organs do not function without the chakras. Now, not only the major chakras that are lined up in the front and the back of the body, but the organs have their own minor chakras and mini chakras. Most healers only heal the major chakras in front and back of the body. That is the problem, because sometimes the organ chakras, which are smaller, has to be healed specifically. Like if the liver is having a problem, such as in hepatitis or in liver diseases, the liver chakras are 3. They need to be healed directly, not only the solar plexus. Now, in most cases, a lot of people's perineum and below is the most affected in COVID-19, because the karma of a human being, when they accelerate to make a person sick or financially depleted or age, is located at the perineum and below the perineum. That is where karma enters in the body from past lives. Now, if people are healing only the present child conditions, they are not healing the person totally, because the karma from the past is the one that accelerates the karma of disease, including comorbidities that affects a person, not only the COVID-19 or SARS-CoV-2. So the problem of the SARS-CoV-2 is an accelerant. It does accelerate the comorbidity diseases that are not only from the virus. In fact, most of the killer diseases is not from the virus. It's from ischemic heart disease, it's from stroke, from COPD, which is caused by smoking, and of course pneumonia and lower respiratory tract infection, and then cancer and its side effects, and also the Alzheimer's. So if you look at the killer disease of humanity, virus effect is not on the top 10. So I would say that a lot of deaths are not just from the COVID-19 SARS-CoV-2. It is from the comorbidities, that is existing conditions that are already there. And so this is what we heal a lot in COVID-19, aside from the viral conditions. So this is what we do, combining exercises taught to the person, coaching, breathing techniques, self-education, and so on. So we combine all of these, and it's called the Be Well Science, which is the one teaching and certifying people to use for this pandemic. I'm open now for questions, if you have any.
Great. That was a very, very interesting talk, Master Delpy. I think if you're able to bring your video on again, let's try and see if we can communicate that way rather than just your photo there. That would be good.
Sure. Thank you. I apologize that something is having a glitch on the connection, but I wish I have recorded the audio. I think it's recorded anyway.
That's okay. This is the joys of modern technology. Though they connect, but we do have some little issues when we actually need it. But hey, you're doing very well. It was a very, very strong, very good message, and a very interesting one. Now, what fascinated me, and I'm sure also the audience, is how does this concept of online healing work? Please enlighten us on that, because it's an area where we would think, okay, if you're with a person, you can do your energy healing with them, your hands or face-to-face or the aura. But how would you do this online?
Yeah, that's a question that doctors ask me when I teach in the hospitals. You see, you can send signals through cell phone without a connection, right? There's a vibration that is sent through signals in a very accurate way that you receive your cell phone without a connection. Now, energy is the same. Vibration is a cycles per second vibration, is projected to the person at a distance within the energy field of the earth. As long as you're inside the prana organism of the earth and emotions and mind of the earth, you can project energy at the distance like a cell phone producing signal transfer. So it's like a teleported substance. Now, you have a Wi-Fi as well, you have Bluetooth. This works without connection. Energy is the basic foundation of life force that is present in everywhere, and we are inside of it. The healer, the patient are inside. So what the healer projects at a distance goes there like a signal of a cell phone. We have a hardware, the body. We have a software, the mind and emotions, the consciousness. We have the aura and vitality as your battery. You have the antenna, spiritual modem connecting to your Atma and soul. These all esoteric science. We just have to clarify that it is a scientific thing, and I've done it for 16 years, and it works, and it has worked a lot in this pandemic time because most of our patients cannot go to the hospital. They are in self-isolation. The doctors and hospital said, do not come to the hospital. We don't have any more space for you. So stay at home, and hopefully you pray and recover. And they find out this in the online. We heal them online, and they heal in 6 to 7 days sessions, and they're well. And you can see it as testimonials by even professionals, VIPs, judges from France who had gotten our healing in just 1 week.
That is super amazing. Just healing can do such a huge life-saving action, and that's absolutely fascinating, Master Delpi. Moving on to my next question for you was, you mentioned that we all have two types of immunity systems. We have the adaptive immunity and the innate immunity. Could you shed some light on what the innate immunity is all about?
Yeah, the innate is the one that is the initial 96 hours. Within 96 hours, the innate immune system works as a first defense. Now, after 96 hours, your adaptive immune system should be kicking off and fighting with the more intelligent system that can sense whether it is known virus or not known virus. Now, the problem is like in common colds and influenza, they are mutating every year. That's why you need to get vaccines every year, because they mutated. Now, I also venture to speculate that when I look at the SARS-CoV-2, it does mutate and it looks like another strain, but they have already adapted to things. So the adaptive immune system should be the one that senses intelligently whether they know the virus or not. That's why they can send so many fighter cells, the killer cells to the attacker, because they have sensed that they had experienced before this intelligent attack. So they use the adaptive at the end. At first is the innate, is the animal nature, natural tendency that we defend ourselves, that is inherent in the body's intelligence. Then you need the adaptive as a secondary and the follow-through immune system.
That's amazing explanation of what innate is. So if we understand it correctly, is innate meaning inborn, it's within us, and it's the power, the innate immunity is the power that the body holds to fight the infection. Is that correct?
Yes, correct. The ability for us to get well, whether we have medicine or not, is that we have the innate immune system that is natural in our system, that's supposed to defend us in terms of diseases. Now, if it is a viral attack that is more like new, like a SARS-CoV-2, we didn't have that experience yet. The intelligence of the fighter cells did not record that we have an experience of fighting these kinds. So to first experiment in our own lymphatic system, in our own bodies, that this is a new thing, and let's see how many soldiers can attack, how many axes, how many knives, how many bullets can attack this invader. So that is where the adaptive start to experiment. But innate is the first tier where we are defended by our natural instincts and our human intelligence in our bodies.
So would you also use this innate as the body's ability? So innate, the body has this innate intelligence to cope with anything in the world.
Yes, not everything, but in people with good immune system that are not compromised, they have asymptomatic because they have a good innate immune system. Now, some people who are older, people who are compromised, smokers, alcoholics, drug addicts, and people who are really sick, they have very weak innate immune systems, so they have the symptoms immediately. Whereas asymptomatic COVID-19 patients, they don't have the symptom because their innate are very healthy, like the younger people.
I think we are having some.
They have still their kundalini are still. Let me just switch on my video.
Sure.
Okay. Now,
go ahead.
in younger people, in healthier people, in people with good innate system, they can be rendered asymptomatic or without symptoms in COVID-19 because their system is efficient still. In older people or people who are sick and compromised the immune system, their innate system is already weak to start with. Now, another thing, because we are healing people with clairvoyant faculties, we see with third eye what's going on in the energy field, the chakras, the organs. So we are using our inner powers and psychic powers to monitor our patients at a distance. So even without talking, like people in the ICU, we can scan their chakras, their organs, their energies without talking to the patient when they're knocked down with or intubated or they are in anesthesia or sleeping pills. So they are in a state where they cannot talk. So the advantage of my system is we can scan people with our clairvoyance and psychic faculty and third eye, so we can evaluate their energy problems without talking to the person. Now, when I look at people with asymptomatic, their innate system, their chakras, especially on the navel, spleen, and thymus, are very healthy. So their chakras there are still healthy. In people who have been compromised immune system and older, their chakras on the heart chakra, the spleen, the navel, the base of the spine chakra, and the perineum are already compromised. They are very jammed. They are very toxic. Therefore, their innate system is not already strong enough to fight. That's why they can be knocked down easily in a few days.
This is an amazing concept about the body's innate ability and innate intelligence. And I think this is where healing can be such an important way of getting people better. My question to you would be, is like we've been talking about prophylactic care, maintenance care, can people use your therapy or healing for a well-being or a maintaining their lifestyle?
Yes, sir. We have 57 or 58 specializations, including cancer, HIV, and the side effect of chemotherapy. So we have also the healing, the healthy, longevity, and so on. So we have 58 specializations, and I don't cover only COVID-19 or HIV. We cover a big array, and I call it Heal Plan. And they can investigate from our website, WIIDglobal.com, to find out what, so like diabetes, type 1, type 2, gestational. We do differently and things. Now, the problem is most healers are not scientific and systematic. Like say they are healing diabetes type 1 and type 2. They have the same technique for diabetes, which is not supposed to be. When people have heart conditions, they also heal heart conditions the same as for everybody. In my system, we are very specific of the chakral conditions, the organ conditions, and also the age and so on, what's compromised. So in our system, we do analyze a lot of the chakra and the organs energetically by our psychic faculty, as like an X-ray, an ultrasound using clairvoyance and psychic tendency. So we evaluate specifically diseases as a specific for each person. Fits all. So even the chakras changes, their colors, their size, whether depleted or congested, whether big or small, whether the kundalini is full of kundalini with karma or something. So I see karma in the disease, and most people are healing only the chakras today, but they do not heal the past life. They do not heal the past. Most people's problem today is not born of the food we ate or the thought we produced yesterday. They can be produced in chronic condition of negative thinking for 30 years, smoking for 20 years, negative environment for 20 years. Their negative karma passed by the parents during pregnancy. We deal with a lot of these, and every person has so specific needs. That's why we have life mentoring aside from the healing part. We have chakral scanning. We have the auric scanning. We have to see the etiology of the disease, not just symptomatology healing. Because most healers will still heal the symptoms, such as medicine today. We only have symptomatology medicine, which is rudimentary of the doctors, only treating the symptoms. In my case, I not only correct the symptoms issues, we do etiology healing by healing the triggers of the disease from the past. So if people only heal the present chakra because there's imbalance, that is not complete. It's like only filtering the water in the faucet without cleaning the reservoir that's coming into the faucet. Most people's issue today is the karma of health. It's not just the disease today as the virus would dictate. So we do a lot of healing and digging, excavating on the past life and past of the person this life, which triggers the imbalance of today's chakra and so on. And then the karma of most people had overtaken their present. It went to the future. And then we heal the future by cleaning up the future, because if the karma has overtaken the present, people are in distress because they are walking already in the trap of karma every day. So it's called distress and misery.
That is a fascinating concept, Master Delpi. It's really mind-boggling. It's interesting, and you want to know more about it and find the right person to talk about it and share that knowledge. So really, how could we find somebody like yourselves? What is the best avenue to search you guys out? Because not everybody knows what you're doing.
Our healing strategies are packed in 58 specializations. So they can go to our www.weedglobal.com, and they can go to the heal plan, and they will see all kinds of diseases they will be falling into. Like, most of the pandemic is not anymore just the COVID-19. The pandemic I see today is poverty pandemic, scared, angry, frustrated, and pent-up energy. Pent-up energy is becoming a trigger to insulin resistance in people because of the stress, the fear, the unknowns, the uncertainties, the ambiguity, the volatility of the marketplace is putting everyone in more than one pandemic syndrome. I call it pandemic syndrome because it's composed by many constellation of problems. Poverty is a big problem today. Anger, frustrations, anxiety, depression, even suicidal tendency. Now, if you wrap them in one gamut of a disease, that is more COVID-19 side effect. So when I have to heal mental, emotional, and karmic issues, so like immune system and their organs, because if you heal only the virus, the ARDS in the lungs, and all these other symptoms of comorbidity, and not the emotional and mental problems of people, especially those who are out of work, not heal them sustainably. It's just a palliative healing. Even healers are not complete. In a holistic way, we should heal the past, transform the present, and energize the future. And that is more a continuous array of services that we need to learn and specialize. So healing alone is not enough. The speed of recovery should be faster than the speed of degeneration. That is the only way we can heal people. If the speed of decay is faster than the regeneration, we cannot heal a person. We have to add the different components of healing so that the equation, the speed of recovery should be faster than the speed of decay. Then healing can happen. Whatever method you use, whether it's medicine, allopathic, Ayurveda, homeopathy, or energy medicine like mine, or exercise and pranayama and yoga, we need to have that equation in mind. If you're healing a comorbidity that is say ARDS, diarrhea, and heart disease and stroke, and the healer is not up to the mark to deal with comorbidity and only doing prayer, mantra, pranayam, and energy healing on the chakra, it's not enough. The speed of degeneration is faster than the regeneration, so it doesn't work. So it has to be in the formula.
Brilliant. That is so amazing. We have had a very interesting talk from Master Delpi talking about energy healing solutions in the COVID-19 pandemic. So Master Delpi from the Philippines, a global namaste from a Healing Over Earth community. And thank you very much for coming in today and sharing this amazing knowledge with us. And thank you for opening the eyes of people who haven't heard a lot of online healing. It's a fascinating concept. Thank you very much. Have a lovely day.
Intelligent questions that stimulated me to answer intelligently as well. Thank you very much to all your listeners. God bless and namaskar.
Thank you very much, Master Delpi. We are now taking our flight from the Philippines. We are flying all the way into Britain. Wow, this was an interesting journey We stayed with two amazing speakers in the Philippines. We started from Canada, we went to the Philippines, and now we are here back in the United Kingdom. Today, we have an amazing personality with us, a gentleman from the House of Lords, Lord Dollar Popat. Lord Popat, are you there? May I just see and hear from you?
Yes, I can hear you.
Brilliant. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, all the viewers online, on Zoom, on the website and on the Facebook, we have a super personality with us today, Lord Dollar Popat. Let me give you a brief introduction of this gentleman. Lord Popat is the Prime Minister's trade envoy to Rwanda, Uganda, and is the former Minister of the Crown for Business and Transport. Ennobled to the House of Lords in July 2020, Lord Popat has been a lifelong conservative, serving 5 conservative prime ministers from Margaret Thatcher to Boris Johnson, helping to bridge the gap between the party and the British Indian community. Last year, Lord Popat published his award-winning book, A British Subject, with a foreword from Mr. David Cameron, which outlines his journey from Uganda, where he was expelled by the brutal dictator Idi Amin, through to establishing himself to business and in politics. This is the life story of Mr. Lord Dollar Popat in his amazing book. He is a business magnate, a prominent member of the Houses of Lords, and above all, an awesome human being, a very humble human being. Lord Popat, I throw the stage to you. It's all yours. And please give us some amazing information that you're going to be talking about the economic and social impact of COVID-19. Thank you very much, Lord Popat.
Thank you, Lalit. Thank you for that very generous introduction. I'll accept it. We obviously, it's a privilege for me to participate in this interview, and of course, in your program, Healing the Earth interview. In this new world that we are living in, this world is not going to be the same, and it should not be the same post pandemic 19. And this is a crucial time, a crucial moment of change and renewal for us all. And we should see this as the best opportunity to change our mindset. This exceptional crisis requires exceptional response right across the world, and this includes political change. So Healing the Earth interview is quite a place to talk about how is it going to change and what changes will take place. You know, life costs little, but lifestyle is what we spend money on. Hence, a major change, both socially and economically, not just in UK, but throughout the world. And I'm happy now to answer any questions you have. So in terms of social change, it's going to be a huge social change from families to countries to continents.
It's absolutely true, Lord Popat. One of the questions that often comes up, and I think is a very important one to answer, is as a former British minister, a business minister, how do you think that UK can recover from the COVID-19?
I think we are very resilient people, very resilient country. We have gone through this, but probably this is the worst one that we are going to go through. So we have to jumpstart our economic recovery and growth. We must redesign ourselves and make use of the best opportunities that's available. Rishi is an amazing chancellor that we have. I mean, he has led the economic recovery through consumer-led demand. If I put in medical terms, what he has done is given us paracetamol. So to ease the pain, which is what's happening now with the furlong scheme and reducing VAT for the hospitality sector, giving £10 off or 50% off if you dine in a restaurant on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So he's used, in medical terms, he's used paracetamol. What we now need is ventilator. Ventilator means injecting more money in the economy. Ventilator means that looking at how we can help our manufacturing. Our manufacturing is about 10% now. It used to be more than 40 not long ago. But that 10%, Lalit, brings about 30% for export, and that export is crucial for our balance of trade with the rest of the world. So this ventilator is crucial, and eventually, I think ventilator means also, in medical terms, give that blood transfusion to this patient who needs that to survive and do well and recover. But obviously, he needs to go beyond that as time goes by. Give the patient electrolytes. In other words, encourage foreign inward investment, reform our systems and practices of running businesses, encourage more export. But the crucial thing is, 50% of our trade is in professional financial services, is to support them and support export-oriented companies in the UK. In the UK, there'll be political change. UK must behave like a business if it's to recover from from the economy that we're going through, during this COVID-19.
Brilliant. Yes, I think there is some amazing changes that we need to go through as individuals and collectively as a country too.
Correct.
You mentioned Rishi Sunak and his paracetamol, and now looking forward to his ventilator. I think this is the best way to put it. He has been an awesome person. He's tried to deal with the worst end scenario any country would want to be in. And this gentleman is shining bright. What are your absolute thoughts about this fine young gentleman?
Well, Rishi, I've known him since 2010 when he first entered Parliament. He was obviously given the pushti to selected as a candidate to replace William Hague. And in many ways, David Cameron was very keen at the time, whilst I was working with him, to encourage more British Indians to come into politics and civic duty. We British Indians are shy when it comes to politics and civic duty, but now new faces are emerging in terms of the civic duty. We're seeing more school governors, and we're seeing more councillors of Indian origin. And now, of course, we're seeing more MPs, and 4 British Indian MPs are holding senior cabinet posts, and Rishi is one of them. Rishi is known for maintaining friendly relations. He's friendly and effective by keeping the lines of communication open. He doesn't often talk like a politician. He talks himself. It comes naturally from him. Rishi is refreshing new. He's not carrying any, his face is not connected to economic downturn or Brexit and I know the Treasury officials that he is an intellectual joy and pleasure to work with. And it's very important for us. I've been a minister, so I know it, that our civil servants are key. They're very professionally trained, they're world-class. And if we can get on the civil servants, you can do a good job. So Rishi is very fortunate to have very good Treasury officials. They all like him. But it's worth pausing to admire the manner in which someone who was just a year ago a very junior minister, and to become Chancellor of the Exchequer, holding second highest post in our cabinet. So it is something to be admired. Rishi's rating, for example, is no different from what Tony Blair's rating was at the peak of Tony Blair's popularity in UK. So that is, 62% voters in a recent survey think that he is doing a good job, and they like him. The Chancellor's fluency on his feet and easy, empathetic style had a lot to do with his popularity. Plus, obviously, his own background, his professional qualification, a very nice, very humble man, and has done a good job so far, so good. But obviously, this is level 1. We need to go to level 2 and level 3. Paracetamol will soon go, and we go to, put a ventilator to our economy and make it happen. And I'm sure Rishi will make sure he will do that and succeed. I'll wait for the third question. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. I had muted myself and I was just trying to unmute myself again. So yeah, absolutely a fascinating personality. I love what you said about him. He's an intellectual joy to work with, and a world-class personality. I'm sure he's working extremely hard. He will be pleasing the population, but I'm sure there will be some who may not be. But he's trying his best to help everybody on this in Britain. So we really think very highly of him too. So thank you for that answer, Lord Poppet. Moving on to the next question. Do you think so far the government's recovery scheme have gone far enough, or do they need to do more?
I think Rishi has done a good job to have a consumer-led economy, but obviously we need to do more. The economy has always relied heavily on consumer spending to get it out of trouble, which is a good starting point. But Britain has been a nation of shoppers, and people love their shopping, love their spending money. We fool ourselves that consumer economy is more than an invention, but it is an engine of economic growth. It is what I put in medical terms, a paracetamol, to get rid of the pain that we are going through at the moment. But obviously we need a ventilator, so he needs to do more. And the areas he will do more in his autumn statement, in the autumn budget, is to obviously spend more money on infrastructure, because infrastructure costs money, but you get a long-term recovery. You recover your money, like our HS2, HS3, maybe third runway at the Heathrow Airport, or road widening scheme, investing in digital economy. All that will help a lot and give incentive to companies to invest and get that foreign direct investment. This is one area. But the most important area, which has been pretty bad for the last 5 decades, our planning system. We need to reform that. So if you see this week in the papers, he's working on to see how we can reform. The housing minister is working on how we can reform our planning system, make it easier. So if planning becomes easier, at the moment it takes over a year. You spend huge amount of money with about 30, 40 reports going through. It's just not easy for people to get planning as and when they want it. In the meantime, cost is clocking up, it's becoming more expensive. So if we can reform planning is a good starting point. He's made a start, by the way. Of course, we need to help our manufacturing, we need to help our financial services, we need to help our professional services. All these areas we need to sort of work with and look at new markets. For example, there's anti-Chinese sentiment. Can we have our companies investing abroad, because investment abroad brings dividends eventually? India, Africa, Indonesia, Vietnam, Thailand, there are many countries who are quite capable of producing what China produces at the moment.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for that question. Moving on to the fourth question is, so far, do you think that COVID-19 has exposed the fact that UK's manufacturing sector is falling behind?
Yes, it has, because many manufacturing SMEs, for example, are in financial difficulty, and therefore chances are that some of them will go bust. Our 10% market share in manufacturing might drop, and I think we need to work and help them to make sure that our manufacturing becomes key to economic recovery.
Okay, yeah. That is a difficult one, but obviously, again, as we said, a lot of work has to be done. And I think if we all stay united and go for that mission, things will work out.
That's right. We see UK has been a fantastic industrial base for many, many years, and now we are very weak. For example, the German, the French do a lot better in manufacturing than we do. Our share is, as I say, 10%, probably dropped down to about 8-9% because of COVID-19. And our productivity, what we produce in a week, the Germans, the French do in 4 days. So where are we going wrong? Are we lazy, or are we not investing enough in our technology? So I think it's a very, very important area, and manufacturing is key. Is a #1 item, I would say, for our export, to be more self-sufficient. We may produce things here which is more expensive than Chinese, but we rather now, it's worth taking the strategy of producing home. I mean, we are not capable of producing PPE. We import from China. Look at the weakness of manufacturing system here.
Yeah, I think a lot of effort in the manufacturing sector will definitely make a huge change. But time, I'm sure this will happen. Moving on from our British country, moving on to the African countries right now, you've been as a Prime Minister's trade envoy to Uganda and Rwanda. What impact has COVID-19 have had on the Africa's economy?
I think Africa has really suffered a lot, and this is a crucial moment of change and renewal for us here in UK, but for Africa as a whole. And this is the best approach for Africa to change its mindset. And Africa has its challenges, and they've got to address its challenges. I'll give you an example. It's a young democracy, so in many ways, I'm not surprised. You know, things like transparency, democracy, rule of law. Of course, corruption plays, unfortunately, not a good part in African politics. And these are exceptional crises for Africa. It requires exceptional response. And Africa has a huge potential to do better than the rest of the world, because Africa has everything that most people don't have, you know, in terms of raw materials, minerals, gold, diamond, oil, gas, you name it. They're very good at agri-tech. African culture is agriculture. And we ourselves are struggling sometimes to import agriculture from many parts of the world, but Africa hasn't got the infrastructure, has got the agriculture, with very fertile land to get the infrastructure right and to export more. Post-Brexit, we'll need African imports coming to UK in agriculture. So they have to jumpstart the African economy, you know, for recovery and growth. And Africa must redesign itself to make use of the best opportunities it has available. You know, prior to COVID-19, the evidence shows that Africa's young democracy and economic star is rising, but not to the extent they're capable of doing more.
I think, as you said, Lord Poppet, it is the infrastructure. They've got the agriculture, but the infrastructure is what needs to be worked on. Right. And I'm sure, again, with time, don't you think that would be also moving ahead?
It will. I'll tell you, you know, we need to, for us, I'm talking from UK, Africa, because I'm trade envoy for African countries and representing UK government. And obviously, being African born, sometimes I'm biased. But there are many areas we can do. For example, we need to build bridges with Africa. You know, Barclays Bank were there for the last 60 years, nearly 100 years, and they've left Africa. We used to have direct flights, London, Heathrow, you know, to Entebbe, to Lusaka, to Dar es Salaam, to Freetown, all that stopped. What I've done as an envoy, we've sold 2 aeroplanes to Rwanda. Now we fly directly, Kigali, London, Kigali. Come March next year, we'll be flying, Ugandans have acquired 2 planes. That's good for export because those Airbuses have British engines. So we'll be flying London and Entebbe, London by March next year, which I'm already talking to our Civil Aviation Authority people and our minister to see if we can get a slot at Heathrow. But Africa has been hit badly with COVID-19 because there are many things that's happened in Africa. One, by the way, these planes, one of the things that benefits Africa is not the passengers coming here, also the cargo on a daily basis. Now, Kenya Airways brings their fruits and veg on a daily basis. Uganda can do the same. Lusaka can do the same. Malawi can do the same. And the strength of African economy is agriculture, because 60% of Africans work in that agriculture field. And as I said earlier, they've got very fertile land. They've got amazing mineral and natural resources, which they can work on. You know, they can industrialize and maybe replace China as a manufacturing hub. So they have a huge potential, but Africa has been hit in 3 areas. One, little export they did has more or less stopped. Second, that Kenya is not able to export their flowers and other things, so it's hit Kenyan economy so much. Second thing is tourism. Tourists are not going to Kenya, Uganda, or Rwanda because of the COVID-19. The third thing is there are many African diaspora working in UK, US, and Canada who used to send remittance to their country. So that inward money coming in foreign exchange has more or less stopped because the people in the West have become jobless because of COVID-19. So it's hit Africa badly, unfortunately. It's a poor continent, but the continent has huge potential. And for us, we've got 1.3 billion customers in Africa, 400 million middle class, highly educated. Yes, young democracy. So you've got to give them a chance. It's not perfect, but given time, they will become perfect.
Absolutely correct. Now, the news about Barclays Bank comes close to my heart because my father was one of the Barclays Bank managers in Nairobi about 30 years ago. So yeah, that news about Barclays Bank, which was one of the top banks in
Correct.
the African countries, and especially.
And let me say something, like the number 2 in our cabinet is Rishi Sunak. The number 2 in Barclays board of directors is Tushar Mozoria, a young boy who came like me as a refugee with his parents from Uganda. So Tushar is a group finance director of Barclays Bank.
Amazing, amazing, amazing. Yeah.
Amazing
So
how
here we're
well
doing
British
really well,
Indians are
but we
doing in
really
UK.
pray for the African. Sorry.
It's amazing how well the British Indians are doing in UK. It's an amazing country that we live in.
Absolutely, absolutely correct. Now, moving on from the economic impact of COVID-19, we want to go on to the social impact that COVID-19 has been. And this is very interesting, Lord Poppet. You were actually commissioned by the Lohana community to write this amazing report on an aging population. It took you 18 months to write this. What was your motivation to do this?
I think there is an aging population in United Kingdom and more within the Lohana community. I was requested by the president and this of Lohana community to commission a report some 18 months ago. So I spent 18 months with a group with 3 other people, so a team of 4 people working together. We probably spent about 2,000 hours and interviewed 120 individuals, took evidence from them, and institutions, including the Jewish community, the Jewish Care, the Somali community, and we came up with a report. Because people are living longer than ever before, a major achievement of modern science and healthcare. But we are not well prepared to see how we can address these challenges. And if I just show you the report that was published last month, Aging Population Within the Lohana Community. And Lalit, if anybody wants a hard copy or electronic copy, please let them email you and I'll be very happy to forward it to them, no matter where they live in the world.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Lord Popper. That is a report that I personally read, and absolutely, this is an amazing project that you took on, and some very, very interesting outcomes have been printed in this report. Highly recommend anybody listening to us today live on the Zoom, on Facebook, on YouTube. Please, if you want to read this report, just email us and we'll be very happy to distribute these booklets to you. Lord Popper, that was an amazing project you took on, and some amazing results that have come out of it too. So thank you very much for doing that.
But the social impact you are asking me, aging is inevitable, but
Yes.
the way we age is not. And as a society, we all are living longer, as I said earlier, but than ever before. But millions of us were missing out on a good late life. I mean, I can give you, many, many examples of the evidence I took. 90% of people over the age of 65, they thought aging or retirement is not wanting to work anymore. But there's a lot more we can do at 65. We can really enjoy life so much. I learned so much myself when I did research. One of the things I did, I'm now 65 plus, is took up golfing, and I thoroughly enjoy that. So people think getting old means not having to work, but getting old, you can do amazing work in a lot of them do in voluntary sector, in other areas, in communities. Some of them become school governors, and some of them become counselors, which is a good thing. And some of them take up holidays abroad a lot more than they used to. People like me take up golf. But the biggest challenge I found in this report was the loneliness, feeling lonely. Almost doubles the risk of elderly person dying, because Lalit, you are a medic, you know it. Loneliness creates depression, that creates illness, that can kill people early. But if you want to live longer, try and avoid that loneliness.
So what do you think the young people are responsible for the elderly with this aspect of loneliness? How can we look at the younger generation today and see what we can do?
I think what we need this intergenerational dialogue. In other words, the grandchild, the father, and the granddad. That is very important. They engage and interact on a regular basis. In many ways, COVID has helped in many ways. People have realized people's mindset have changed, outlook has changed with COVID-19. It was all we. It's now us. So that has helped a lot. But a lot of things young people can do to help elderly people is train them in technology. because what I found out, majority, I would say about 80%, were not familiar with technology. They needed, apps to get a doctor's appointment, for example, and all that. So they were not familiar. Zoom meetings are now very regular between families and right across the UK, especially within the British Indian community. So teaching technology will help a lot. Even taking an elderly person to visit a nursery school, the nursery kids coming to see an old people's home, maybe. So that makes a huge difference in the mindset and the outlook towards elderly.
Yes, absolutely correct, Lord Poppet. We have a couple more minutes, and I'm being a bit selfish over here. I have a few more questions I want to ask you. So one of the things I just wanted to quickly ask you was, how has this particular report that we published, how has it been taken on by the public?
Oh, it was taken very well, and I do acknowledge the report, the contribution that elderly people make to their families and the community, which is fantastic. But the Lohana community sent out throughout the UK about 8,000 hard copies, yes, and roughly some 30,000 electronic copies have gone to America, Canada, East Africa as well. I have a meeting next week again with the East African people just on this very subject. And I think it's given a lot of realization to young and old that, listen, aging is great, but what can we do to get the best out of it and enjoy life in our old age, at the same time make contribution, not just to the community, to the country, but to the family. So it's been taken very well. It's given realization. I myself initially was reluctant to do it because time consuming, but whilst I was doing, I thoroughly enjoyed it. And I learned a lot about myself personally, I've got relations who live on their own. I realized that one of the problems of the illness is not actual health illness, but it's loneliness. And so the number of areas, I also realized people's financial planning is very poor. A lot of people were well-to-do, but in the old age became poor, and they relied solely on the pension they received from the government. So it's been taken very, very well. I mean, the community and many people have written to me and to the president, Yatin Bhai Dawda, that a job well done by the Lohana community. They commissioned the report. It was their idea to do it. So,
yeah, great. It's a great project and has been well received. So thank you very much for that. One final question, Lord Poppet, is how can you help older people to adapt to technological changes and join online platforms like this?
I think, as I say in the report, that we need to do professional training by a young generation, train the elderly on a regular basis to do with technology, how to use online services and order things and get doctor's appointment and have family meetings and get into Facebook and Twitter, maybe even to keep the mind and body occupied, and it's been a great help to them.
Lord Poppet, it's been an amazing afternoon. Thank you for sharing all your wonderful knowledge about the socio-economic impact of COVID-19 on our country, on the African subcontinent. So once again, on behalf of the Healing Our Earth team, we thank you very much for coming, giving us your valuable time and sharing some good knowledge with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lalit. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, we are moving on from London. We are here once again, and it actually comes time for my hosting time to end. And I'm going to hand over my position at this moment to a lovely gentleman, Dr. Milind Shah from the United Kingdom. Let me tell you about Dr. Milind before he comes on board. He is an NHS doctor for many years, and he's a GP partner in a large practice in London, serving a variety of patients. He follows up a range of long-term patients from children to teens to adults with a particular interest in the elderly. This is just going on from our topic. We were talking with Lord Poppet, Dr. Milind, about how we're looking after the elderly people and the end-of-life care. From a spiritual background, the work is deemed as seva, service, with an emphasis on communication skills, with compassion and understanding. We have the next host coming up, Dr. Milind Shah, a super gentleman, a humble human being. Dr. Milind, welcome this afternoon to Healing Our Earth and on the COVID-19, the impact on the community.
Good.
A global namaste to you.
Global namaste. Thank you so much, Lalit. Dr. Sodak, a chiropractor. We're in a similar field, and it's good to see you again. And I really enjoyed that session with Lord Poppet. There was so much to pick up, particularly, as you mentioned, on the elderly. And it just came to mind, there's one very old, ancient Sanskrit saying, Matru Devo Bhava, Pitru Devo Bhava, Acharya Devo Bhava, Atiti Devo Bhava. Whoever you see, if you cannot see God, and everyone see God in your mother, in your father, in your teacher, whoever comes to you. And it particularly, I think in our field, whenever we see someone, at that point you see, may I offer that service? Whatever, at that point, those words, may they flow out of me at that time to help the other person. And particularly, I think, so welcome, I think you see behind me, welcome to a normal NHS general practice room. So I'm actually sitting in the surgery today on a Sunday, catching up with some work. And as Lord Poppet said, even particularly in Britain, things that the NHS had planned, namaste to you, Lord Poppet, as well. And on this day, there were things that were planned to take years ahead in terms of technology increase. I know one of our speakers is going to be speaking about technology we've been doing as medics here. So online consultations, Zoom meetings, etc. But with that in mind, thank you so much for welcoming me on. And to all of you watching at home, there's so much more to see. So Dr. Sodha Lalit, before you leave us, maybe some highlights of what you've noticed. I mean, there was a session on Ayurveda, a session on nutrition, on economics, and also we had Master Del Pei with us as well.
Absolutely. I tell you, we've had an amazing morning this, when we started at noontime, actually, an amazing afternoon. We were in Canada with the Sri Ranjani Jaydev, who talked to us about Ayurveda and COVID. She talked about some amazing principles of Ayurveda and how we can prevent this COVID-19 affecting us. Then we flew on from Canada into the Philippines, and this amazing lady doctor, Dr. Michelle Palmer, she educated us on the right kind of food, on nutrition, and how we can build a strong immunity through nutrition. And moving on from there was Dr. Michelle Palmer's talk was absolutely amazing. And then came Master Del Pei, who is also from the Philippines, and mind-boggling how the online healing can affect people who have been affected with all kinds of diseases, and the concept of innate intelligence, the innate immunity, and how they can all work with you, provided they have the facilities online to actually heal the patients. And he's got some substantial work that he's done. So it was an amazing, and by ending my morning session with the lovely Lord Poppet, who was here talking about the socioeconomic impact of COVID on Britain, and we also traveled into a bit of Africa and looking at the economic status there. So once again, it has been a very, very informative session, Milan, and I'm sure the rest of the afternoon is going to be good. I'm going to say a very global, huge global namaste to all of you. Thank you for bearing with me this morning. It's been a great pleasure to be having hosted this event for Healing Our Earth. Thank you very much. Over to you, Dr. Milind Shah.
Thanks so much. So all of you watching at home, stay tuned. Lalit, thanks so much. I'm keeping my spine straight. All your guidance as well as a chiropractor. So keep well. And all of you watching, there is so much more to come. Do log in to Healing Our Earth. See who the speakers are coming up. So in a moment, we're going to introduce someone called Tushar Jalan, who's with us. So Tushar, a warm welcome. In a moment, we're going to be introducing you. Please do look forward. We've got Dr. Harvey Patel, a dentist as well. Susanka Diaz talking about digital technology as well. So we've got, and also PK Narayan talking on economics as well. So we've got already in the next few hours, do look ahead of what's coming up. So just to remind you, Healing Our Earth is a community channel. Just do look, this is actually the 18th session. Every Sunday since almost COVID, the lockdown certainly in the UK began, this has become a global initiative. 18 sessions. So 18 is a very auspicious number in many ways. And this is our 18th session together. Every week as we continue, within the Indian community, the Hindu community, the festival of Janmashtami comes up. There'll be a very special Janmashtami session this Wednesday, the 12th of August. So do log in, find out what's happening there as well. And then we carry on next Sunday, the 16th of August, with another well-being session. So do look on, so many speakers have come and so many people have been sharing their wisdom, and it's we've learned from people with otherwise never even connected with or known of. We've gone through this initial shock of COVID. And as you see, where are the epicenters now? We see South America, we see USA still cases rising, Africa and India. I think in Europe now, our resilience is trying to increase as the initial shock has come. How do we now take our next steps? In England, certainly it's the peak of summer at the moment. So we're seeing corona cases maybe being lower than before, but winter is coming and what changes those may bring. But anyways, we move on. Even Lord Poppet spoke about the elderly, and almost on the other side also of youth as well. What are the implications for youth and COVID? And for that, we're really happy to have our next speaker. So we'll see you online in a moment. Tushar, a warm welcome to Healing Our Earth. You're coming all the way from India at the moment. So a few words on who Tushar Jalan is. Tushar Jalan is a BBA, a Diploma of Marketing and Brand Management from Guwahati in Assam. So big welcome from India and Assam. Tushar runs his family business called Jalan's Tea. So hopefully you can share with us some tips on the best way of making a cup of tea. I think there are enough debates on that. In Europe, people don't add milk. In England, people add milk. But anyway, jokes apart, Tushar is also the founding president of Don Bosco Philately Club and a president of the Interactive Club of Don Bosco. And really a theme being of a youth change maker. I can see, do look up his biodata and write-up, but particularly on there of being a youth change maker. So with that in mind, hopefully there are some youth watching. The whole session is being recorded on YouTube and be ready to be played back. So even if those of you who missed a session, you can always go back. So Tushar, hopefully we'll now see you on the screen.
Yeah,
and
hello.
A warm welcome to you. So a namaste. And please do share with us, and we can share ideas and talk together. We've got for the next 25 minutes together, or as long as you want.
Sure. Thank you very much, Mr. Dr. Milen Shah, and a global namaste from India to all the participants of Healing Our Earth and the team Healing Our Earth. First of all, a thank you to Dr. Milen Shah, Mr. Neil, Mr. Jayashree Patel for your warm introduction. Today, I feel privileged and blessed to be invited by Team Healing Our Earth for the free global online summit on COVID community impact. And I would be speaking on role of youth in COVID era. So first of all, apologies. In the last moment, I had my uncle expired, so I had to run away from the funeral ground because my commitment is a commitment. So without wasting time, I'll share my screen so that we can begin audio visual one. Okay, sorry.
Excellent, thank you. Yep, we can see your initial screen.
Sure. I think everything is visible, right?
Perfect. We can see your main screen.
Yeah. Okay. So please pardon me if anything is wrong because I'm in a hurry. Okay. So my topic is youth in COVID, and I am representing Road Tract District 3240, which is the 9 states, Indian states, which combines together, and it is known as Rotary International District 3190. I am sure that everybody have heard what Rotary is. We are very much responsible for ending polio in many countries. I think in Pakistan and Nigeria it is left, but we are sure that we would be ending there also. So my name is Tushar. I'm from Guwahati, Assam. So I would be speaking on youth in COVID. So here is a brief about my life. I was born on 27 May in Guwahati in the Marwadi family. I've been educated in all the prestigious school of Northeast India, Maria Public School, Don Bosco, Faculty Amingao, Bangalore University. I own a company called Intergold Global, which is in branding, marketing, digital media, everything, and events. Also, we have a family business of Jalan's Tea, which is 1979 brand, and we also hold the world's costliest tea record in the whole world. Also a startup called Absolute Tea. So these are all my past organization experience from school, a president of Don Bosco Interact Club, founding Don Bosco Philately Club, co-member for Indian Red Cross Society, college Rotract, enjoy your giving week, etc. So let's move on. Here are some of the achievements we had in the Rotract. Before going to the youth in COVID, I would like to give what Rotract is. Rotract, the organization which I represent, is the world's biggest youth organization, which is under the aegis of Rotary International, and it's a 53-year-old organization. So as you can see, the Rotract Global News had featured our project, which was we had adopted a school and we had beautified without help of any personal professionals out there. Also, we have a project called Be for Her, in which happens in 5 countries. Till now, we have already educated and donated 11,000 rural girls, and we have donated around 1,50,000 sanitary pads with the education of how to use the pad, how to burn it after using, and what is the importance of the pad. Also, here is one more project, Mancha project chaired by me, which is transforming schools in Northeast. As a Rotary International Literacy Mission Chair of RID 3240, we ensured that 2 to 15 schools around Northeast got projects more than 5 lakh plus, which is self-funded by all the youth members of Rotract. Here are some flagship projects under my chairmanship. We had launched Mukti, the anti-drug campaign, Up for Hope, Down for Dope. We have an initial target to create awareness and change 10,000 youths in a year. The project was launched by Honorable Governor of Assam, Professor Jagdish Mukhi, and on the right you can see Joint Commissioner of Police present there. As you can see, the same has been featured in this is Leaders Gallery, the Chief Minister of Assam, Governor of Assam, and a life coach and a motivation speaker, Gaur Gopal Das. Rotarian Kalan Banerjee, who's a Rotary past international president, Rotarian Shekhar Mehta, who would be leading Rotary International in the year 2020-21. The Minister for Law, Justice, Cooperation and GTD, Siddharth Bhattacharya, and Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister, Shivraj Singh Chauhan. So I think the drum beating has happened. Now let's focus on youth in COVID. So as we all know that from March, we all have been stuck in a very tight position called coronavirus or the COVID-19. So what is the definition of youth? We all know about the coronavirus or the COVID-19. What do you mean by the youth? The youth means the United Nations for Statistics defines youth as the persons between the age of 15 and 24. But unfortunately, in India, people of age 40 also consider themselves youth. So the line has to be drawn between the youth and an independent adult. I always believe in quote of great Swami Vivekananda, arise, awake, and stop not until the goal is reached. I have always one mantra for all the youth members of my organization, that you should be empowered by your mind, by the quality of the work, not the quantity of the work. So how are the youth of Rotract 3240 are doing in 3240? Real life example which will inspire many. So let's go on the journey of Rotract 3240 and 1,500 plus youth who are doing selfless services to the society. So as we know that COVID has hit the world in a very bad way. So instead of wasting our time over Netflix, wasting our time over Prime Amazon or Hotstar or Sony Live or any other platform, our youth members from Rotract, we decided to take up Rakshitam project, where it has been self-funded by the youth and more than 2 lakh rupees has been spent on 30 locations. On those 30 locations, we have distributed sanitizers, face shields, and PPE kits to the policemen, the garbage pickers, the newspaper hawkers, nurses, ambulance worker, everything. So one might ask, this community service can be done by anybody. But the main difference is this is self-funded by the members. We don't get fund from any government or any NGO or anybody. So what is the benefit of the youth in doing this, and what are the advantages they are getting? First of all, productive time. Generally, we see that people youth especially, waste their time in unwanted stuffs like drugs, like drinking, smoking, etc. whenever they are free. But we ensure that our volunteers do not waste their time, and every time of the lockdown which they are at the home or their city, home city, they are doing a productive work. If you can see, there is a sense of mental peace and gratitude. You can see how we are empowering youth and making them understanding the hardships faced by policemen, the medical workers, and the garbage cleaners. We always, we youth have a tendency ki theek hai yaar, paisa, we are paying the money, but what I am paying it. So this all projects like Rakshitam and etc. realizes them, make them realize that they are doing a good job. And when they do the projects on ground, number one, it's a gratitude to all our hard workers who are in the front line as COVID warriors. Number two, they feel responsible. Number three, we serve the society on our capacity. So this makes the youth more responsible. Coming to Sanman. Sanman is felicitation of frontline Corona warriors with a small certificate which is framed. What is the benefit of a youth giving a certificate? Anybody can give a certificate. Today, the challenges come that, okay, if I go near any of the COVID frontline warrior, I will catch Corona, especially in India. But our youth, the Rotractors, the RID 3240, under our leadership, they defy all the odds and they make sure that they hit the ground. They felicitate all the medical staff, all the garbage pickers, all the ambulance drivers, and they feel boosted up that if those people can serve, they can give their life for our nation, India, then why can't we? It's a real story which I told Jashi ma'am also. Many people, the award receivers, it's a small certificate in 100 rupees frame. Many people cried. We are not able to show the video due to lack of time, but it's a real inspiration. We feel very good. So whenever a youth who is into bad things, I have seen in a real life example, 2-3 persons were there in Bangalore city when I was studying. So I was a part of this youth organization. They literally cried when they saw old age people in the old age homes when their children's abandoned them. So there comes the difference where youth organizations like Rotrack come into the play and they make those unruly people, unruly youth, the youths which are in the wrong path, a life lesson that your life is not so free or not so, if I call in the Indian word, sasta nahi hai. So these are the few examples in which what you call our youths are doing that. Apart from that, our youths have been doing webinars on how to safeguard ourselves and the society and their family from COVID-19. They invite doctors from reputed hospitals and nursing homes and make sure that all the society members who are underprivileged, who do not get the opportunity to consult good doctors, get consultation for free. Webinars are organized on issues of mental health. As we can see in India and Mumbai, many stars have been suicided. The cause, but suicide is a suicide. But our Rotractors, the Rotrack 3240, we have been doing multiple mental health and anti-suicide webinars during lockdown. As the report WHO and the Health Ministry, the mental health of Indians or many other people around the world are going drastically down. So this is the point where our organization and my Rotractors come to the play and they ensure that nobody sits idle. Please trust me, I never get 1 minute time also in weekend. I think Jashi ma'am knows that. She had been following up with me, but I would have missed her communication and I used to reply her after 2 to 3 days. That is the amount of time utilization this organization ROTRACT has given. One more webinar or programs which our ROTRACTors and we promote in our organization is number one, skilling up. We have webinars for free Photoshop. We have webinars for free Tally accounting softwares. We have webinars for different community services. We have webinars on public speaking. We have webinars on body language. All these are indirectly or directly affecting lives of many youths. You can imagine if an organization of 9 states, if they organize it, and in one go, we have connected 9 states youth, what a difference our organization is making. I would like to tell my story, what I was a shy boy. I was a very, like, if any guest used to come, I used to run away into my room, like, okay, mom, I don't want to meet anybody. But trust me, 7 years of ROTRACTION, I am focusing on my organization ROTRACT because this thing has taught me to earn my bread. This ROTRACT has taught me how to talk. This organization has taught me human values. I can never forget this organization. So if I am mentally fit, if I am in front of you sparkling and speaking so much, trust me, during the lockdown days in India, we are locked down from March. But this organization has something or the other every day. I think those who see my status, Mr. Neil and Jayashi sees every day something or the other is there. So we make sure that our ROTRACTors don't what you call sit idle, because you also know that idle minds are homes for devils. So what is the benefit of youth in ROTRACT during our COVID times? Number one is better utilization of time instead of unethical work. Number two, I'm proud that ROTRACT is present in 180 countries and we have 250,000 members all around the world in 180 countries. And we have more than, I think, 7,000 to 8,000 clubs. So you can see, if you go to London, if you go to Australia, if you go to Bihar of India, if you go to Guwahati, Bangalore, every nook and corner has a Rotarian. It has a ROTRACTor. So you never have a lonely place to live. Wherever you go, we meet our members and we make sure that we connect to. There's a one real life story. 2 days back, a person in Dibrugarh needed plasma. So they searched the whole state of Assam, but they did not get the plasma. But my sister-in-law, that is my brother's wife, she is a COVID survivor. She made sure that upon my request, I connected her to that ROTRACTor. And just see, his oxygen level was below 70. And 2 shots of plasma from my sister-in-law, and that youth is alive. They were ready to pay 1 lakh rupees for plasma due to shortage. But this platform during COVID saved a life. That is the power of ROTRACT and its networking. We always think that we are lower than somebody. We always feel inferior. If somebody is better than us, we have a tendency, human nature, to get jealous. But please trust me, this organization treats everybody. If you are rich, if you are poor, if you are smart, if you are dumb, if you are good looking, if you're not, this organization never discriminates upon you. We have an extended family, as I told, that due to our ROTRACT connections, the person got in touch with me, the youth got the plasma, he is out of danger. That is the extended family. I think we have, due to ROTRACT, we were saving 100 lives, but this time we have saved a COVID affected person. So what is now, people will say, because this chap has promoted his ROTRACT, okay, he came, but we don't need any introduction. We are a world brand of 53 years and Rotary is 114 years old, and we have honorary members like Ratan Tata, the Billas, the Godrej, and everybody. We don't need any platform to promote. But my motive is, if I go to Healing on Earth and if I promote myself, I would be doing injustice to an organization which has made me up. So the last point which I want to focus is all these things during COVID and non-COVID times. How does it make a youth better? When your circle is good, then obviously your thinking and your thought process would be good. Then lesser crimes would be there. Lesser unethical things would be there. People will indulge into networking. People will indulge into good community work. There would be less intake of drugs. There would be less suicide. There would be less unethical works and everything. When the world is adopting to the situation, our organization, Rotaract, we are making sure that you do not sit idle, they do not ruin themselves, and they become more responsible, they become more productive, and they become more sensible by better and effective utilization their time in a better way. And I would like to make sure that through your platform, we will promise that we would be soon tying up with Healing Your Earth on such good webinars where you promote good people around the world who is doing good. I think I have spoken a lot. If any questions are there, I'm open to it. And sorry for the, because as I told that I came from a funeral of my uncle. My commitment to Mr. Neil and my commitment to Jayashree ma'am was a commitment. I never backed down from my commitment. You can follow me on Facebook, TUSHARJLAN. I'm always there. And our organization is always there for such a great organization called Healing Our Earth. And I'm very grateful to the organizers for letting me express what we are doing during COVID in a very unprepared way, but due to unfortunate circumstances, we were not able to prepare. And thanks a lot for allowing me to present our work and myself in front of a global crowd of 40,000 as informed to me. Thank you. Global Namaste from India, Guwahati, Assam.
Fantastic. What a non-stop tour we just had from you. Really enjoyed that. And what is striking me from that is arise, awake, and stop not till your goal is reached. That quote from Swami Vivekananda, Uttishta Jagrata.
We always believe in that. And I personally, being a very big fan of Mr. Narendra Modi, our Honorable Prime Minister, I believe that our action speaks louder than words. And when odds are against that, we are stronger. If Corona is against us, we youth will defeat it like we have done. I would like to place 1, 2, 3 statistics. Many youth organizations are there in India, but I openly challenge from your platform to compare our two months work with theirs. Our retractors are hitting the ground, but all youth organizations around the world, they are strict to webinars. And it's an unfortunate event that my uncle passed away and I was not able to show all the reports. If you can see, when people are giving the certificates to the ambulance workers, what in Hindi I'll translate it to English. In Hindi they said कि साहब बहुत लोग आए डॉक्टर को गमछा पहनाए, लेकिन हम जो पेशेंट को उसके घर में लाते हैं रात को 2 या 3 बजे, हमको कोई इज्जत ही नहीं करता. I would translate that in English for the global. When our retractors, when the youth goes and felicitates with 100 rupees certificate in a frame, that ambulance driver which carries the COVID positive patient to home from home to the hospital, he always says that we have been working tirelessly from March, but nobody, all they come in a suit, they come into kurta pajama and everything. They felicitate all the good babus, the doctors, the higher officials, but they never look up to us. That is the value which we want our retractors to learn, that to respect the lower class of people, due to which our India is performing better than many countries in fatality rate, in stopping the spread. So we don't only do community service, one platform for benefit, and the main thing is service above self, and we are proud retractors, and I'm proud to say that I'm part of this from 7 years of retractors, 3 years of interaction, and I'm sure I would be joining as a Rotarian. Thank you very much, and namaste.
Namaste. Thank you so much for your time, and to all of those who are watching. I think I've learned about Rotaract as well. Also, our condolences to your family member. Despite that, you came on as well. And what I'm taking away is this constant sense of dynamism. Don't let the mind remain idle. It can become a devil's workshop, particularly in youth. I'm also feeling old. 16 to 24 is youth. Oh dear, I'm definitely getting older then.
Please, please mind it. In our India, 40 years old uncle also understand that he is a youth, but I never understand that. I made sure that our membership age cap is up to 30. I told ठीक है 6 साल आप enjoy करिए, you enjoy for 6 years, but not more than 30. Sorry, you can join totally that. No offense to anybody.
No, fair enough. I'm well past it then. But another quote from Swami Vivekananda who said, "I've met people who are 90 years young and 16 years old." And I think the theme there is about growing and serving. And you're right, at this time, particularly youth can feel as if everything is slowed down and there's no avenue for them to serve. So those youth who are watching, you're watching a replay of this, please do get involved in some service. What I'm also picking up is that when you do see others in a different position, your entire mindset is changed. I remember my first visit to a nursing home when I was a youth, my first visit to the homeless, and I'm sure Tushar will say the same. Your entire perspective is changed and you see life in its totality. So once again, on behalf of Healing Our Earth, dear Tushar Jalan, thank you for your time and sharing your ideas. Namaste.
Namaste. Thank you.
Good. So those you're watching at home, I really enjoyed that. I felt Tushar's real energy come through. So we're still going strong. We're right on track. And our next guest, really excited to welcome. I'm just reading through her description and it's a warm welcome to Dr. Harvi Patel, who is a dentist, a frontline medic, interning at the moment at Ahmedabad Municipal Corporation Hospital, but many other strings to her bow. So she's actually got her own creative startup called Paracosm, which is actually her drive is to revive or reinvent the excitement of handmade cards and letters, which is very nice to actually receive something handmade. And she's saying that in this current era of social media, to receive some handmade media is really exciting. So a warm welcome to you. I think you've done many other things, Harvi, including holding a diploma in Indian classical dance of Kathak. You're also a content writer, trained to become a life coach as well. Gosh, how do you fit all this in? And as well as that, has been doing some online studying as well on psychological effects of COVID, art and medicine, creative thinking. Gosh, we have lots to learn from you, and a big welcome to Dr. Harvi, who will share some ideas. So a warm welcome to you. How are you getting on? Where are you broadcasting from at the moment?
Thank you. So yes, my name is Dr. Harvi Patel. Thank you, Dr. Milan, for this wonderful introduction that you gave. Right now, I'm at my hostel in the campus of Ahmedabad Municipal Corporation Hospital in Gujarat, that is in India. So yeah.
Brilliant. And I can see some artwork behind you. Is that yours or one of your students or?
No, that's mine. That's mine.
Fantastic. So I think you're now, we've got the next half an hour together. I'm sure you've prepared some things to share with us. There'll be some, we've got some questions for you as well on a medical theme, but also with your background in arts and the whole interaction. As you know, particularly those in the medical field, we know the interface between art and science, particularly in the field of communication with patients and how we can use various aspects of our personality to interact. But Harvi, over to you. Please do share with us some of your thoughts and let's see where that takes us.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Firstly, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to Jayashree Chaudhary, because she was the one who introduced me to this platform. And I just met her some time ago and we were interacting about her involvement with selfless activities, her Udan NGO and her association with Healing Our Earth. I would also like to thank Mr. Neil Kumar, because he's been guiding constantly since day one regarding putting out the promotional reels and entering this webinar and the technical glitches and everything. So yeah, thank you so much, everyone. I would also like to thank everybody in the audience who's listening to this, who's interested in this. So one of the things that prompted me and pushed me towards joining this and joining this online summit was that it is free, and also the information that it dispatches from a lot of individuals in varied fields and from all over the world. So the global platform is also one of the things that pushed me towards saying yes to this. Plus, I've been on active COVID duty since the month of April. I've been on check posts. I've taken samples, the swab samples of patients. I've been posted on highways and went to a lot of urban health centers and taken samples of patients over there. So in all of my duties and all of my going out and daily routine and stuff, I see a lot of people who they are taking care of the precaution. They are taking the proper precautions that need to be taken, but somewhere they're misguided. Somewhere because there's a lot of information, and I think a lot of information overload has caused them to be very much confused as to what to follow, how to follow. Hand washing is there, wearing masks is there, but even while wearing masks, I've seen that a lot of people wear them below their nose, which again is makes the whole point of wearing mask useless. So yes, today I would like to take this opportunity on discussing about the precautions that we need to take to protect ourselves as well as the people around us, our friends, families, and colleagues from this pandemic, from this novel coronavirus. So a lot has been said about the three pillars of the precautions, as I call them, that is wearing masks, keeping social distancing, and wearing masks, keeping social distance, as well as hand washing and using sanitizers. So firstly, I would like to begin with the hand wash. We are all familiar with the 20-second hand washing routine. We've seen lots of videos, I'm sure all of us have, regarding how to wash hands. But I would like to stress on when to wash hands. Like I'm stepping out of my house, say, so I wash my hands and I step out, I wear my mask. So when I'm wearing my mask, I make sure that my hands are clean because I'll be touching my face, I'll be touching my ears. There are chances I'll be touching my nose and my eyes as well. So washing hands before wearing the mask, washing hands after taking off the mask is one of the things that I would like to stress on. Then a lot of us feel that because we have almost all of us have our pocket sanitizers with us. So having our pocket sanitizers make us feel that, okay, I'm going out, I'm on my vehicle, I'm sanitizing, I'm cleaning my hands with my sanitizer, and now I can touch my eyes, I can touch my nose. All of that, my suggestion, you should avoid. Once you're out of your house, avoid touching your hands to any part of your face is what I would suggest. Now, I've also seen a lot of people wearing gloves in public. So some of them wear gloves as a reminder that because they have their gloves on, they don't have to touch any of their facial surfaces. But some of them take it as a means of protection. So I've seen a lot of people when I go for grocery shopping, when I go for my duty, that they're wearing masks, they're pulling their hair behind them. They're also itching, they're also scratching their itching on the face. They're also sometimes cleaning their nose like this. So what I would like to say is, you're wearing gloves, you've touched hundreds of surfaces around you, and now with those gloved hands, you're bringing them on your face. So the point of gloves is not to protect your hands from the virus, but to protect your face from getting in contact with the virus. Because once your contaminated gloves, they touch your face, your eyes, nose, ears, and mouth, they provide a very easy entry point for the virus to get inside of you. And that is why I would say that if you're using gloves as the means of reminding yourself that you don't have to touch unnecessary surfaces, then good, go on. But if you're wearing gloves and you're being even more careless about the surfaces you're touching and you're going into crowded places, I would like to say that please stop wearing gloves. Now, the third thing, social distancing. Why is it important? Why is every government, everywhere that you go, is stressing upon social distancing and that you should maintain 1 meter distance from anybody near you? is because this particular coronavirus, the novel coronavirus, it is present in the aerosols, in the respiratory droplets. For example, if I am sick and I may cough, I may sneeze, and the droplets are all in my vicinity. Now, if you come anywhere near me, the chances of you getting those, catching those virus particles from the respiratory droplets is too high. And when you go out grocery shopping, when you're out in markets, when you go to banks, you don't know who's symptomatic, who's asymptomatic but has the virus in their body, who has a viral load in their body. You don't know that, right? And hence, as a precaution to yourself, as a safety measure for yourself, you keep a distance of 1 meter from them, at least 1 meter. Because see, one thing's clear. In order to stop this, you cannot stop yourself and the entire country and the entire globe from moving out of their houses, right? You can keep them shut in for some time, say a month, say 15 days, but after some time the routine has to resume. All of us, we have to make a conscious effort that we are now living with this virus. So there are some precautions that we need to keep on thinking consciously, keep on consciously reminding ourselves that, okay, I don't have to touch unnecessary surfaces. So tell me if this sounds familiar. You go to a bank, a normal day, say back a year ago. So you go to a bank, you're leaning on the counter, you're also like leaning forward on the counter, you're touching the pen, you're borrowing pen from each other. There's this one common pen on a bank desk which everybody uses. But now, with the virus entered in our lives, with the virus affecting us and the entire globe, now when you step out, you have to step out with some conscious changes. Like, you have to remind yourself again and again. I know this won't come easy because we have been living the way we have been living for last so many years, and suddenly this breakthrough comes and we have to take care about not touching unnecessary surfaces, not leaning on the counters, not sitting on public benches, or if you're sitting, if it is inevitable, then keep your hands to yourself. I would stress this very much. Whenever you're outside your room, outside your house, keep your hands to yourself. Don't make them touch unnecessary surfaces. Don't bring them in contact with people. And when it comes to wearing masks, so there's this one thing that I would like to say, that by wearing a mask, you are more obliging to other people, because in case you are an asymptomatic carrier, you don't transmit your virus to others. So you are wearing the mask as an obligation to others, to protect others. So, and even while wearing and removing masks, what I would suggest is you would hold them by the strings, you would put them over your nose, and with your clean hands, with your clean washed hands, with two hands, you pinch here, make the mask contour with the contour of, come in contact with the contour of your face. Hold and pull it below the chin. Make sure that your mask covers your nose, mouth, as well as the chin. Again, I would say there is no point in wearing the mask below the level of your nose, because the air that you're breathing in and the air that you're breathing out acts as an easy tunnel, as an open tunnel to the viral droplets. Now, about a lot of stuff on quarantine as well. When should you quarantine? When should you self-isolate yourself? There will be times when you'll feel out of blue, when you will have a simple fever, and because the situations are such, even a simple sneeze or a cough tends to freak us out, tends to get everybody in our house in grave tension, that okay, oh my god, is this person having symptoms of COVID? So in those situations, whenever you're feeling feverish, whenever you're down with cold, or whenever you're coughing, whenever you have slight uneasiness or something, stay home. self-isolate yourself. Don't come in contact with people unless you heal, because even if you're down with something else, because fever can comes because of hundreds of reasons. It is the first defense mechanism of our body. Whenever a foreign body enters our system, the first response of our body as defense is fever. So fever can be because of hundreds of reasons. Why you need to isolate yourself is so that your immunity doesn't become weak, and then you go out, you get exposed to the coronavirus, and then you become a patient of COVID. So that is the reason why you need to self isolate yourself. I think I've covered pretty much of what I wanted to say. Oh yes, one more thing. So a lot of us, all of us actually, we've been habitual of sneezing and coughing into both of our hands. What I would suggest, and a lot of authorized and organizations like WHO suggest, is you sneeze and cough into the bend of your elbow, because that way when you cough, you're not touching any other thing with the bend of your elbow. Whenever you cough into your mouth, there are chances that you're out. You may touch other surfaces, you may touch somebody's pen, you may touch n number of things in a grocery store, you may be out anywhere, you may be touching the handles of your vehicle. So when you have coughed in the bend of your elbow, the chances of you transmitting the respiratory droplets that are accumulated in the bend of your elbow to other places is very less, and hence you break the chains of transmission. You break the chain of transmission by staying home, by coming in contact with limited number of people, traveling only when necessary. We still haven't moved to a phase where we have a vaccine or we have some medication for this virus, and hence you travel only when it is necessary. You don't travel for leisure purposes. Again, there have been a lot of drugs out there claiming that they're there for curing COVID. But as I would say that no, those are not the correct claims. Some of the drugs, they may be used to boost your immunity so that your body is better able to fight COVID. And other drugs which are given as the treatment of COVID-19 to the patients who are admitted because of COVID-19 is so that you don't catch any other opportunistic infection. It is like you're already down with COVID, your immunity is low. The antibiotics and the other antivirals that are given so that you don't catch and come down with yet another bacteria or yet another viral disease. I guess that's it for now. And Dr. Millen, if you have any questions, I would gladly welcome them.
For sure. No, that was really well done. You told us in a very simple way. I think you started by saying there's a lot of information overload, and particularly those who are watching, I think we've been bombarded and sometimes with right or wrong different bits of information. But I think what's coming across globally are these three things of social distancing, wearing a mask, and frequent hand washing or sanitizing.
Hand washing, yes.
And we've had those updates. And I think you've given us a very clear message of how to wear a mask, you know, keeping it over both the nose and the mouth and the chin, also about hand washing. And I think it was helpful about gloves, because I think we do see people wearing gloves and actually then thinking that they're extra protected, etc. And also the balance between knowing when to distance. I think it's important because what I'm noticing also around the world, you'll see you're currently in India, which we know that the cases have been really rising, compared to Europe, where things are slightly relaxing. You've seen from our previous speakers as well, we've had an economist come on where the economy is trying to boost as well. So particularly in Europe, people are encouraged to try and, you know, you may have heard this phrase, eat out to help out, go and start boosting the economy. So there are lots of, I think, mixed messages as well coming. Some people, I've got patients who are petrified of actually leaving the house, others who want to get out, and it's important actually for their mental health to actually go out of the house as well. So what are you finding, if we come back to you then? So thanks for this very clear message of, I think people are now very clear on the hand washing, mask and social distancing. which is important, and those simple messages as well. What are you finding as well in terms of mixed messages, in terms of people wanting to come out, but also sometimes people are also staying in, and it's a fine balance? I think particularly in India, obviously currently, I think the lockdown remains, and so it is a fine balance.
Sorry, I didn't get your question. What are you?
Yeah, so really in terms of the balance between going out. So I think if you remain at home for too long, I think the loneliness or the interaction of lack of interaction,
it increases, yes.
Can be difficult,
yes.
versus going out and being at risk.
Yeah. So what I would suggest is a lot of professionals, they've shifted to work from home. But again, there are a lot of professions where working from home is not possible, like my own profession or the bankers or the drivers. So they need to go out. So what I would say is when you're going out, you have to take enough precautions, and you also have to make sure that it is absolutely mandatory for you to go out. Also, I think you need to recognize whether your workplace is comes under low risk, high risk, or a medium risk place. Because if you're working in a place like bank, where there's a lot of rush, where a lot of people are coming every now and then, you could also use you could make sure that the surfaces are clean, that the sanitization takes place properly, especially of the doorknobs, of the desks. That happens, say, every 2 hours or every 3 hours if the workload is more, if the rush is more. And even like in places like the cab drivers, the taxi drivers, they can make sure that their car gets sanitized, the seat covers, they get sanitized, the door handles, they get sanitized. So yeah, that is what I would like to say, that until it is mandatory, please refrain from going out only for leisure purposes.
Definitely, and I think things are different, and we're seeing slight changes in different countries, and so it can be confusing. Those who've also got relatives in other countries, I've got relatives in India or Africa, and sometimes they see what's going on in Europe. Suddenly people are coming out in Europe. You may have seen pictures of what's going on in England elsewhere, while other parts of the world, and you can see the different trends and curves. So I think even as members of the public, it's sometimes difficult. Well, you know, what you see things on social media. Coming back to you, I think being in India at the moment, I think people getting out to exercise also is important. What do you find about, if you've any advice you've given to people who are exercising, trying to wear a mask, their breathing is quite heavy wearing a mask, and what they might do in that sense?
Okay, so for exercising, what I would suggest is if you're going out for morning walks, or if you're running, or if you're doing any exercise out in open, it is okay if you don't wear a mask, but provided the place isn't crowded. If you're going in a park, you're the only one running around, or say 5 or 10 people are running around, and every one of you is at a good deal of distance, then you don't have to wear a mask. Because when you're wearing a mask and you're running around, you're exercising, definitely breathing becomes very difficult, and then we don't want to have you fainting or going breathless, and then again freaking out that, okay, I think I'm going breathless, I may have caught the virus somewhere. No, if you're exercising, you're going cycling, you should absolutely not wear your mask. Going to gyms for exercising is something that I personally wouldn't suggest, because of the you don't know who's come and used the same armamentarium before you have, the treadmill before you have. So I think exercising out in open, in the open environmental area, a park or your compound or anything, is completely okay, and you don't have to exercise. And the key here is keeping mandatory social distance when exercising outside without wearing gloves, without wearing masks.
Yeah, I think that is important, and people do, just even for their mental health, need to be exercising. But I think if people can get outdoors, I think things will change as climates change as well. In Europe at the moment, we're going through a lovely summer, but as winter approaches, people are that much more hesitant of what's going to happen next. So we've got the last few minutes, a few further questions we've got on the medical theme. You did touch upon briefly on antibiotics and drugs, and I think that's another area, particularly being a medic, we get asked a lot on number one, are there drugs which may help or be preventative, or any other tips on prevention or cures? So you mentioned briefly on antibiotics, and people, there have been lots of things put around on social media that this antibiotic might help or this drug might help, but as far as we're aware, generally it's to protect. If someone is very much down with coronavirus or in a hospital setting, they are very much prone to other illnesses, and therefore these antibiotics might prevent them. Otherwise, we do know, particularly in the community, there's a lot of antibiotic resistance, and using more antibiotics in an irresponsible way may not help. But
it's also not good for your health.
For sure. So if someone came to you as a medic and said, what are you doing now to keep your body healthy and prevent yourself as best as you can, apart from these sort of infection control measures? If there's anything you're taking now, it's difficult to know, nothing's clinically proven, but your top few tips, the things that you might be doing personally, obviously depending on people's own risks. But what have you been doing personally?
Yeah, so personally, I've been drinking warm water. I also drink a lot of green tea. Every day I promise myself that I'll exercise, but I'm not so into it. So yes, I don't go out specially for exercising, but while climbing the stairs and coming to my floor, I prefer to not use lift. I use stairs so that I get some amount of movement. I also go for walks. At night, I also have warm milk along with turmeric and ghee in it. So yeah, this is what I've been taking since a lot of time.
Excellent, good. There's nothing like turmeric. I think turmeric has taken the world by storm, and haldi is used in so many things. So I think really, truly so, it's having a resurgence, and we're certainly seeing, even in Europe, a lot of work we're doing. So non-patented at the moment and freely available in many ways. But I think what I'm taking away...
Plus it is...
Sorry, carry on.
Yeah, sorry. I was just saying that it is one of the most proven immunoboosters. So I think that is also one of the reasons why we're sticking to it.
For sure. So I think everyone now, hopefully at home, is finding their haldi powder or turmeric powder, mixing it with a bit of whatever, and taking it down. So one other question on vaccination. Now, I know obviously there's a lot of work being on a COVID vaccine. Coming to India, or certainly in Europe, we obviously have the pneumonia vaccination. And if you've got any reflections on that, or what you've been advising people on the pneumonia vaccination.
Okay, so a lot of people think that if you have taken pneumonia vaccine, it would cure your COVID infection as well. But no, it is not like that. The novel coronavirus, which has come up, needs its own vaccine, needs its own special medicine, which scientists all over the globe, they're literally slowing their minds off in making. The pneumonia vaccine, which is there, will not prevent your COVID infection. However, if you're suffering from pneumonia, it will help you. It will act as a symptomatic treatment if you're having pneumonia-like symptoms in your COVID infection.
For sure, yeah, I totally agree with that, actually. That so even in Europe, certainly in Britain, where I am, all over 65s are encouraged to have a one-off pneumonia vaccination, which protects against the particular bacteria, Streptococcus pneumoniae, and a one-off vaccination will really benefit. So those who are watching, we do recommend, and this is actually quite an effective one as well. And this year, particularly in Britain, in UK, we're encouraging a lot more patients to come forward, or people to come forward and have the influenza or the flu vaccine as well as winter approaches. So our time has gone by, Harvey. Time flies.
Okay.
We're at the last 1 or 2 minutes before I can see our next speaker, Sasanka, is with us. So in the last minute, it would be, I really want to share some reflections on your interest in creative arts and creative thinking, and your role in healthcare as well. Share something, even if it's a minute or two, on your passion for that creative side. We can see the painting in your background, we can see it in your write-up. Please do share some thoughts on that theme of art and creativity.
Yeah, so art and creativity, they go a lot more hand in hand than it is given credit for. Art has therapeutic applications as well when it comes to, not in my field very much, but it has been proven in cancer patients, in chronic disease patients, the Parkinson's patients, that whenever they're working with some form of art, say music or painting or crafting or anything, it takes your mind off your illness. It invests you, your energy, your mind into something that is more productive. It makes you forget your ailment. And in that state, your body starts healing. Your body begins to heal. And that is why I think art is very much necessary in our daily lives, because every time I notice that whenever I complete making some painting, or once I've completed making any craft item, the joy, the level of happiness that I have, I think it's not possible to explain. So it is for that happiness that I love indulging myself into creativity. I paint. I have, like you said, that I have my own startup by the name of Paracosm, where I take yearly workshops for kids as well. I paint, I sell paintings, I sell different paper items, craft items, and yeah, make a lot of best out of waste items and sell them.
Fantastic. So Hari Patel, thanks for joining us today on Healing Our Earth. Your session has been recorded. For those, you can always come back and watch. You can share with others. But thanks again for giving us those very simple messages. I think sometimes with all the other messages, to keep it simple, as you say, for years we've lived a very different life, understandably, and now suddenly we're trying to adapt ourselves because I think Corona is currently here with us to stay for a while, and how we restart our lives throughout the world in different stages of at least being much more wary of passing on to others, being aware of our own risks as well, and trying to dispel myths. And we're hoping this channel particularly can help give authentic, good quality speakers and good information that can help others. So Dr. Hari Patel, I'm sure we'll see you again in some guise or another. Yes. And do share. Namaste to you.
Namaste. Thank you so much. It has been my pleasure talking with you and with a wonderful audience. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Keep going. And to all of you watching, I really enjoyed that session. I thought Hari really shared some simple ideas, and also her passion for art, and that whole interaction, I think, between art and science, and that which enriches us. I remember, I think it was Lord Poppert before said, I've taken up a new hobby. So maybe during COVID, you've taken up some new hobby. But even in the art, in the field of medicine and mental health, how many people actually get benefit from some sort of art therapy, music therapy? Those of you who don't know, particularly one real interest is actually coloring in. You think coloring in, that's sort of what a 3 or 4-year-old does. But actually coloring in for adults, do Google it, is a very, very big topic, and how people get a lot of therapy from actually doing adult coloring in books. So one thing, I was with my children recently and we bought a new book, and just the feeling of holding something tangible. So when Hari was saying that she does greeting cards, there's something very tangible about holding something physical from time to time, as opposed to everything being on the screen. So with that in mind, those of you who are watching, do stay on. We've got still many hours ahead in this whole theme today of COVID within Healing Our Earth. A signpost to you again on the days ahead. Wednesday coming up is the festival of Janmashtami, and the whole theme of Sri Krishna with devotional songs, with stories will be here. And the following Sunday, our theme of wellness will continue. So this is our 18th session. Every week, every Sunday since the lockdown has started, there's been a Healing Our Earth session. And with that in mind, very much global, we now transport ourselves to the wonderful area of Sri Lanka, and welcoming our next speaker, Sasanka Diaz. Sasanka, a warm welcome to you. Welcome and a namaste to you. We'd like to share some ideas. I can see a clock in the background as well, so I can see at the moment your time being around about 7:30. Is that right in Sri Lanka? But before you start, we do want to introduce you as well. So Sasanka being really using digital media to create a positive social impact. Sasanka Diaz is a Sri Lankan news anchor, a television personality, and digital media influencer on a mission to create social change through media and technology. He created a specific video for the tsunami victims, which has been very well received, and actually has a YouTube series called Midweek Influence. So those do, I think, just go into Midweek Influence on YouTube and you'll see the challenge and what work he's doing there. Sasanka is particularly passionate about technology, strategy, innovation, digital media, communication, and something called the circular economy. Hopefully you can enlighten me, who is quite ignorant on what the term circular economy means. And Sasanka's personal branding statement. So I think his particular building brand is called Entrance, and you can tell us a bit more about that. But I love your statement, which is to be an influencer rather than an influenza. So rather than being the flu, do become an influencer. Sasanka, with that, a warm welcome to you, and do share with us your ideas. Namaste to you.
Namaste, Dr. Milan. Namaste to everyone. Thanks for having me. I reckon this is a fantastic platform to share knowledge and gain knowledge as well. So to begin with, I would like to say that we have heard a saying called, there is a silver lining in a dark cloud. So I believe the COVID-19 situation is the perfect example to that statement. It justifies that statement because we have seen plenty of innovations coming up. People are thinking anew to solve problems, to face the challenges. So we have seen plenty of innovations coming up across the globe. Even in Sri Lanka, we have seen university students, businesses, employees, whatnot. They have come up with new ideas to give out solutions to the challenges we are facing currently. So to begin with, I would like to talk about using digital media to create a positive social impact during COVID-19. So in my experience, the 2 or 3 months which we spent at home during the lockdown in Sri Lanka is the best time in my life so far, because I've joined close to 15 webinars, I've exchanged knowledge, made contacts, and built my network through these webinars. And I have learned plenty of things through these webinars and the online sessions that I've taken part in. So using digital media to create a positive social impact, before coming into that, we need to talk about the negative aspect of digital media as well. If people use digital media in the proper way, I'm sure definitely there will be a positive impact. If not, there will be consequences which you would never be able to come out of. So I believe the use of digital media and creating a positive mindset to use digital media is of paramount importance. So the WHO came up with a term called infodemic because we have seen a relentless flow of misinformation flowing throughout the COVID-19 situation. Even now we see on and off. So this situation could create consequences where people might believe the misinformation, and there will be situations of anxiety, also uncertainty, because this is a situation where we face uncertainty and anxiety. If we believe the misinformation, it will be hard for us to move on. So I reckon that we would be able to come out of it, but for the time being, it is a situation where we have to live with COVID-19. Let me emphasize on some of the examples from Sri Lanka. We have seen digital media influencers, YouTubers in Sri Lanka coming together, the top YouTubers in Sri Lanka coming together to disseminate information or deliver a message as to how you should face, or what are the precautions that you need to take when facing this situation. There is a set of guidelines issued by the WHO, and we have seen the Sri Lankan influencers coming forward to deliver these messages in a very creative way and with a bit of humor as well. So I believe these type of examples can be taken as a universal concept, and even across the globe we have seen plenty of examples as to how people have used their time at home creatively in terms of connecting with the family, connecting with friends, working out, or occupying yourself with things that matter to you. Because digital media has become a tool, especially in the COVID-19 situation, where we could keep in touch with our family, friends, and many other contacts that you may have. So this situation has persuaded people to believe in digital media, or it enabled or persuaded people to push their limits to believe social media and to move on with this wonderful platform of digital media. So I reckon that digital media is essential, but you need to use it in a way that it will be beneficial to you and the entire global society as well. So let's move on to...
Just briefly going to interrupt. I was really enjoying this. I just had one question just to come in about you may be coming on to that already. I love the concept of infodemic as well. The definition of what digital, you may be saying what digital media is that different to social media as well? What's your understanding or sharing with us? Because even I'm not sure what the term digital media means. Is that the same as social media? And what did you say? What are the pros and cons?
It's the same as social media, but digital media is somewhat uncommon, but people are familiar with the term as well.
Right.
So it's the same as social media. You can say that it's just another word for social media.
Right. Yeah. And I think you may come on to, because there are obviously various different platforms, without lamenting too many brands, but you've got sort of from Facebook to WhatsApp to Zoom type of calls. And I think Instagram, that's where my knowledge goes down. I know there's some of the youngsters, and I think different forms or platforms attract different age groups as well at times. I know we've got such a short period, and I think each one has its pros and cons. And you say people have pushed their limits. You've got people who never even even using WhatsApp or even using Zoom are suddenly becoming very adept at it, and it's helping them. But others, as you say, have succumbed, I think, particularly these big digital media platforms. Facebook, we've seen how much it's come under fire for allowing misinformation to gather as well. But that's helpful to know, because I wasn't sure. So I think social media or digital media has so many platforms. But do carry on. Thank you for clarifying that.
You're welcome, and yes, it's a pleasure. So since you talked about these different platforms, let me describe about the platforms in this manner. So in social media or digital media, Facebook is known as a party, Twitter is known as a club, and LinkedIn is known as a conference. So the type of content that you post on these different platforms differ, because, as you said, it appeals to different audiences. So what you post on Facebook cannot be posted on LinkedIn, and what you post on Twitter cannot be posted on LinkedIn too. And if you take platforms like Instagram, as you said, there is a huge attention or an attraction from the youth or the teenagers towards Instagram. So I reckon Instagram is also a platform that we can use to disseminate the information with regard to COVID-19 and coming out of the COVID-19 situation, or how we should adapt our mindsets and adapt our lifestyles to face the challenges that we are facing during this COVID-19 situation. So I believe these digital media platforms, as you said, Zoom has become a word that has been added to the vocabulary, or it has been recognized as a word used on a daily basis during the COVID-19 situation, or during a lockdown, or even after that. Zoom has become part and parcel of life. That's the way you create or you conduct meetings at an office, whatnot. So this is the power of digital media, but you have to be mindful when using your digital media platforms, because in terms of now, an issue that people face during a situation of this nature is unemployment. We know that already some people have lost their jobs, people have been laid off from their workplaces, employers are facing a very tough time. So if you are looking for a job or the next job, the social media platforms or digital media platforms play a major role, because whoever is trying to recruit you will go and visit your social media profiles or the digital media profiles that you have. So this showcases what your mindset looks like. So you need to be mindful of what you post, whether you share misinformation, whether you believe rumors and create content based on those rumors, or you be authentic and come up with your own content which delivers a positive message to the society. So I reckon it's better to focus on a bit of do's and don'ts of social media. So if you want to build a personal brand online, that is to enhance your online presence, you need to be consistent when posting these content. Likewise, you need to have a strategy. You create that strategy and then identify an audience that you need to address and create content. So when you start content, you may find or you may come across various challenges. What you need to do is just start creating content, take action, and then you will realize that this is something beneficial for you and the society. In my personal experience, so the entire COVID-19 situation, we were locked down at home for about 2.5 months, and webinars, online sessions, WhatsApp, and the digital media platforms were the only go-to source to keep in touch with friends and family and employees, colleagues, whatever. So this is where I started taking part in webinars. I created contacts, I built my network through joining the webinars, and more importantly, I gained knowledge, which I had never gained before. So I believe the impact of digital media is essential for people to enhance their lifestyles as well as groom to become beneficial or productive citizens to the world. So let's talk about the don'ts of social media. I believe that you should not post information which is not regarded, or information that you cannot believe or which you don't trust. So make sure that you extract content from viable sources that you can trust, and then start creating content or share information. I believe that these means or these ways would enable you to create that positive impact in the society. Having said that, we know people who criticize digital media platforms. So they criticize digital media platforms because they do not use it at the moment, or they use it in a negative way. Because social media platforms are there to disseminate proper information, authentic information, so that you would educate people, and thereby your audience would find your content beneficial, and thereafter you create an impact in the world to persuade people to think anew and think positively. I reckon that is the beauty of digital media, because if you use digital media, so it's like a knife. You can use a knife to cut a mango or to kill a person. Likewise, digital media can be used positively. If you use digital media positively, one day you will realize the benefit of it and what a gold mine digital media platforms are. So I reckon all of you would persuade yourself to use digital media from now on, if you're not, to create that positive impact and create a better world. So let me focus a bit more on the traditional media aspect as well as in comparison to the digital media aspect. So traditional media is a platform where you gain information as in digital media, but digital media is ubiquitous. You can find information anytime, anywhere, and it's on demand, especially platforms like YouTube. So YouTube is a great platform to create videos of your own. If you have a smartphone, anyone can create your own YouTube channel and start creating content. If you're a doctor, if you're a professor, engineer, whatnot, start creating content so that you educate your audience and deliver positive messages to the society. When it comes to creating content, you might come across a problem about the number of subscribers, number of views, number of shares. So these content creation methods should focus on quality, not quantity. The quality always ranks above quantity. Because even if you do a research about proper marketing, you will find out that quality ranks above quantity. So you just need to create content, have a strategy, maybe daily, maybe weekly, whatever your strategy is, have the consistency and create those content and try to make a positive impact in the world. So I believe, so in my experience as Dr. Shah was mentioning in his introduction, so I started creating this set of videos called Midweek Influence. I started creating this video as a tribute to the tsunami victims in 2000, the tsunami which happened, which struck Sri Lanka in 2004, devastated the entire island and many Asian countries. So I just thought it was very spontaneous. I just came out, recorded the video through my smartphone, and started posting on YouTube. And it was received well. I started creating a strategy and began a series called Midweek Influence, where I was focused on being a dose of influence to people, because Monday and Tuesdays are quite busy at any office across the globe. So I just wanted to be a dose of influence to people to carry on for the next 2 days with Midweek Influence. So I've been doing recording videos, Midweek Influence videos since 2017. It's almost 3 years. So with these videos, I've created an impact in Sri Lanka and across the globe as well. So I start building my network through the content that I produce. So I reckon that these type of platforms are beneficial for people like me to share my experience. And I'm telling you the real story of realizing the benefit of creating positive content. So always make sure, if you're on digital platforms, make use of positive content. You can educate your audience with the knowledge you have. The knowledge is more than enough to educate people. So I think starting from now on, use your smartphone, start creating content, because even the speaker before me, the lady doctor who was speaking, she demonstrated as to how a mask should be worn. So these type of things could be demonstrated in a video so that people are able to watch these videos on demand. You don't need to watch it live. You post it on YouTube, you upload it to YouTube, you can watch it anywhere, anytime. So these are the pros of digital media platforms. So make use of digital media platforms to create a positive impact. So we know that COVID-19 has infected millions of people across the globe. Even in Sri Lanka, we had more than 2,800 infected cases and 11 lives were lost. So these are drawbacks. However, people have come up with various ideas to solve the problems that we are facing. So even in Sri Lanka, we have seen plenty of innovations coming up, and even across the globe, we have seen these innovations coming up. And especially after a pandemic, there is a huge innovation drive that is happening across the globe, which will be beneficial to the entire world in the years to come. So I believe these innovations should be, the information of these innovations should be disseminated among people and educate them as to how he or she came up with the idea and executed. And in turn, it will benefit people who are visiting his or her social media profile or watching his or her video to be an inspiration to another to create their own content. So I believe digital media is a wonderful platform, and I reckon all of you joining today would have found my speech beneficial to you. And I believe all of you would start creating your own content, whatever platform it is, start creating your own content and create a positive impact in the world. So before I wrap up, I just want to use my personal branding statement to deliver a positive message in terms of using digital media. So remember, use digital media to be an influencer, not an influencer. Thank you very much.
Namaste. Thank you so much. I can see the time ticking away in Sri Lanka there with your clock above you.
Dr. Shah, I can't hear you. I think you're on mute. Are you on mute?
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, excellent. Good. And I was saying I could see the time in Sri Lanka ticking by, but it was really good to, again, do this.
I cannot hear you properly.
Okay. Just checking with others. Maybe our admin can just double check. Am I audible?
Dr. Shah, you are completely and perfectly audible. It could be the internet.
Volume level has gone low.
So go ahead, you can hear you clearly. Over.
No problem. Thank you. So, Sasanka, maybe the volume level has gone low, but hopefully you can hear me a little bit.
Yes.
Perfect. Good.
Sorry,
good.
Could you repeat the question? Could you repeat the
sure,
question? How I can hear you there?
Yeah, it was good just to say that, look, within this global platform, sitting in Europe, you're sitting in Sri Lanka, we can have this interaction, which that technology was there before. But as you say, the silver lining of this cloud has been that these innovations have come forth. And like that, even this Healing Our Earth entire initiative, this whole global initiative is purely there to give that positive message. And certainly what I'm taking away from what you've been saying is encouraging people to create positive content and share with others and being an influence on others in some way, which is a very fine line, because I think the challenge is, finding what that is positive and what might be seen as negative. But I think what I'm picking up from you is at least to try to engage with these technologies, which are very much here to stay. And as you say, those who are maybe critics of this technology are maybe not using it, maybe scared of it as well. But you did highlight, I know we're running short of time, but very briefly again, sort of what platforms you think are appropriately suited. I think you've mentioned YouTube as one of them, or video uploading channels where sort of on-demand videos can be created. Have you found that to be one of the most powerful or useful tools? Because I think there are just so many platforms now for digital media at the moment.
Yes, YouTube is certainly one of the platforms. And also, I'm more active on LinkedIn in comparison to the other social media platforms. So that's where I have built my personal brand. And I reckon YouTube is the way forward, because it demonstrates, you can showcase as to how something could be done. Instead of posting an image, if you post a video, it is clearer than an image. It has motion. It shows as to how you can do a particular job. Maybe installing a software, wearing a mask, using or washing your hands, how to properly wash your hands, likewise, so on and so forth. So I believe it is a great platform, and then YouTube is a platform that people should focus in the years to come. That's a must.
Excellent. Look, thank you so much for your time, and also your reflections even on the tsunami victims. And, at that time, even now it's sort of 16 years ago, I think the world was very much looking at Sri Lanka with that compassion and that connection. And that was now, seems, social media was very much in its infancy at that time. But even then, the connections we could have had, and now, even now, we're that much more connected. But thank you so much for your time. So that, Sasanka, thank you. And I did look up Midweek Influence, so in between, and I went to your YouTube channel. So I've had a look at one of your videos as well. So that was a real benefit as well to see that.
Thank you very much, Dr. Milan. And I just want to thank Prash Katecha for inviting me, for recommending me to this wonderful conference. So thank you very much, Healing Our Earth, for organizing this great conference and letting us share our knowledge and also gain knowledge from the other speakers. Thank you very much. Stay safe, take care.
Thank you. Yes, stay safe, and we look forward to seeing you again soon in some capacity. Do join us again, and thank you again. And you mentioned Prash Katecha, one of our other co-hosts who's been very active as well on Healing Our Earth. So that was a really good connection. And I think that's what I'm also picking up, these global connections, that somehow what COVID has done is made us more connected and speaking with others as well. So with that in mind, let's continue our journey as well. And we now come to the theme again of the global economic impact, both the positives, the challenges ahead, and really inspired, excited to invite our next guest who's with us, who's PK Narayan. The global namaste to you, or welcome to PK. We can see you here with us. So before you start, would like to just share some information about you. So PK, that's what you seem to be known as, is on a mission to enable especially business owners and leaders to scale up their businesses to levels they dream of. I think particularly people always wish to scale up, but knowing how to do so, always remain on the status quo. So I'd be really interested to share your thoughts on that. Working with fast growing businesses for the last 20 years, PK has helped many businesses scale up successfully and position themselves for long-term success. Obviously, now COVID has come up. Our speaker, PK, has been working closely with entrepreneurs and business owners on areas such as minimizing the adverse impact on businesses. I think we've all seen, certain businesses either go under or go to grind to a complete halt. So we're really interested to hear your reflections on that, to retain employees and preparing really for this post-COVID world and innovating, pivoting yourself. We understand you're an avid traveler as well, chasing some heritage and nature, and has your own Facebook page called Touring with PK. So we had some social media and how you're using that as well. Be interested to see what your favorite places are, whether within the Indian subcontinent or around the world. And really interesting to hear actually what charitable work you're doing as well. PK is a co-founder of Unnati, empowering youth from underprivileged families to get skilled and employed, and also a team member of VSET, working on emotional intelligence and life skills in children. Really excited to hear about the kind of work you're doing in a very rounded way. So with that, a warm welcome to PK Narayan to Healing Our Earth. And namaste to you.
Namaste, namaste, and thank you, Dr. Milan Shah. Namaste world, namaste to everyone. What a privilege it is for me to be invited by Healing Our Earth team for this global summit on COVID-19 community impact. And I'm going to share some thoughts on economic impact, the global economic impact with you. And let me just share the screen. Yep. Just a check, are you able to see my screen?
Yes, we can. That's fantastic. And
okay, yeah.
Please carry on.
So when we speak about globe, planet Earth, healing our Earth, a couple of cool facts. The Earth that me, you, all of us are sitting and talking now is spinning, is rotating, constantly, and it finishes one rotation every 24 hours. And just a cool fact is that at the equator, the traveling speed, each of us sitting in an equator is traveling at the speed of 1,600 kilometers per hour. 1,600 kilometers per hour. We can consider that, with a passenger jet, which is traveling at 800, 900 kilometers per hour. And the Earth moves also around the sun. That is another displacement, another travel that it is constantly doing along with spinning itself. And this trajectory, this orbit is 940 million kilometers long. And Earth traverses this in 365 days. So that translates into 107,000 kilometers per hour. That is the speed with which we are traveling at the moment as I speak, as you hear. We are traveling at the speed of 107,000 kilometers per hour across the universe, across the galaxy. Yeah. So with that, coming to COVID-19 impact on the economic side, definitely the air has become cleaner. This is largely due to emissions coming down drastically across the globe. Oil consumption, natural gas consumption has come down. Industrial activities have declined across the geographies. Transportation has come down again drastically. Consumption of people, by and large has come down, except for food and essentials. The consumption in the market has come down. In the midst of all this, we have seen wildlife and nature reclaiming its space, whether it is the mountain goats in North Wales or wild boars in Spain, or deers in Japan, or peacocks dancing in the streets of Mumbai in India, or antelopes in Noida, Delhi, or monkeys in Thailand, or even able to see Mount Everest from Kathmandu in Nepal, or seeing Himalayan ranges, which are really far off from Jalandhar, Punjab. All this is being made possible because the air has become cleaner and emissions have come down and nature is reclaiming its part in the midst of all that is happening around. Work from home as a habit has picked up momentum across the globe. Except few countries in the West, work from home was a distant possibility for many of us in different parts of the world. Today, work from home is a reality. And last 4.5 months, it is a new habit that everyone is getting used to. And it has provided, this COVID-19, a community impact and an economic side of it, it has provided an opportunity to reset ourselves in all respects, whether we are an individual or an company or a business, small, medium, large, or even as a society. It has given us an opportunity to reset ourselves, reinvent ourselves. And definitely some sectors have shown tremendous growth. For example, online, e-com, data security, the increased traffic and payments through the online systems has provided enormous increase in the data security, fraud prevention areas, and those businesses are flourishing like never before. Education, learning management systems have taken a new leap during these times. So a lot of sectors have grown during this pandemic. PayPal has reported 86% more profit on Q2. Microsoft Azure platform, which deals with cloud, has reported 50% increased revenue. IBM cloud business has reported 30% increased revenue. Logitech, which supplies, including the camera that I am using for this streaming at this moment, they have reported 75% more revenue in Q2 vis-a-vis Q1. So a lot of sectors have grown during this pandemic times. Another notable factor is the medical care across the globe, across the world, across the geographies, across nations. The way medical care has bucked up itself and come to play has never happened in our recent history. And the doctors, the health workers, the medicos, the volunteers, the nonprofits, the government machinery, they have sprung into action like never before to help people save lives. The crime rate across the globe has come down in all geographies. Over the last 4.5 months, the crime rates have fallen. Empathy and compassion, never before we have seen such demonstrations. The biggest challenge, one of the economic challenge, was job losses and loss of livelihood and urban poor not getting the employment and industrial activity coming down. In the midst of all this, we have never heard a person going hungry or anybody dying of starvation, which was a possibility, in a kind of pandemic that we have seen. Empathy, compassion, and people across the borders, across the cultures, across the geographies came together to help each other, and not necessarily within the nations or within the geography. We have seen across the borders, money and help and thoughts and, the compassion flowing all across. Sustainability has come to the middle stage once again. Individuals, societies, businesses are again looking at sustainability with a fresh pair of lens. And that is something that has resulted out of this pandemic. Savings, coming to savings, household savings has increased manifold in many geographies. We talked about consumption has gone down, so naturally the savings have gone up. In the US, for example, in Q2, the savings have gone up from 9% to 26%, 3 times. And in India, the savings have increased manifold. The governments and the fiscal pundits and the economists are working to see how we can leverage this increased savings in a constructive way for the post-COVID, redemption. Innovations galore, like Shashanka also mentioned in his talk. The innovations have galored, whether it is Urban Park Yoga in Canada, or Walmart organizing drive-in cinemas in their car parks in the US, or having the vegetable essential dispensers in the housing gated communities in India, or a mobile bar running around serving people in the New Zealand, or a boat-in cinema that an Australian company came up with. Innovations galore all across. And it has set us in an environment where we need to reinvent ourselves and pivot ourselves to do things differently. In our neighborhoods, this is grassroots level. We always have seen inventions, innovations at multiple levels. But a couple of examples that has happened in our neighborhood in Bengaluru, where we stay, few hundred meters away from us, we had a bakery. And the second day of our first lockdown, the first lockdown was announced in March 25th for 21 days. The second day of lockdown, he converted his bakery into a vegetable shop because he knew, the shopkeeper knew, that there is going to be low or no demand for bakery products, and quickly he was able to convert itself into a vegetable shop, which is a daily necessity of all of us, and all of us got benefited because of this change. And he made his sustenance much more meaningful for himself and others around him. And an auto rickshaw, which is a very common sight in Indian roads, which is used for public transport. An auto rickshaw driver made his auto rickshaw into a carriage to carry vegetables and essentials to neighborhood, to the doorsteps. These kind of transformations, these kind of innovations were happening right from the grassroots level up to the level of Walmart, who organized move-in, the drive-in cinemas in their car parks. Economic impact, when we talk about further recession, definitely we are going through a recession. No two questions about it. The global economies are expected to grow in this year they are rather expected to contract -5% to -10%. Different countries are reporting these numbers forecast for this year. The real GDP Q1 to Q2 of 2020, European Union has grown on has declined on an average of -40%. In the US, it has been -33% on an annualized basis. These are not numbers for quarters, but the quarter number annualized. The numbers may look better as we go because Q3, Q4 recovery, the green shoots are definitely visible. And many countries, including Italy, European countries like Italy, Spain, UK, Germany, Japan, all of us are India, all of us, the Asian economies as well, are contracting this year. We are shrinking this year from -5 to -10% on an annual basis. Demand contraction definitely there. And velocity of money is a cause of concern. Money is not changing hands as frequently and as fast as it should. Increased economic activity is making money to move from one place to another. Today, the situation in lockdown and the kind of pandemic that we are facing across geographies, the velocity of money has come down. And that is putting some restraints on the economy, forcing contributing to the recession overall. Job losses, migration of a different kind, reverse migration. Here we saw a lot of migration from urban areas to rural areas. It was not in search of work, but it was to escape from the pandemic. And the livelihoods in urban areas was a big question mark because of reduced industrial activity and reduced construction work and reduced occupation. So reverse migration, we all witnessed. Job losses, we witnessed. Small, medium enterprises whose were higher than the larger companies, they were able to hold on better, but the small and medium enterprises really struggled and still struggling for liquidity. Liquidity is the cash flow because the velocity of money and the sales and the logistics and everything suffering, the money is not changing hands. And that is putting pressure on the revenue, the cash flows, the collections and so on and so forth. Talent management was another challenge that was faced by most of the small, medium enterprises. They couldn't hold on to their talent because there was no revenue, there was no cash flows coming in. And the salaries, which is one of the largest cost aspect of any business, the job losses, therefore, or getting furloughed was a result of this. Logistics, the global supply chain has got disturbed heavily. And this forced governments of almost all the countries to come up with packages. For India, for example, we had economic packages announced close to 10% of GDP, massive number, $280 billion. And that is the case with many economies, major economies like Italy, Spain, France, US, UK, Japan. All the economies have supported the COVID 19 impact for their own social security and food security and essential security, is servicing essentials and price rise and preventing price rises, and again, those sort of providing liquidity to the businesses. They have all supported their economies with 6% to 21% of the GDP. This is massive number. Japan, 21% of the GDP is their packages announced so far. And the food security, this is something that has happened commendable across the geographies. The governments and the organizations and the people have been able to manage their food safety and their people being fed all through the pandemic. We rarely heard anybody going hungry. We rarely heard anybody dying of starvation. This is not a small achievement. This is a big achievement for the human race. We can be proud of it. Essentials prices, some of the commodities like coffee and some of those kind of seafood and some fruits, etc., had some increase, but most of the prices were under check. Most of the essentials pricing were affordable still to the people, and in fact some of them even recorded a decline in prices. For example, like tea and cotton, wool, oil, edible oil, sugar. And thanks to the oil prices coming down, that put pressure on these prices, also favorable to the population. Fiscal deficits. When governments announce packages supporting the economy, the natural or the logical consequence is the fiscal deficit. Most of the governments are struggling with enlarging, ballooning fiscal deficits. They have compromised their balance sheet discipline to save lives, to support people, which is the right way to do, I believe personally. And this has risen, rating worries going forward. Many governments are likely to be analyzed, scrutinized by the rating agencies in the coming quarters, and their balance sheet situation is seemingly a little bad. So there are likely to be some rating woes in the market as far as the different economies are concerned. But I'm sure the rating agencies will be sensitive to the situation, sensitive to the context. This is not something that we see often, so they are likely to be sensitive towards this. And here we need to appreciate the governments of different countries where they have done extremely good job, I think, looking from an independent point of view. The financial support to health, social security, policies and actions directed towards ensuring food security, ensuring prices of the food items and essentials are within reach of the people. Balancing, very difficult balancing of liquidity, borrowings and savings, and at the same time, augmenting resources for spending in terms of fiscal deficit and in terms of planning for meeting their spendings. Policies supporting the credit, supporting businesses, because this was not a small requirement from the businesses, because most of the countries, most of the businesses are going through stress, financial stress. So the governments have taken, and here we need not really look at which government, and barring some handful, most of the governments have done a fantastic job. We need to appreciate that. And policies to sustain economic activity. As we said, the velocity of money has come down. That is the biggest worry as of the moment, because money has to start changing hands. The economic activity has to resume, and the governments are working hard to push the economies back into the rails, which is seemingly slightly out of their rails. Some of the facts that we saw: agriculture got renewed attention. In the economy, agriculture was probably getting some sort of neglect over a period of time, and this pandemic has put the focus lights back on agriculture, and everybody, individuals and societies, are recognizing the importance of agriculture and the importance that it plays in our sustenance and evolution. Share markets, most of the markets saw a dip of up to -40% and now have recovered up to -10% in major geographies. Oil prices, which were ruling around $60 per barrel before COVID, crashed up to $20 and now is around 40, 45. Unemployment levels at the highest levels. Deepest recession since World War II is what we are facing at the moment. But the way in which we are passing through this recession is something commendable. And the societies are doing well, economies are doing well, the governments are doing well, medicos and voluntary organizations and people like you and me, we are doing well to face this pandemic. Coming to where we are going from here, looking like what is visible even now may be part of the story. There could be something that is in the cracks and the crevices that are yet to be seen, yet to be felt, yet to be experienced at the personal level, business level, societal level, country level, global level. We might have to be mindful that we need to be careful. We need to be mindful of how we recover from this pandemic. That journey is going to be mainly based on how we reset ourselves. This has provided an enormous opportunity for all of us to reset, review, and essentially to look at what we need to start doing, what we need to stop doing, and what we need to continue doing. And this reset opportunity is given to, and this time it is much more broad-based. Most of the countries in the world are affected in one way or the other, directly, indirectly. So this reset is an opportunity that is given globally by this pandemic. An opportunity to reinvent. There is tremendous possibilities ahead of us. And this has provided us to revisit, reinvent our strategies and how we move forward. This is going to play an important part in our human evolution. And the economists and the experts are saying that even in the history of the world, there is going to be a pre-COVID and post-COVID distinction. This is not small. This is going to be historical. So it is going to play a part in the overall human evolution, the way in which we are going to go forward with a new awareness, new consciousness, and the way in which we are going to look at sustainability, the ecology, economy, and the balance that we are going to achieve overall in terms of collective, collaborative, in a shared environment across boundaries, across nations, across geographies. All these possibilities are looking to be once again possible. And this provides also a huge economic possibility going forward. Like in life, in work, in businesses, it's not where we look at, right? It's not where we look at, it is what we see. Even in COVID context, in the economic impact, if we are looking at, the situation is not different. It's not where we look at. It is going to be what we see. So with that, I thank you for listening, and I've been extremely happy sharing my thoughts today with you. And now, handing it back to Dr. Milen Shah. Thank you very much. And if we have time, we could discuss some of the questions that we may have at this moment in time.
Let me just unmute myself. Hope you can hear me. Thank you so much for sharing that. Maybe if you could come off your screen share, we can see you again. Although I did really like your last image of these two cellmates, one obviously just painting the bars and the other one painting that beautiful sky behind them, and very much dependent on our perspective. I think you're showing that, maybe showing that again. Yeah, that was a beautiful picture. A picture tells more than 1,000 words. But good, no, we've got literally a few minutes. I can see our next co-host, Sheila, is already online, but we've got a few final moments. So thanks so much. I think you ended with a really positive note of human evolution of, could this be pre versus post-COVID? How is the human consciousness going to change? You mentioned a real respect for agriculture, and certainly in the West, whether it be in Britain or America or wherever, are thinking now, what can we produce which is homegrown, which is local, not outsourcing so much, which again will have its challenges for other economies, particularly in the West where we relied on other areas. There's a big movement to say, we'll actually eat local, grow local, shop local, which may have its pros and cons. And also your first cool fact of the fact that we're traveling at how many thousands kilometers per hour, it does put us into perspective of where we are in the universe. So one question to share with you was actually on the economic impact from an individual point of view. You shared some beautiful slides on sort of the global impact, what's happening from a government point of view. Bringing it right back down to the individual. Many people, thousands will be watching this either now or later on. What do I do as an individual economically within this COVID world? Any tips you can give? You mentioned about savings, you mentioned about other things. What are sort of advice you might give to an individual who may be extremely anxious about their financial security? Any thoughts you may have?
Yeah, I would feel staying safe is the foremost part, on the part of every individuals. As individuals, we all need to take extra care to stay safe ourselves. And that way, as a community, as a society, as a nation, as a world, we will be safer. Second is, we need to deal with the situation that we are in. Many of us are, dealing with, loss of lives of near and dear, and loss of job, lot of livelihood. We are battering our own business as an entrepreneur. People are going through tough times. So the second priority should be to address that. Second priority should definitely be to address the individual challenges and to deal with them in the best possible way that we can. And the third is to maintain some liquidity. There could be some temptation to invest in some of the assets that could be relatively long-term, the commodity or real estate or any of such things. There could be a temptation to invest in long-term assets or opportunistic investment. But my view would be that as individuals, we need to maintain liquidity at this moment in time because we don't have visibility, we have uncertainty around us. So even if we, as individuals, we could, if we can resist the temptation to invest in the so-called cheaper assets, if it flows through nearby, that could be one challenge that we will have to resist. And last but not the least, we need to build ourselves. We need to build at this point in time our consciousness, about our life, our ecology, our economy, our existence. This is a brilliant opportunity to reset, reinvent ourselves as at the individual level. If each of us are going to attempt doing that, I think it could do a lot more collectively to the whole world.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for leaving us on that really positive note of changing our consciousness, looking at that interconnectivity, a respect for the environment. I wish we had more time, to talk about your travels as well, where you see, you mentioned sort of areas of the Himalayas that are now visible as well, and also even your work that you do with children. So, but we are actually out of time today. I did notice, I'd love to see your screen, your top that you're wearing. It's actually got pknarayan.com. So I noticed that as well. I thought it was very stylish.
Yeah, so that's what I've been doing for the last 12 years or so. Yeah, so yeah. Well, who else can be a better marketing person than myself?
Fantastic. Good.
Yeah, I would be eager to, come, on another opportunity that we could talk about the matters of interest that you mentioned. And yes. Thank you very much, Healing Our Earth team, that we are providing this absolutely wonderful opportunity for like-minded people together and work on something that is relevant to the whole world. Good. So thank you very much. Namaste. And namaste. Namaste.
Thank you so much. We wish you well. So for those of you watching, there's still a whole journey ahead on our 18th session. The whole theme today is on COVID and the various aspects. And where we've been together, we've talked about youth. We had Tushar talking us about arise, awake, keep active. He really kept us going. We had Dr. Harvey talking us about infection control. We learned about hand washing again, masks, social distancing. And throughout that journey, I can see now our next co-host is with us. A really warm welcome to you, Sheila. It's good to meet you online. I think we were last together on the #Kind20 session. I think I was just finishing and you were starting, so it's great to see you again. And a warm welcome across the globe from America. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. How are you, Dr. Millen? That was such a great session, so informative.
Yeah, no, there's some. I think the key thing is that so many different speakers have come together, and under this platform, you know, we had the speaker of Shashank, you know, the Sasanka who did talking about social media as well, and then we just had PK as well. So I've just really enjoyed listening to other speakers, which I might not normally connect with. So it's good. So really, as an honor to you, I'd like to at least introduce you properly to the audience that are watching. I know there are thousands online that we do reach out to on a weekly basis. So those who've not met Sheila before, really fascinated to read your biodata as well. So Sheila Dobby is actually from England, but now in USA for many years, is a whole health dentist, and actually you've won some great awards as well, being the Bay Area's Outstanding Woman of the Year. You've had this California Patient Choice. You've got a special interest really in helping undeserved children and women in your local community as well. You've been a past president and dental health chair of the South Alameda County Dental Society, and really been a graduate of the American Dental Association, and doing some good work, I think, with healcircle.org and #Kind20. And notice you're also invited to meet President Obama. So that was obviously a very influential time for you. So with that in mind, it gives me a chance to sign off as well. I've really enjoyed another really interesting session today. And with that, Sheila, I hand over to you and do guide us through the next few hours together. Namaste to you.
Namaste, Dr. Millen. Thank you for the wonderful intro. So our next guest is Dr. Kiran Chingot. Are you there, Dr. Kiran? Let's see if you're ready for us. How are you?
Yeah, I am. Thank you. I'm ready.
Great. So we are excited to meet you, Dr. Kiran Chingot. He's a stress and mental health expert. Oh, we're very excited to meet you.
Yeah.
And Dr. Kiran is a family care physician, pediatrician, a practitioner in mind-body healing, counselor in behavioral problems in children and adolescents. He's a medical officer at the University Health Center, MSU, and honorary director of Yoga Kirtan. Dr. Kiran also teaches hypnotherapy. Wow, I'm excited about getting you on. This sounds very exciting. And self-hypnosis, yoga, philosophy, mind-body relationships, neuro-linguistic programming, NLP, stress management, health parenting, and health education. He's also passionate in volunteering services as a medical resource person in tribal healthcare rural development societies in Gujarat. And he has also translated over 30 books on health and mental health and parenting and holistic healing. So he's done so much great work for human mankind, and I'm so excited and honored to meet you, Dr. Kiran. How are you?
I am good. Thank you. How are you?
I'm great. You've got so much on your data about you. This is going to be so exciting, and I know you're going to share a lot of things that we definitely need during this difficult COVID times.
Yeah.
So go ahead, doctor. Let's.
So thank you, Dr. Sheila, for a wonderful introduction, and the speaker before me talked to you about the economic impact of COVID. I'm going to follow with the psychological impact of COVID-19. Let me share my screen with you. Is that visible to all of you?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So the human race is going through a very difficult time right now. From December 19, almost 8 months, and it's a multidimensional global crisis. It's not purely medical. It's political, it's social, it's economic. Almost every sphere of human activity is affected, and that was going to be widely psychological also. What makes COVID-19 special is because of the impact of the disease, the magnitude of problem, how fast it spread from one small town in China to the entire globe. And it is highly contagious, picks up millions of people in few months' time. That's the seriousness of the problem. Fortunately, it's not very, very fatal. The case fatality is less than 6 now. But to contain the disease, everywhere we had to exercise lockdowns, social distancing, and special hygiene measures for which we were not very careful beforehand. So this pandemic is going to be a very special pandemic for us. It is not that we are going through this painful disease process for the first time. Every disease, every pandemic will have its spiral, which is called the emotional spiral, which works at the individual level, at the family level, at the community level, and even at the national level. So any serious disease will first begin with a denial reaction that this cannot happen to me. India is safe. And then it goes to shock, chaos, anxiety, depression. Mind well, this is at individual level, at family level, at community level, and even at the national level. Then there'll be disbelief, fear, anger and rage, lot of confusion, guilt. But fortunately, as the pandemic advances, we have acceptance and adjustment, which we already have started. So we are now on a positive note, and we are optimistic that though today there is no vaccine available, no medication available for the disease, but sooner there will be a vaccine available and we will be able to contain this disease. So every person passes through this difficult emotional spiral, and we have to tackle with that spiral. So there are stages of emotional responses, beginning from denial to optimism and hope. And right now what we are concerned is the anxiety, the depression related to the emotional, the COVID-19. Still there is confusion in the community. There is anger against a particular religion or country. But we sooner intend to cope up with everything. As I said, the unique psychological problems of COVID-19 are because of the lockdowns that followed from March onwards in country. And the directions given to individuals were stay at home, stay safe, quarantine yourself if you are exposed to the infection. So we are in a unique situation. We have to observe physical distancing. India is a very warm country, and we like meeting people, greeting people. But now we don't have to handshake. We have to observe a particular distance between two people, which is something new to us. And very difficult for us is because now the disease is in community transmission phase. And therefore, a lot of people are exposed. And when they are exposed, they have to be quarantined. So quarantine is a kind of imprisoning, which is going to be very difficult for people. Looking at the psychological impact of COVID-19 at individual level, there are going to be physical problems, there are going to be emotional issues, there are going to be behavioral problems, There are going to be cognitive issues. So physical problems such as palpitation, muscular tensions, headaches, tremors, gastrointestinal issues such as diarrhea and nausea, trouble sleeping, nightmares, flashbacks, and high adrenaline drive. There are going to be emotional issues like anxiety, depression, and hostility, anger, irritability, sadness, difficulty maintaining emotional balance, etc. There are behavioral issues also reported. There are people resort to risk taking, moving without a mask, or gathering in large numbers in spite of a very stringent law of observing physical distancing. People tend to take risk, and there is conflict with people who are engaged in COVID-19 covering control. There is withdrawal and isolation also. So there are behavioral issues related to this problem, and there are cognitive. For example, the youngsters, the college-going students, the school-going students are going to suffer from learning problems, memory issues, distortions, misinterpretation of situations, difficulty in problem-solving abilities, and so many other things. Because unfortunate thing that we are seeing right now is physical learning in classes have gone, and every child is made to sit in front of a small screen of a mobile camera or a laptop or a tablet or iPad. So this is going to cause a lot of problems in not only adults, even children. Who are at risk of mental health issues? Anyone, but particularly elderly people, because we know that people above the age of 65 run a higher risk of catching the infection and of morbidity and death also. Disabled people, people with chronic disorders, particularly children and teens, because for last 6 months, 7 months, they've been homebound, and they cannot go outside the home for playing, or cannot meet their friends, or cannot go to school. And there's a novel experience through which they are passing. And therefore, we are anticipating behavioral issues among children and teens. And people who are already suffering from mental health problems, and particularly doctors, nurses, and other healthcare providers. So these are the individuals who are at risk of the mental health issues. So what psychological problems do we anticipate because of COVID-19? The first thing that we came across was anxiety and panic related to whether I'll catch the infection, my loved one, my child will catch the infection, worries whether I have mild cold, mild sore throat, or a little headache, or a little difficulty in breathing. Could this be COVID-19? Or the anxiety is compounded because till date there is no treatment available, and it's only supportive, and no vaccine available. And later on, there are going to be financial problems also. So this all compounds and lead to anxiety and panics among people. One behavioral issue will be contamination obsession. There's a disorder called obsessive compulsive disorder. Everybody will suspect that the hand is dirty, and overuse of sanitizers and soaps are going to be the problem of future and even now. And these are not safe. The reason being, the soaps with detergents and alcohol-based sanitizers are going to cause secondary skin disorders, such as contact dermatitis. So we need to be careful about the contamination obsessions. Behavioral issues that we suspect are stigmatization against the people of a particular country from which the disease originated, people of a particular religious sect who are responsible for spreading the disease countrywide. So this is called xenophobia. So this is going to be very common. It has already started because we see messages in the social media projecting this problem. There are going to be conspiracy theories, because with every disaster or a problem, rumors are spread through the social media, and therefore people start dwelling on a wrong belief that this disease is caused by such and such person, or I will catch the disease. So delusional ideation are going to be common, obsessiveness are going to be common, and psychosis-like behavior. And many people have named the virus as not novel coronavirus. The conspiracy theories, they say it is a laboratory generated virus, and it's a Chinese virus, and there is a fabricated virus, and the precise idea is to break down the world economy. So many conspiracy theories are already spreading in the community. Some miscellaneous mental health problems are going to be mood swings, anger and short-temperedness, phobia-like symptoms, panic disorders, and from some time from now, there'll be post-traumatic stress disorder. So these are going to be some additional mental health issues. How do we recognize whether a person has a psychological issue because of COVID-19? The symptoms are excessive worrying, sadness, excessive crying, irritability. Particularly in case of children and teens, they will return to a behavior that is already outgrown, such as age regression and bedwetting. Or nightmares are going to be very common among children. Adolescents and teens are going to have acting out spells because they are very tense right now, and they are going to indulge in fights, throw fits of aggression, stealing, etc., to reduce or vent out their suppressed feelings. So adults in the family, counselors and teachers will have to address to these issues of children and tweens. Children are likely to have concentration and attention related issues in their studies. Addressing particularly the children, they will have poor school performance, school avoidance behavior, eating and sleeping problems, avoidance of activities that they enjoyed one time in the past, unexplained headache, unexplained body ache, unexplained physical symptoms, use of tobacco, smoking, alcohol in adults. I don't mean this in children. So how do you cope up with these issues? A very brief, quick prescription. It's normal to feel sad, distressed, worried, confused, scared, angry during an epidemic. And talk to people whom you trust. So share your feelings and you can get rid of it. Stay at home, maintain a healthy lifestyle, and keep in touch with your family. So, minding your mental health, connect with friends and family using digital technology. Very important for us will be disconnecting from fake news and excessive information that runs in social media and in newspapers. Plan a routine and find time to unwind, which means in a busy life now, you have a lot of time for your own self. So relax, rest, enjoy, exercise regularly, have a daily regular routine of sleeping and waking up. Be compassionate, because there are individuals who need your help in this time. And there are brothers who need your help. So be compassionate about them. Think of others. Stop, take a deep breath, and be positive. So there is one word that I particularly do not like, that is social distancing. So that is in currency right now. What we advocate is not social distancing. It is physical distancing. Maintain a distance of about 1 meter or 2 meters or whatever is prescribed to you, but keep connected using the digital technology. So social connections will help you overcome the psychological issues. Stay connected with your family, with your friends, and you're very fortunate now that we have a virtual medium everywhere, and therefore you can have virtual picnics, you can have virtual dinners with your friends and family members who are far off from you, and you can have a virtual museum visits and historical sites and family gatherings also. Staying at home, access nature, so there can be beautiful stargazing, watching the moon, the phases of moon, enjoying the sunlight, sitting in the balcony of your apartment or on the terrace of your home. This is a wonderful time with you, sharing with your family, and you can use this time for helping your spouse, helping your kids, learning something new, pursuing your hobbies that you already forgotten for a long time. It's a wonderful time COVID-19 has given us. So spend enough time with your quality time with your family now, quality and quantity both the times with your family. And last but not least, very important, relax and recharge. So I advocate deep breathing practices, meditative practices, and performing yogic asanas can help you reduce your anxiety, your tension and worries, and elevate your mood. So, to end, stay home, stay safe, observe physical distancing, but stay connected with your dear ones using digital technology, live a regular life, exercise regularly, staying indoors. Your yogic posture is the best indoor exercising, or Surya Namaskar you can practice, perform. Limit exposure to social media and COVID-19 related news, particularly the fake news. Be spiritual, pray, practice deep breathing, practice meditation, practice yoga, and you will remain safe. The one line of hope that I can tell you is, this too shall pass. I'm not sure how long will it take, because we are yet looking to the horizon for magical remedies and a vaccine, effective vaccine. But the time is there to wait for it. Until that time, we need to be very patient, careful, take care of yourself, your own family, your dear and near ones, and the distant people to whom you are connected. So thank you very much for this wonderful opportunity. And I thank everyone for giving me this opportunity to share these ideas with you. So I hand over the mic to Dr. Sheila again. Thank you, Sheila.
Thank you, Dr. Kiran. That was so informative. I learned so much, and it was a great summary. I think people really need to be hearing that, especially during this difficult time. I had a question for you, Dr. Kiran. Yeah. What are you doing during this COVID time to stay sane?
To whom?
Sorry, yeah. What are you doing as far as hobbies and gardening?
My hobbies are reading and music. So I'm pursuing that. I'm learning music, I'm reading, and my another hobby is writing. So I've been able to complete 3 books in this time, 8 months.
Kiranji, if I can have your attention, Kiranji, can you switch off your screen sharing so we can highlight you? Thank you.
So as Dr. Kiran just switches on his camera. Oh, there you are.
Go ahead, thank you.
So you were saying, Dr. Kiran, you were saying you're reading and you were playing the musical instruments. That's wonderful.
Yeah, I'm learning on a keyboard.
Great, yes. I have a question too. I'm noticing a lot of people are kind of taking a lot of extra risks now. Can you just mention a few things about that?
risk of number one, gatherings, moving without a mask. Okay, not sanitizing properly are some of the risks people take. Then people are moving with COVID-19 looking like symptoms, such as if you have fever, you don't rush to a hospital or a doctor. Stay home, report to your doctor, and confirm that your infection is either COVID-19 related or unrelated. Until that time, you should not move out of home if you are sick. So sick person should not move out of home, and you should not go to a hospital. But there are people who take this risk. These are undue.
Absolutely. I think we all need to be very cautious. It's very easy for us to we've been living with this for so long to kind of feel that it's gone, but it's really still around. So we just have to be very, very careful, right, Dr. Kiran?
Yeah.
Thank you so much for your time. It was such an informative a lecture, and it's something that we can definitely go back onto the website and kind of really take our time and look at the points, because I think this is something that everyone should be looking at. People need to be sharing with your friends. So definitely go to the website, Healing Our Earth, and get that information so that we can share it with our friends and family. So our next... Thank you.
Yeah.
So our next guest, are you there, Dr. Captain Someshwar? Yes, I think he's there. Dr. Captain Someshwar is from a small town called Una in Kutch district of Gujarat. He wanted to be a pilot since his childhood days, and he's completed his pilot license training from a very prestigious flying school, AYURVEDA in Uttar Pradesh. Flying for Air India was his dream since he was a child, and initially he joined Jet Airways in 2003, but now he's joined Air India in 2004. He flew an Airbus as a co-pilot on Asian sectors and got his training on a Boeing 77 as a co-pilot that used to fly to Europe and USA. Dr. Someshwar has become a captain in 2013 on B777 after completion of the vigorous training. And we are very excited to have you, Captain. How are you there?
Thank you very much. It's my privilege to be here on this global summit on COVID-19 community impact. And thank you, Dr. La, for introducing me. And namaste, everyone. Hope you are safe there. And hope you can hear me clearly. Dr. Sheila, can you hear me properly?
Yes, we can hear you clearly, and the screen looks great. You're ready to go.
Yeah, thank you. So here we go. Ready for takeoff. Fasten your seatbelts. All right. So yeah, we have to first of all acknowledge that we are in the midst of the pandemic called COVID-19. And unfortunately, aviation has been bit blamed for the spread of the virus, where it started in part of the world and now it's spread to many countries. And yeah, the aviation was blamed for spreading the virus all across the world. But well, the world was not aware that it's spreading. But anyhow, we are at the junction where we are in the midst of it and we have to face it. So I'm going to talk about from my perspective, that is aviation perspective, and it's the impact of this pandemic and the virus on the sector and on you if you're going to fly. So first of all, yes, as if you call me on my number, you'll hear a ringtone. Basically, Government of India has put a caller tune, basically, which tells you that unless very important, do not go out of your home. Stay at home, work from home if possible, especially the elderlies. Unless it's very important, should not move out of home, because prevention is the best cure so far for this virus, as we do not have any definite line of treatment or any vaccine for this so far. So I'm going to repeat the sentence throughout this telecast or live broadcast, whatever, that unless it's very important or necessary, do not move out. However, it's against my, of course, sector that unless you move out, we don't get the passengers. But anyhow, it's just the phase that we are going to go through it. It's just turbulent phase, yes, as we call it, which we will fly through successfully. As we have been, as humankind, we have gone through a lot of things, and this we will go through this again very successfully. Anyhow, so before you take your journey, make sure, depends on your destination basically. There are short flights, long flights, ultra long haul flights. All of them have their own implications. Like on a long and ultra long haul flights, the flights are very long across the continents, where you are in the closed environment and the airplane for more than about 8 to 10 hours, depending on up to 16 hours. Where we fly to US, it's about 14 to 15 hours in the closed environment of the airplane. Of course, I can assure you that airlines, airports, and the latest airplanes are well equipped to contain the spread of this virus. Aircrafts are fitted with the filters which can filter this virus and reduce the infection or reduce the spread of this infection. And the airlines also have prepared themselves to keep you safe while you're on your journey. So before you take your journey, make sure you are well versed with the regulation of the country or the state which you are flying to, because the various countries across the globe have their own regulations for the quarantine, for the tests. Some of the countries have got institutional quarantine. Some of the countries require you to have a COVID test certificate, negative COVID test certificate before you land. So make sure you go through the regulation of the country and particular state in which you are flying to. And make sure you abide by those rules. Make sure you check the schedule of the airlines well in advance, because there are a lot of cancellation nowadays because of many factors involved. It's not the same world as it used to be, especially for the aviation. And apart from that, if possible, block your seats well in advance, so that if you're two of you traveling together, you can block 2 seats in a row, basically a row of 3, so that you don't have a passenger in between. Some of the airlines follow the social distancing or keep a seat in between vacant. Some of them don't. The regulation, however, do not require a seat to be kept vacant between the 2 passengers. So the airlines are trying the best to keep you safe, but it's your responsibility finally to make sure that you remain infection-free. As a part of the briefing, in today's world, we as captain always brief our crew and to the passengers that we will try our best to keep you safe and check the spread of this infection, but finally it's your responsibility to make sure that you remain infection-free on the flight. It's become a big safety issue nowadays. So yeah, the airlines give you basically, make sure you have sanitizer in your hand, you carry gloves, if possible, carry mask, and especially if you can, have a spare mask in case required. If you can give it to someone else, or you can use it if you feel that your mask is infected or it's not usable anymore. So have a checklist basically before you leave your home. Yeah, have a packet of basically hand sanitizer that you can keep it in your pocket, basically handy at any time, which is as if you follow this channel, many doctors and our guests have told you repeatedly that it is very important to wear a mask, sanitize frequently. I'm going to repeat the same thing, because that's the only thing which is going to help you keeping you infection free. So yeah, you may, so keeping, basically it is your journey starts well before you take the flight, because you have to prepare yourself mentally, because you're going to be sitting next to each other. The person to whom you don't know basically is you might feel uncomfortable in today's world, basically, because the world has changed basically, because earlier you used to interact with the next passenger sitting next to you, but nowadays the feelings are different. So you've got to prepare yourself mentally that I'm going to sit next to someone else whom I don't know, and yeah, so prepare yourself mentally, have mask, have sanitizer. Nowadays, the airlines give you the mask, this kind of face mask, which you can put on your face to protect yourself, basically. And also, some of them give you PPEs, that is protective, personal protective equipments, which you can wear on your clothes, and which will help you basically to remain infection free somewhat. On the long haul flights, the implications are more because the flight duration is long. You'll have to use probably the toilet and washroom, which is used by all the other passengers. So you make sure that you use, whenever you use washroom, sanitize yourself before and after use. Also, on the long haul flights, you will have to have a food of some kind. So be prepared for that, because nowadays the airlines don't serve you. Many of the airlines in the world on the long flights, they have stopped serving you food because to check the infection among the crew and the passengers. So they don't serve you hot food as such. So be prepared to not have, it's not normal flight anymore, because we are in the midst of pandemic. So you'll have to eat whatever they give you. Yeah, they will be packed, basically cold food, a sandwich, or maybe a croissant, or maybe muffin. If you want your food, you can carry your food from home on the long duration flight, I'm saying. And of course, have your iPads and mobile charged, because some of them even don't have the in-flight entertainment system on the long haul flights. So keeping you entertained on the long haul flights is your job basically now. It's not up to the airline, because things have changed. They don't want to touch the same screen which is being touched by the other passengers, who will travel before you. So some of the airlines, they don't have in-flight entertainment system anymore. So make sure your phone is charged, your iPad is charged, you have your favorite movies downloaded before you start your journey, and or have a book or a magazine which you like. And see, we have to live with it basically, so there's absolutely no need to be worried about it. If you have to travel, you do travel with all the precautions, but with tension-free mind, because that's what will help you fight with it, and that's what will help you remain free of this infection. Apart from that, from my side, the world has changed as well, because we earlier, we fly to various countries, and from the cockpit point of view and from the crew point of view, the world has changed, because we used to, enjoy flying to various countries and enjoy their culture, their food, their, environment, everything basically. It was a wonderful feeling to see the world basically, and the wonderful world created by the God. But of course, there's a break, and it's the airlines, of course, they want to keep their crew safe, so they have issued the standard procedures have changed to keep everyone safe on board, and whenever we lay over at different countries. So yeah, we won't see you, you won't get the service which you are used to on the flight, because the airlines doesn't want the crew to get infected, and also they don't want the crew to spread the infection among the other passengers. So they are restricting the interaction between the crew and passengers, the cabin crew and the passengers as well. So we are in a different world, but it's just as I said, it's a turbulent phase. We will pass through it. Unless very important and necessary, do not travel, because it's not, it's not the time to, go on tour, or to basically family tour or something, because there's no basically a definite line of treatment, and we don't have a vaccine yet. So I'm very sure that our warriors, our corona warriors, the doctors and the scientists and everyone and health workers, they're doing a fantastic job, and my salute to all of them for doing their fantastic job. I'm sure we'll find a way out very soon. Till then, we need to buckle up and go through this phase. Yeah, Ms. Sheila, I will hand over to you. If you have any questions, I can take a few of the questions. And yeah, thanks for listening me out.
Thank you. That was so informative. I know a lot of people are having to travel. For example, there's parents that are stuck in a different country, or people that are stuck in countries and they're having to get on these long planes. What is the protective equipment that you're recommending? You said a face shield, but what else can people purchase at home before they're taking a flight? You mentioned hand sanitizers, but what about clothing and certain mask types? Do you have any advice for those people?
Right. So there's a lot of I get a lot of queries and questions from various my friends and their families, or about on the same issues, on the same topic basically. So my first answer is the same thing which I said earlier. Unless very important, do not take the flight or do not go out of your home, because that's the safest place for you, especially for the elderlies. And if you have to travel, yes, make sure, first of all, you're very well mentally prepared for the flight, because the world has changed. And for that, first of all, as our doctor and other hosts have earlier mentioned, that you have to prepare yourself mentally, because that's what will help you fight this phase, that will help you go through this phase. First, so yeah, know the regulation of the country, have the face shield, like I've said. If you want to feel more safe, have a PPE, which you can put on. Do not remove the mask unless you need to, because that's what everyone, even the WHO says, and the various countries have the regulations to keep the mask on all throughout the flight. Yeah, in our country, we have the regulation now saying that if you don't keep the mask, that's a violation basically. So you have to have a mask on all the time, which so far has been one of the effective ways to keep yourself safe. And of course, have a sanitizer in your pocket, so that anytime you feel that you need to sanitize your hands frequently, so that you don't because it has to go through your system basically to get inside you. So if you keep your hand sanitized frequently, it will help you out in getting through the journey. So yeah, prepare yourself, have a mask, sanitizer, face shield, everything you can, which will help you to get through the journey basically. And have, of course, as I said, have something on a long flight, have something to keep yourself entertainment. Otherwise your mind is, of course, working on everything, because the airplane environment inside the airplane is not the same anymore, which used to be very lively earlier. Crew used to interact with the passenger used to interact with each other, and they used to share knowledge, share a lot of things of different countries, different culture on board. But nowadays, everyone is scared to talk to the stranger, so people won't be talking to you. They will be looking at you at different, looks. So you need to keep yourself entertained, basically. And as for that, you need to have a magazine or a phone charge, movies on your iPad or something, so that you remain occupied throughout the flight.
Well, I'm glad you told us about the no entertainment, because 8 hours without no entertainment would be very difficult, especially for a lot of people stressed out already in a closed environment and no entertainment. And obviously they can always bring wipes and kind of wipe the screens down. And that also brings me down to mask safety, which is something that I've been reading a lot on, that it is important to be wearing your mask, and just make sure that the mask is covering your nose and mouth, and you're not constantly touching it. The other thing that a lot of people need to realize is a safe mask is something that is at least like 2 layers thick, with ideally some very tight woven cotton and then another material. And do carry a few masks on these flights so that you can take them off and then dispose of them. Just have to always remember that you have potentially virus on top of this mask, so you can be touching it and then touching your face. And even hand sanitizer, make sure it's very easy accessible. And your passports and stuff kind of have a dirty section, for example, where where things that when you touch things that other people touch, just make sure you're always conscious of that and keeping your hands clean and then putting that away. One other question, Captain, how are you keeping yourself safe during these flights? Because obviously it must be quite daunting for you to be taking so many flights back and forth to different countries.
Yeah, it's changed. The world has changed, you know. And yeah, your first point you said was very correct.
Hello, I think we just lost you. Okay, so are you there, Captain? If not, I will introduce our next amazing host. Are you there? Can you hear me?
Yes, of course, Sheila. Here I am.
Oh, how are you? Oh my gosh, how are you doing?
Absolutely good, sweetheart. And, so delighted to see you, Yes, Thursday. Yes, Captain Rishikesh, please. Thank you.
Hi, Captain. How are you? We just lost you for a little bit. I think we still lost him. Can you hear me, Captain? Oh, I think he's having some.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can now. Are you okay there?
Yeah, sorry for the interruption. Yeah, because just got disconnected.
I think you were telling us something.
Yeah, the first point you mentioned, I want to emphasize the same thing, that make sure your mask covers your nose and your mouth both, basically, so that you remain very clear. It doesn't go inside your track, basically, which is very important point you made. Thank you for that. So yeah, as I said earlier, the flying world has changed. So you have to prepare yourself mentally that what are my preparation, first of all, that, okay, I'm going to go through it. There are going to be a lot of common touch points through which a lot of people travel, like check-in counters, security checks, immigration counters, where, of course, the airport authorities have done a fantastic job in making sure that the touch points are sanitized frequently. Airlines have done a fantastic job to keep your seats sanitized, your airplane sanitized, and the modern aircrafts are equipped with filters which can filter the virus so that the spread of the virus can be checked. So we do our job, but the mindset has changed. Yeah, of course, that it is one of the factor, when we brief, our prime job is to get you safely, efficiently, and comfortably home. And as a part of safety now, keeping everyone infection-free has become part of the job. So we make sure that we emphasize that point across to the crew, so to make sure that they don't spread infection and they remain infection-free. And for that, the interaction with the passenger has to be minimum. The airline has already specified the standard operating procedure for that, so that the interaction with the passenger is minimized. Of course, it's not convenient for the passengers, but it's just the phase that we have to fly through. I normally wear this, first of all, mask, gloves, sanitizer. They all are provided on board by the airline. My airline, of course, provides the same. They provide the face shield, they provide the sanitizer, they provide the mask, and gloves if you need. So with that preparation and mindset, I set out for my job. Of course, while at the layover, like in US, which we fly very often, it's a very wonderful country, of course. And of course, the God has created a wonderful world. So we've been to many parts of the world, and it's been a pleasure so far to see his creation. But nowadays, of course, it's a break. We as far as possible don't venture out anymore. We stay in our rooms. Our airlines made sure that we get our food, everything inside the room of the hotel. And earlier we used to enjoy venturing out, interacting with the people, having the food of that country, enjoying the culture, their monuments, of course. But now it's a break, as I said. And yeah, it's not a bad thing, but we are in the midst of, every time we have to keep reminding ourselves that we are in the midst of a pandemic. We are not on vacation. It's not a normal thing, basically. I know it doesn't sound, it sounds a little worrisome, but you don't need to get worried about it. It's just the phase that we will fly through. safely for sure.
Just like our last speaker said, this too shall pass, right?
Yes, this too shall pass. And of course, the company makes sure that we go through the COVID tests very frequently, so that we don't carry the virus to other countries, and we don't carry it back home. So yeah, that's a safety margin is company has given us basically. So I'm sure every company has their own standard operating procedures to operate in this kind of environment.
We have a question for you from Tapan. He has a question. Can we highlight Tapan for the question?
Go ahead, please.
Well, while we're getting that question ready, let me also mention something else about gloves. Obviously, I'm a dentist, so very versed in keeping people safe. When people wear gloves, please do make sure, just because you have a glove on does not mean that your hands are now COVID-free. A glove is a good reminder to not touch your face. When you have a glove on, once you touch something dirty, your gloves are now contaminated. So it's very important that you don't touch your face and don't touch other things, because you're going to potentially contaminate them. A glove is just a good reminder that you've got hands and that you shouldn't be touching your face.
Wonderful.
So are we ready for the question?
Yep, thank you. Good.
Perfect.
Hello, Captain.
Hi.
Good to see you again, sir. I hope you remember me. This is Tapan Mehta from USA.
Hi. Good evening.
Yeah, hi, Captain. I have one question to you. Can you share with us your experience and your evacuation flight or Vande Bharat mission?
Yeah, of course. So yeah, it's an initiative by the government of India to get the people back home, basically. Yeah, and Air India's, and we are very proud to be part of it. And it's our job basically to help country and people get back home safely, and we feel proud to be part of it. Vande Bharat people are very anxious to, because initially people were very anxious to get home, basically, because yeah, everyone wants to get home safely in the time of pandemic, because the future is very uncertain. You feel that what's going to you don't know what's going to happen. So initially there was a lot of rush, a lot of anxiousness among the passengers. We could see in their eyes and in their body language that they wanted to get home somehow anyhow. So airline at every point, right from the ground staff to the cabin crew, everyone was very sensitive about this, that people are a little anxious about this. People are anxious to get infected of this virus, and they are worried about getting infected on board, and they are also at the same time getting anxious to go home. So at every point, people used to make sure and calm them down, saying that you don't worry, we'll get you home safely. And it's been a wonderful to be part of the team, which starts from the ground person to the cabin crew, all the way up to the management and to the government of India. So yeah, it's great experience. And yeah, at the end of the flight, you feel very satisfied to see people very happy to get so that they've got home. So they feel so happy at the end of the flight. It's I can't describe it in words. It's amazing feeling to be home. Absolutely. Especially if you're staying in US or very far off countries, getting home is feeling.
Thank you so much. That's such a great thing that you guys are doing, bringing those people home. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You're a very good co-pilot, I must say. You highlighted very good points basically about the gloves. It gives you basically a sense of safety, that you're wearing gloves so you remain infection free, but that's not the case. Even if you're wearing gloves, you make sure that you do not spread the infection. You keep changing gloves if required. You keep sanitizing your gloves all the time so that it does not spread. It's a very good point. Secondly, you said your mask should cover your nose and face. Very good thing. Thank you very much for highlighting those two very important points, I must say. And again, before I end, yeah, I would say repeat the same thing, unless it's very important. Stay at home, stay safe. We will go through this and get through this. This too should get over very soon. Take care of yourself, and yeah, thank you for having me here. Namaskar, Jai Hind.
Namaste. And now it gives me great pleasure to introduce someone that is so dear to my heart. Simran, how are you, Miss Beautiful?
My God, not better than you. My smile is not better than you for sure. I mean, absolutely God's grace, sweetheart. Thank you. And I get so delighted when I see you here. And, you know, I've been really, really very touched, you know, everything that Captain Rishikesh Someshwar spoke to us. And thank you for being so thoughtful about the gloves. But you are a doctor yourself, so I'm sure your imagination works and your questions worked fabulously wondrous. I'm going to also thank Captain Rishikesh for giving us the inputs on how to really travel safe. The best thing is to be at home. Thank you, Captain. And absolutely, you know, something very important for all of us, especially for those who belong to the tourism sector, you know, how to take care of oneself. Thank you so much for being here with us.
My pleasure. Thank you very much for your kind words.
So let me give Simran a proper introduction. And as you can tell, this beautiful woman was Miss India 2013. And she's also a Bollywood star in a movie called Zindagi Tumse. She's everywhere. Simran is on the IIFA Awards. She's on Filmfare. She's on Oscars. I am friends with her on Facebook, and literally every single day there's something fun that she's posting from these A global list events. She's also another talent that she has. She's a talented folk dancer, and she's actually won 18 consecutive folk dancing titles in India and America. And she's the ambassador of folk dancing. She's also the official talk show presenter on USA Channel TV Asia. So many of you probably recognize her face from movies and Bollywood. And to add to all of these amazing things that she does, she is also a yoga lover. And she does 108 Surya Namaskars every weekend for people all over the world. And we all know how yoga is so important right now, great for mental strength and great for health and wellness. So it's my honor and my pleasure to introduce formally Simran.
I'm feeling so privileged and on the top of the world being introduced by you. A global namaste to everyone on behalf of Healing Our Earth. And this is a beautiful family. Dr. Sheila Dobi is here with us from USA. And Sheila, never ever has my introduction, I've been so fascinated with my introduction. So thank you so much. And thank you for taking me and making me realize, you know, super special. It is all because of you. Thank you so much. And as you know that, you know, we love you and your wondrous tips, you know, how to keep oneself safe, healthy, and aesthetically beautiful, as well as mentally beautiful. I take a lot of tips from Dr. Sheila Dobi, and thank you so much for doing the needful and being a speaker, as well as a family of Healing Our Earth platform. This platform is extremely close to all of us. I want to really take this initiative of telling everyone, all the beautiful divine souls across the world, that please be connected with us. We connect every Sunday, and this time for Janmashtami is a special session as well, which I'll talk while we move along. So thank you, Dr. Sheila Dobi. Thank you so much. And we loved the session by Captain Rishikesh Someshwar as well. And I thank you, and I'm going to see you here being with us for the next few sessions as well, Dr. Sheila. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Bye.
Thank you. To all the lovely souls from across the world, this is the best place for me to be in, because I really feel that, you know, we feel completely rejuvenated. We make this earth a better place to live in just because we connect all the beautiful divine souls together. And all we spread is love and positivity, which is of utmost essence in our lives. I'm truly delighted to welcome our esteemed speaker now, and I must say he's a part of our family, and I'm so happy and thrilled to welcome him right now here, who's going to really highlight and speak about something which is very close to our hearts. Now, we all believe that families who travel together always stay together. To know more about the tourism industry, the tourism sector, we have with us Nitin Palan, MBE. So truly an honor for all of us to have him here. Nitin Palan is from the UK, and he's also a part of the Healing Our Earth family, our senior soul of Healing Our Earth. You know, Nitin, it gives me great pleasure in inviting you and welcoming you here, Nitin. But before I invite him, please allow me to introduce Nitin Palan, MBE from the UK. Nitin has been in the business from a very young age, and his first business was a crisps business, Super Crunch, in 1978. And moving on from there to running a Lebanese restaurant in 1981 to 1984. Since 1984, he's been operating a tour operator business running more than 60 buses and coaches in London and carrying over 1.5 million passengers a year. In the UK, the company employs 230 staff. He has a first-hand experience in how the COVID-19 impacts businesses, the employees, and its forward planning. Well, today he's going to share with us how he dealt with the impact and how he believes that it will affect the future of the tourism industry and the tourism sector in the UK and across the world. It is worthwhile noting that tourism employs the highest number of staff in the UK, and London is world's 4th largest tourist destination. Well, to my dear friends, at first, please allow me to thank Nitin for returning. Last time you spoke about listening, consulting, and acting, amongst the other things. And today we really want the update on the tourism sector, the tourism industry. So please tell us your future forecast and maybe humbly with a global namaste. Welcome, Nitin Talan, please.
Global namaste to you too. Couple of quickies, if I may. First of all, congratulations to the captain because he's got the same tasting shirt that I do. It's exactly identical. So it's interesting, somebody sitting in India is wearing the same shirt as I am in the UK. Ladies don't talk about these things. They'll get embarrassed if somebody's wearing the same clothes as they are. Men just don't simply bloody care. Stay safe. I said, don't stay home. Go and travel. Go and enjoy the restaurants, but stay safe. Be wise. Do things properly, but get rid of the fear. Is my voice clear? Are you having difficulties?
No, it's perfect. It's perfect.
Good, good. Okay. So there was a small criticism for the captain, but taste in short was superb. The previous speaker team was the doctor, Dr. Saheb. He spoke about a lot of stuff you can do at home, from visiting museums, playing, having a party at home. So there's tons of activities that the world has discovered simply by staying home. Tourism is about enjoyment. And tourism doesn't necessarily actually mean that you have to travel overseas. You could travel in the city that you live in. You could travel in the country that you live in. And you could also travel short distances. So I'm going to answer and bring you all up to date from last time that we met, which was about a month ago, as to how the world has slightly changed, but only slightly. I think you all know whether the stats is looking a bit more, a bit less dangerous. We hope and pray that a cure for COVID might be getting closer. There's a desire for everyone to go out and explore more. There's less element of fear. People simply don't actually want to engage in fear at a certain age. It also means there's a level of carelessness. So you've got beaches and pubs which are far too full, and they forget that the disease is here to stay. The disease is not going to go away. In the same way that AIDS came along in our lives probably 12 to 13 years ago, and we adapted. You guys are all pretty too young. But when it entered the world arena, people thought the world was going to collapse. It didn't collapse. We found a cure to some degree. AIDS is still not, cancer is still not treatable 100%. AIDS is not still 100% treatable. I don't think COVID would ever be treatable. It'll just exist. In the same way, we discovered how to fly and get in queues and get multiple checks because of the fear of terrorism. It changed our lives. COVID will also change our life. It's a question of adapting to it in the most sensible way. But the most important sensible way is that do not die. Enjoy. Travel with wisdom. So over the last 30 days, we had a lot of dramas. Spain started, Spain closed. Belgium started, Belgium closed. We had parts of UK opened, closed. And that type of drama will continue because of uncertainty that we have in terms of statistical reports. Our airport in the UK, I don't think does the kind of testing that a lot of airports do UK, for which there is no cure. We simply cannot cope with the volume of people traveling. So the industry has adapted in various ways. Captain previously spoke about how you will travel on a plane, pretty very miserable way of traveling. You got face mask, your food will be served to you on the seat, cold food, you're too fearful about talking to the guy next door, but that's the way it is. If you want to travel overseas, 7 or 8 hours of discomfort is what you will need to put up with. On buses, we unfortunately have only 2/3 of the seats that can be occupied. So if there's a bus of 50 seats, we only sell 35 seats because one of the aisles cannot be used. So we can create some kind of social distancing. The challenge we are facing, which I'm happy to share, and I'm puzzled by the fact that airline may have sorted that out, I doubt it, is the quality of the air that we breathe in common areas or closed areas like buses, trains, aeroplanes, etc. In most cases, you're not sitting there long enough to have to possibly suffer a problem, but it definitely is a problem that cannot be cured currently. Just to explain to you in a technical sense, very briefly, yes, there are controls, yes, there are devices that clean the air, but currently there's no device that can measure the quality of the air. So in the same way, we know how clean the environment is, we don't quite know how clean the air is in a closed area, because a sample of the air has to go to a lab away from the train or the plane to be tested, and that takes 3 or 4 hours. So we have that as a small risk. So again, going back to common sense, which the common sense of washing your hands, gargling your throat 3 times a day, having a steam bath. I know I'm supposed to be talking about tourism, but let me just go into this anyway. So all this kind of common sense approach, if you adopt, then you can enjoy tourism. So recap, over the last 30 days, some countries have opened up, some haven't. America hasn't opened, China hasn't opened, Australia hasn't opened, India hasn't opened up. So if you come from any of these countries, you have to stay in London in an environment, in a closed-up environment for 2 weeks. If you come from Italy, France, Germany, I think it is, and some other European countries, you can go in and out without any self-isolation. But these are the large countries where there is a large level of tourism. That's not currently possible. Can I move to the next subject? Can I suggest to everybody that London is the 4th most beautiful, most traveled city in the world? And that's because London has got a lot more to offer. And horribly, Londoners don't know London. If I was you guys, I would go out on walking tours, do my open top bus tour, go to river cruises, which are all open air places, loads of parks to visit. There are a lot of cafeterias now open in parks. Walking tours in the city is fabulous. My favorite walk is from London Eye to the Tower of London. It is magnificent. It is what London is all about. And you stop for your ice cream, you stop for your coffee, and because it's fresh air, the chance of you catching anything, as long as you're not touching things, and if you do, constantly do wash your hands, it will keep you safe. The most popular holidays in the UK currently is caravan holidays. They're all sold out. Caravan holidays in the UK are sold out for the next 6 months. Mind-blowing. So don't talk to him about recession. Money is there. It's a matter of finding the right opportunities. So it's a great outdoor way of enjoying a family holiday because you're parked in a park and caravan is actually quite good fun. So if you haven't explored it, if you can find a caravan, you need to book it for next year, book it. I used to do that with my children many years ago. So I would definitely recommend that. There are loads of resort hotels in the UK as well. For example, the most visited city in UK is probably Torquay, Devon, Cornwall area. Beautiful city. It's supposed to be over Riviera of UK. You should explore that. I was there 3 weeks ago to look at various opportunities. And it's embarrassing that I haven't been there for years. I would encourage everybody to go to Torquay. Wouldn't encourage you guys to go to the beach. I don't think that's the safest environment to be. But walking on the beach is fine. Lying there for 5-6 hours, I'm not quite sure how safe that could be. So I wouldn't necessarily recommend that. So caravans, discover London, resort hotels, avoid the beaches, go and spend some money. The economy needs you to go and spend some money. Simran, you're all the way in India, so you can't help us with your money, can you?
Yeah, I am so used to, having everything on the house that it really sounds difficult. Yes, when I have to really shell out, from my own pocket. It's never been that way, So trust me, yeah. For especially those who belong to, who've been really traveling in a lavish manner on the house, it does give you a pinch at times to think that, oh God, we're going to travel on our own. It does.
Now we say pay in the house. I think on the house concept for a while is going to be not possible. But look, the concept of stay safe is logical. But I just would like you to consider taking the word stay. Go out, explore, enjoy, forget the fear. This is here to stay. Do you have any specific question that I can help you with? So we talked about traveling on aircrafts. We talked about buses.
Right.
Look at more open air places that might be worthwhile looking at. And as I say, I think my prediction is that this thing is here to stay. Pneumonia is here to stay. Common cold is here to stay. COVID-19 is intense form of pneumonia, as doctors have told in the past. You simply have to be quite clever about how to deal with our return home. So just be careful.
Sure. Nitin, I do have a question. I really want to know, especially, since I'm from Mumbai, I'm from India. And, here also we have 11%, of the people who belong to the tourism sector. And, as you said, probably you have to be creative and innovative. Probably we can have outlets, which we need to really explore and see, where can we really have, some outlet open for everyone, and what is going to be really nice for everyone, maybe a rejuvenating place, maybe something which would be safe. What according to you, I mean, we are talking of tourism in UK. What according to you, could one really think or be creative? When we look towards, if we belong to the tourism sector, to look towards, a different creation altogether, or to really broadening your horizons and thinking that maybe we could give it a try and having something, taking bookings online and probably giving them safe travel. What do you think? There is something, we are talking of local travel now, which is safer rather than, traveling, and taking flights. But do you think there is something more, creative to it, which we can really think and give it a thought and actually make sure that the tourism sector is really safeguarding themselves and at least having some sort of living?
I think creativity is an interesting word. We as a product provider are creative and like to be creative, but you as a consumer need to be creative in terms of what you want to enjoy. And that creative is only going to happen if you go outside and venture outside and stop being scared. We are fighting two battles, fear and money. A lot of people have been unemployed for the last 4-5 months, and they discovered a lot of things for free. Walking in the park has been free, looking at local areas. I've never seen so many people doing picnics ever, and enjoying themselves in that manner. So people have discovered recreation of a different nature, but the economy requires people to spend money. Otherwise taxes can't be paid, VAT cannot be paid, and if the money doesn't go around, we don't go around. And if there's no taxes paid, then simply we're going to have issues and stuff like this. I think we have to find things that are volume based. So a lot of people doing cheaper things in a grander scale. So I still believe for the next 7-8 months, the future as we see it is going to be open top buses, walking tours, cafes, more outside cafes than inside, that kind of activity. And that's not just here in London, I think throughout the world. And trust me, wherever you live in Mumbai, if you walk, you'll discover things you've never seen. You'll realize who was there 70 years ago, 80 years ago. What is the history associated to where you have been? And that history could be your history, your family history, could be your Indian history, could be British history. So I mean, in London, I'm always fascinated by how much India has influenced the British cultures. If you go in Regent's Park, there's at least 4 places. That's 4, that's 5, so that's 4 places where people for India have donated to fountains, plaques outside. You walk along streets in London and you'll see this here was a place where someone or the others lived in. So you've got Indian names in so many places that you never knew. So there's so much out there to discover. Now, I don't necessarily want to make this as Indian product. There's tons to discover. Just go out, discover, but do spend money. We need your money. Something I should also share with you is how is the staff taking the scenario. So there's 3 situations as far as staff is concerned. One is furlough scheme has changed, which is a very UK-centric situation. Furlough was where the British government provided funding to the employers to keep the employees in place for the next 3 months. That subsidy is getting smaller and smaller and smaller. So a lot of companies are now beginning to make people unemployed. And that effect itself will create a rather a short-term problem, because when the business does come back, these people have to be found, retrained, etc. So we are facing that as a challenge. The second challenge is getting the staff back in the office. Staff are scared about coming back to the office, and because they are potentially used to working at home. Some will get back to work, but unless everybody makes a joint decision. So that's another type of decision or problem that we are wishing to resolve. The third thing is environment in the office. So you can only potentially have space for, I suspect, 60% of your original seating capacity to allow for people to distance themselves. I can't imagine a lot of staff putting not the face mask, you know what I mean, the plastic.
The shield.
Yeah. But that might be the most comfortable, the safest option currently. Obviously, cleaning of the offices themselves. You need to have special type of cleaning every night, and the bathrooms and the kitchens and the common areas have to be cleaned more frequently. So a lot of simple things have changed in a most complicated way. But it has to be found. I mean, again, there's no point in complaining about it. We just need to get on with it and say that's the new world that we live in.
Yeah, so that's the new normal, as everyone is saying. Nitin, I also would want to know from you, Nitin Palan, since you have a vast experience and you belong to the sector. I was always thinking, we've all realized, since the past 5 months all across the world, that health is our only true wealth. No matter how much wealth we have at home, but if we don't have health, it's really not doing any good to you. So I was thinking, why not really go in for rejuvenation retreats and get out of the house? But again, that requires a little bit of travel. Maybe we don't go across borders or we don't go abroad, but, going in our own country. But again, the risk factor is involved there as well. So for all those who always wanted to pay attention to their health, for all those who really, all of us, focus on, having our wealth first in place. And then, so do you think this is the right time for them, since businesses are really slow, especially in the tourism sector, for them to go, to a nice spa and stay out there for, a few months, or for a month or for a few weeks and rejuvenate yourself and get into the cleansing process? Or is it very risky at this point of time? Because when we think of panchakarma, be the Ayurvedic, or we think of any cleansing process, it could be, more risky for us that we could really take in the virus because of the cleansing process. So is this, or could this be an idea, for the tourism sector, where we look forward to rejuvenation centers and spas? Or probably this sector should also wait for a while, and people should actually try and rejuvenate at home itself by doing yoga and breathing, the sessions that we also have it here at Healing Our Earth platform?
You have an expensive taste, my dear lady. This type of holidays have always been rather expensive and small in quantity. So whenever you go to hotels, the first thing you go and say, can I go to spa? It's full up. No one has got the capacity that you are referring to. But yes, and no one's got the money, because spa holidays are really expensive. And yes, there's more and more spa type of holidays coming up in the market. But again, how do we convert this concept into quantity concept? Because it's a good quality concept. So how a lot of people at a small price to be able to enjoy this in a grand way. Maybe we all go and do yoga with our friend, Swamiji Ramdevji. Whether I can say, after doing Ramdevji's camp, can you all go on an open top bus tour? It might sound like a daft idea, but look, health is essential. And without health, there's no way of enjoying yourselves anyway. I would actually say, stay healthy, learn to do yoga while you're on holidays. And I'm sure there's a stat that says people that have been doing yoga on a normal daily basis, they actually haven't suffered from COVID. Statistically, I think they are less in percentage terms. So common sense dictates that if your breathing technique is very, very good, you're not going to keep a lot of crap in your lungs. So yes, I love your taste of high quality holidays. Nothing would please me more to do that more. And that might be a future, but actually reversing that in a negative way. One of the things that people used to do was cruises as a health. Stay on a cruise, enjoy yourself, swim a lot. Well, that's turned out to be a disaster, I think, hasn't it? There have been more deaths on cruises because it's a closed area than any other environment. And because cruises don't have a country they belong to, so in terms of their audit trails, in terms of their checks, in terms of the health stuff, they have been slightly weak. So there's been more deaths on cruises than any other, if you call it a hotel of that category. Look, the world will change. We'll all find new ways of enjoying ourselves. But from my perspective, selfish it may sound, for God's sake, go out and enjoy yourself. Spend money. Don't stay home. Go out, stay safe. But don't stay. Go out and be safe. Sorry.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you, Nitin.
Sorry, Simon, I was just interrupting. Talking about freebies, we'd be delighted to give you a free open top buster.
Wow. That sounds interesting.
You have to come to London to enjoy it, though.
I really want to come. Trust me on this. I also wanted to know, since you've already spoken of the future forecast, saying that it's going to be there for another 6 months to 7 months, probably, by Jan. So we definitely thinking of having a low-key New Year celebration as well to welcome the 2021. Is there anything else would you like to say, probably online, where people could actually get into something very unique, besides being healthy, and from work perspective for the tourism sector, if they could start with something very unique and new with online services to people? So of course, we do have online services like this beautiful platform that we have, Healing Our Earth, where we have sessions on yoga, breathing, on chanting, healing the earth, and giving them positivity and the vibrations, to everyone's doorstep where we go. Is there anything else you could think of as a future forecast for the UK sector, the tourism sector in the UK?
Dr. Kiran mentioned a lot of stuff that's happening already in terms of visiting galleries, learning to do belly dancing. There's a lot of stuff. on the website now. And trust me, human mind is quite creative, so they'll carry on being more and more creative. I rather say the old-fashioned way: go out and walk, do self-discovery. And it has two purposes. It is a self-discovery of what's around you and what's within you. I know this is not my subject, I'm not that expert, but walking on your own, the ability to be yourself, the ability to appreciate yourself. Last many years, all of us have just been running around, doing a lot of stuff, never given ourselves time to do it for ourselves. This is the time to discover within and without. And yes, opportunities will always exist on the website. But again, to finish off from my side, stop being fearful. You need to get out of this one. Bless you all.
Sure. Absolutely. Thank you so much. And I think this, you know, when I think about it, you know, I've still not been out, you know, since the past 5 months. But when I just think about it, yes, it's been years that I had time, you know, to myself when I went for a stroll, thinking about, you know, just me and the beautiful nature. So this is time for all of us to appreciate, you know, the beauty which nature has given us and to explore within yourself. So if you can't travel outside, let's travel inside is the mantra. So when we go, you know, for these beautiful walks, I think you want to explore from within and actually be the best version of yourself. I think we're going to take that, you know, Mr. Nitin Palan. I think that is absolutely beautiful what you mentioned to us.
Namaste. Be happy.
Thank you so much. We are absolutely obliged. And as I said, Nitin Palan is also a beautiful family, you know, soulful mate, absolutely, of our Healing Our Earth platform. Thank you so much for everything that you give to us. And thank you for coming back on our show as well. And we look forward to welcoming you once again, you know, the coming Sunday or post that. But we look forward to meeting you every now and then. A humble thanks to you for being here with us.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you, world, and thank you to Healing Our Earth platform, where, you know, as I said, that, you know, throughout the day, because in India, you know, the clock ticks 10 p.m. so at night, and this session, especially this session, rejuvenates me completely. And I always ask myself why. And I really, you know, meeting people from and facilitators from across the world talking about health and actually doing everything in front of you know, all our facilitators from across the world who have their own mantras, their own beliefs in health and own rejuvenation techniques, really makes us stay on a natural high, of course, making us feel very healthy, fresh and pure. We're going to have a brilliant session on yoga and the breathing techniques. As we always know that it's all about the breath of life. It's all about the way we breathe. But still, we've been almost, you know, since 4.5 months, 5 months at home. Have we actually got the time to get into the breathing technique? If yes, absolutely beauteous. But if no, then this is the right time for all of us to get started and to please join our next speaker. And I'm truly delighted to welcome Dr. Tahir Sharif, who's going to talk on yoga and breathing, which is truly a way of life. Dr. Tahir Sharif from the Art of the Living organization, we truly welcome you here. And, you know, he's a trauma and orthopedic surgeon by profession, working in the UK-based hospitals since 2011. Dr. Tahir is also a yoga and meditation teacher by passion, teaching workshops and classes since 2006. Having a strong belief in balancing both the science and spirituality aspects of life. Dr. Tahir has successfully managed to incorporate both aspects in his professional and personal life. Now we have Dr. Tahir here, who belongs to and who believes in the Art of Living organization, the foundation. And I've been so fortunate that, you know, we were with His Holiness, Sri Ravi Shankar Ji, you know, just 2 weeks back, you know, hosting the event for the Hindujas. And it is a different world altogether. You know, when we get into the right breathing techniques, there is nothing like stress in the life of one who believes in the Heart of Living Foundation. So we are truly absolutely overwhelmed to have this session. And I'm going to request everyone to sit back tall and please join us for this wondrous yoga and breathing session by Dr. Tahir Sharif here with us. Thank you, Dr. Tahir. How are you doing today?
Fantastic. Namaste, everybody. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much, Simran, for that amazing welcome. And just before we start, just a thank you to all of you Healing Our Earth for creating this platform to reach out to how many thousands, millions of people across the world, and just providing this solace to so many people in such a difficult time across the world. So thank you very much to your whole team.
Yeah, absolutely. Dr. Tahir, I'm sorry, but I'm not having great sound. So I'm going to quickly log out and log in again. But I'm going to join you for the session as well. And I'm all set, to get into my Padmasana posture. So I'm going to just log out and log in again because I couldn't hear you. I somehow lost the voice, in my phone, my laptop. So please, if you may kindly start the session, and I will come back in the next 1 minute and join you for the session, and I'll answer you post the session. Is that okay, Dr. Tahir?
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Simran. So just before we start, everybody knows what yoga is. So just to clarify, there's so many different definitions of yoga. There's so many different ideas of what yoga is. So yoga, the word yoga comes from a Sanskrit word yuj, which means union. What is that union of? Union of the body, the breath, and the mind. When these three components of our life come into union, come into synchrony, then we experience yoga. Then we experience that joy, that happiness, that bliss, that expanded state of consciousness. So that is yoga, when the body, the breath, and the mind all come into union and work together as one unit. There's a very important texts in the yoga scriptures, the Patanjali Yoga Sutras, which are written by Maharishi Patanjali many, many thousands of years ago. And in those texts, he mentions about 8 different limbs of yoga. And it's very interesting. If you notice, his words are very, very unique. He mentions limbs of yoga, not steps of yoga. So all of these limbs need to happen together at the same time. Like, for example, when a baby is growing in a womb, all the limbs, the arms, the legs come at the same time. So for yoga to happen, all of these 8 limbs need to happen at the same time. So what we'll do is we'll each go through one of these, we'll go through all of these limbs very briefly, very quickly, and experience that union, that yoga. Great. So the first limb is the yamas. Yama basically means social ethics, how you can interact with your environment, how you interact with people around you. And that's the beauty of these Patanjali Yoga Sutras, is that you can interact them, you can incorporate them across the world in your day-to-day life. So now, in COVID situation 2020, how can we incorporate social ethics into our day-to-day life? For example, social distancing. Are you maintaining that? Are you wearing a mask? Are you washing your hands? Are you respecting people's personal space, giving them that space to just be? These are how you interact with the world, with people around you. These are yamas, social ethics. Then you come to niyamas. Niyamas are your personal ethics, how I look after myself, how I take care of myself. And in the yamas, for example, again, in this day and age, how can we apply the concept of niyamas in today's day and age? Are you eating correctly? Are you looking after your physical self, your immune system, eating right, eating healthy food, eating quality food? How much are you eating? How much are you drinking? Are you drinking enough water throughout the day? Especially now in UK, in the middle of a heat wave at the moment, there's lots of heat. People are struggling at the moment with the heat. So are you staying hydrated? Looking after yourself, right? Another way is just simple things like sleep, right? Are you sleeping well? On average, people say 6 to 8 hours of sleep is good. But I'll add one more thing onto that, is the quality of sleep. Is your phone sitting next to you the whole night with all your WhatsApp messages beeping away, your Facebook notifications going away? The quality of sleep has an effect on how you look after yourself, right? Exercise. Are you looking after the body? Are you going for your walks? Are you doing some yoga, some exercises, some gymming, whatever you can do to physically exercise the body, right? So these are your personal ethics, the niyamas, right? After that, the third limb is pranayama. Pranayama basically means breathing techniques, breathing exercises. Prana is your subtle life force energy, the energy in the system. Yama means direction, giving direction to that energy force within us, to that life force within us. So what can we do in this day and age to boost our energy, to boost our immunity, to make us stronger, to cope with the day-to-day activities in this environment in 2020? So I'll give you a couple of techniques. The first one is called yogic breath. So what this technique does is it increases your lung capacity to a maximum. On average, people only use about 30% of their lung capacity because they're not aware of the breathing. So by doing a few breathing exercises, we can increase that lung capacity to 80%, 90%. Hence, increasing the energy, boosting your immune system, being able to cope with your daily function, your daily routine, your responsibilities in your day-to-day life. So we'll do the first one. It's called yogic breath. So what you do is sitting easily, sitting comfortably. If you want, you can keep your right hand on your abdomen and your left hand on your chest. So as you breathe in, you first expand the stomach, bloat your belly, expand your stomach as much as you can for half the breath. The second half of the breath, expand the chest as much as you can. So first expanding the stomach, then expanding the chest, pushing the breath all the way up to the collarbones, expanding, filling your chest as much as you can. And then as you breathe out, first contract the stomach, pull your stomach inwards all the way to the back of your spine. Then contract your chest, relax your chest. Maybe let's try this, Simran. We'll do this together a couple of times. Okay? So sitting easily, sitting comfortably, and keeping your back straight. Let's take a first normal deep breath in and breathe out. You can keep your hands if you wish. So as you breathe in, first expand the stomach, bloat your belly as much as you can. And then expand your chest, push the breath all the way through your chest, expand the chest, expand the lungs as much as you can. As you're breathing out, first contract the stomach, pull the stomach inwards, and then relax the chest, relax the shoulders, and keep going. Breathing in, expanding the belly, expanding the chest, push the breath all the way up to the collarbones, and then relax the stomach on breathing out and relax the chest. Let's do maybe 3 more breaths like this. Really focus on pushing your stomach open, expanding your chest as much as possible. Increase your lung capacity as much as possible. And we do one last breath. Breathing in, expand the stomach as much as possible, expand the chest, expand your chest as much as possible. Relax the stomach, relax the chest. And come back to normal breathing and relax the hands. Okay. So how did you find that, Simran?
It is absolutely out of the world. I'm going to tell you something. So when I tried doing it the first time, when I tried doing it, I couldn't, I couldn't feel that, because I realized I just took the breath at once. But when the second time I focused on a point and I actually only felt my navel coming out, my abdomen coming out, and then I could take that extra breath of the chest, which I wouldn't have realized otherwise. Since you told us that, okay, it's first only focus there. So I think, by having my focus at one point, I realized I could really take in much more, and really give that oxygen to my lungs. So thank you for that. And I really haven't experienced this before. So thank you. Just wanted to make one thing sure, wanted to ask you and be clear. Should the fingers be spread, or are we just having the fingers together comfortably, or are we just having them spread out?
So the fingers on the chest and the abdomen, you don't actually have to keep them there. This is just if you're doing the technique for the first time of the expansion of individually expanding the abdomen and the chest. But if you're doing it on your own, you can just sit easily in Sukhasana with your hands on your thighs. Whatever is comfortable, whatever is easier for you.
Beautiful, beautiful. I felt magical.
Fantastic. So we'll go back.
I couldn't have any focus.
Brilliant. So this technique, as you mentioned, increases the lung capacity, increasing the energy in your system, increases your immune function, especially in this environment to deal with the situation. So that's the third limb of the 8 limbs of Patanjali. So third limb is pranayama, the breathing exercises. The fourth limb is asana. Asana means the physical posture, the physical exercises. Now, this is a limb of yoga which everybody is most familiar with. The bending, the stretching, the twisting, all these kind of things that everybody assumes is the only part of yoga. But this is just one limb of yoga. So keeping in mind, again, how we can use the asanas, the physical element of yoga, to increase our immunity to function in this day and age. So I'll teach you 4 different asanas. And this, what we know to do is focusing on, similarly, expanding the chest, opening the lung capacity, and also focusing on the abdomen. So contracting the abdomen, twisting the abdomen to push everything out through the digestive tract, right? So we can all stand up. The first technique I'm going to teach you is called the breath of joy. And this is the chest expander. So sit standing comfortably with your feet shoulder width apart, standing tall. What you do is, as you breathe in, you bend backwards slightly, open up your chest, open up your arms, gently look up to the ceiling, push your shoulders back. And as you breathe out, gently bend forward, give yourself a big hug, and gently breathe out, bending forward. Once again, breathe in, stretch upwards, open the chest, open the lungs, fill the lungs to the best of your capacity. And breathing out, bend forward, give yourself a big hug, relax the chest. And relax, come back to center. So again, this exercise, expanding the chest as much as possible, increasing that breathing capacity, right? The next one I'll teach you is called the spinal twist. So you're sitting on your mat, keeping your feet straight out ahead of you. You can keep your toes pointing upwards. So what you do is you take your left hand on the outside of your right thigh. Your right hand behind the back, keeping the palm flat on the ground, keeping the spine straight. Take a deep breath in. And as you breathe out, twist to the right side, look over your right shoulder. With every breath in, lengthen the spine upwards. With every breath out, twist a little bit more to the right side. And breathing in, come back to center, relax the hands. And we'll do the other side. So right hand on the outside of the left thigh. Left hand behind the back, palm flat on the ground. Keeping your spine straight, take a deep breath in. And as you breathe out, twist to the left, look over your left shoulder. With each breath in, lengthen the spine upwards. With each breath out, twist a little bit more. Become aware of your spine from the top to the very bottom. Twisting the spine, twisting the abdomen, squeezing all the abdomen contents, all your organs, your digestive tract, your liver, your spleen, your kidneys, giving them a good flush out. And relax, come back to center, relax the hands. So this one, working on the abdominal region, squeezing the abdomen, squeezing all the contents to flush out all the contents, right? The next technique most people are aware of, called the cobra, Bhujangasana. So lying on your stomach, chin on the mat, your arms, your palms directly underneath your shoulders. As you breathe in, lifting your head up, lifting your chest up, lifting your abdomen up off the ground. Pushing up with your hands, keeping your elbows tucked in to the side of the body. Relaxing the shoulders, look up to the ceiling. Like a cobra, expanding the chest. Breathing in and out as much as you can, expanding the lung capacity. And as you breathe out, slowly coming down, relax the chest, relax the head. And we'll do one last asana. So rolling over onto your back, lying down on your back. Hands by the side of the body. You can lift the feet up, holding onto your knees with your hands, placing your knees just above your chest. Take a deep breath in. And as you breathe out, lift the head upwards towards the knees. You can wrap your arms around the knees and squeeze yourself into a tiny little ball. This posture is called Pavan Muktasana, very good for digestion. Again, squeezing all the abdominal contents, helping digestion, flushing out all the toxins from the liver, the kidneys, the pancreas, the spleen, all the abdominal organs, getting a good squeezing. And relax the head, relax the legs, relax the body. And gently roll over into the right side and coming up to a seated position. Sitting easily, sitting comfortably and relaxing. How did you find that, Simran? Very quick, very short postures, but just as you mentioned, expanding the chest and contracting the abdomen.
Yeah, I mean, I only saw the last two ones, but I do have that experience. But this is amazing, especially when we focus it with the breath, be it the Pavan Muktasana we did or the Bhujangasana. It's a different feeling altogether. We're actually giving it tons of oxygen, And does that also matter with the pace? Because when we are breathing deep, do we have to naturally flow with it in a very slow manner rather than, having moves which will really be faster?
I think for me, my personal experience is, as you mentioned so earlier, yoga is the combination of the body, breath, and the mind, as we started with. So the breath is a very vital tool to do any yoga practice. And yoga for me is done as slowly as possible. Because when we say the mind, it means the attention, the focus goes on the body. So for example, if I'm raising my hand up, combination with the breath, so as I'm breathing in, the hand comes up, and all my focus, all the attention is on the arm. What's happening with all the muscles, the nerves, the vessels, what's happening in the arm? And that combination of the body, the breath, and the mind is what brings that relaxation, that joy, that yoga, that union to happen. So for me, as slowly as possible, observing each asana, observing every second of what's happening within the body, within the breath, within the mind, brings that union.
Beautiful. That was absolutely wondrous. Now I'm going to come back to, we started with the 8 limbs, but before that, you did ask me a question which I couldn't hear, and I just asked you for forgiveness, and I really sent you my apologies. So can I just know that what was that question? We start from there before I ask you my questions.
Can't remember, to be honest. Mine's gone blank.
We're going to start with, the techniques that we started. We said the 8 limbs of yoga, and then we went right from yama, niyama, asana, pranayama, and the likes. Will someone who's not into asanas at all get all the benefits of yoga only by breathing, only by doing pranayama?
Well, as you mentioned, so the 8 limbs of yoga ideally are supposed to be done together to get the full benefit. But that's the beauty of these kind of texts, the Patanjali Yoga Sutras, is that it caters for everybody with different ideas, different concepts, different preferences. So if asana is not a preference, yes, do pranayamas, do whichever asana, whichever context, whichever limb that you enjoy, and you'll get some benefit definitely from that.
Lovely. We do believe a lot of breathing techniques, in the Art of Living Foundation. And, you are a mix of the two. You're a doctor as well as, so you really know how to heal people the right way, as far as the anatomy is concerned and having right knowledge. And then here comes the anatomy of the soul, knowing of the being, the human soul. How do you club both of them together? For people, who you give guidance to and the way you treat them, how do you really bring them together?
I think for me, it's the most important lesson is just experience. because I've been doing these kind of techniques, the practice on the path, the pranayamas, the asanas, for such a long time, many, many years, I've experienced personally the benefits of each of the different techniques. And once I understand it, the experience of it, I can kind of understand the anatomy of it, structurally, physiologically, how the technique is working. And because I can understand intellectually and experientially, it's easier for me to explain it and also understand it from that point as well.
Beautiful. Is there just the breathing technique, what we have, with the right hand? Is it only the right hand should be on the navel, or it could be, either ways? Or is there something?
Whichever way
Because I would want to practice that, and I would want to tell the world, please do that, because you have that extra bit, almost 35%. I took in extra oxygen, you see. I really had that extended thing, which I didn't realize I would otherwise, though I believe in abdomen breathing. So is it always the right hand goes on the navel and the left hand, since, our heart is also closed, is there any particular thing for that?
No, not at all. So the hands is completely optional, whichever way you want to do it. If you don't even have to use the hands, if you're comfortable as well. It's just a way of using that technique to kind of identify, okay, now my abdomen is moving, now my chest is moving. But once you understand it, you can just do it with your arms relaxed.
Sure. So in the beginning itself, just as a beginner, we would learn, we would do something. Would you tell us, and would you be able to show us another breathing technique, like we've done it with the asanas, for someone who is really aged, 60 plus years, something which is very, very simple breathing, or can they just do deep breaths in and out, and they somehow can't do the movement, or someone who is obese and is, unable to do the postures, the asanas, and to get into, all the postures. For them, some breathing, which will really help them, have their minds to be very calm, especially in times like today.
Yes, definitely. I mean, there's so many different pranayamas, there's so many different techniques you can use. And like we said, dependent on different people, different situations, their body type, you can adapt and use accordingly. So for example, somebody who's, quite elderly or quite frail, or even somebody who's quite large in size, one of the techniques you can use is called Shitali or Shitkari. So what this technique does is, I'll demonstrate it and then I'll explain it. So it looks like this. So what you do is, if you're able to, stick your tongue out and roll your tongue like that. Breathing in through the mouth as long as you can, as gentle as you can, extending the breath as much as you can, and then closing the mouth, breathing out through the nose. So breathing in through the rolled tongue, breathing out through the nose. And for those who are not able to roll the tongue, what you can do is clench your teeth and push your tongue against the back of your teeth. And do the same thing. So breathing in with your teeth clenched and breathing out through the nose. Maybe we can try this together. Do a few breaths like with your tongue rolled, sticking out, breathing in, or with your teeth clenched, with the tongue pushed against the back of your teeth. Breathing in through the mouth and out through the. And one last round. And relax. Come back to normal breathing. How was that, Simran?
You actually helped me feel, what I'll tell you. So Dr. Tahir, let me tell everyone that, this is Shitali and Chitkari. And whenever we feel thirsty, we say that do Shitali and Chitkari because it will bring the coolness in your throat. Now, I actually was thirsty and I really, wanted to, take a sip of water. So thank you for doing that to me. This also brings coolness in the system. And it is also a nice way, in case somehow most of us, especially I spoke about, people who are obese find it difficult to breathe from the nose. So, this is something much easier. You can breathe from your mouth. And I felt very nice, Dr. Tahir, and thank you for giving me water, the natural water.
You're welcome. So actually, this technique is actually called in English the cooling breath. So what it does is, especially now over here in the UK, we've got a heat wave at the moment, so it's physically very hot. So it actually physically cools down the body, blows down your temperature, and also cools down the mind. So when you find yourself restless, agitated, upset, a lot of thoughts in the mind, a lot of activity in the mind, this technique will help you to calm down the mind, relax the mind, cool down the mind. So cooling breath, physically and mentally.
Beautiful. It changes your temperature of the body instantly. But how does one, we did learn that we know this technique. How does one always keep in mind that, these are the certain techniques you need to keep in mind, especially when you're stressed out? I would definitely say we face a lot of challenges these days. And our stand of, really taking everything in a positive way has really reduced. So how do you think is the best way to remember what is to be done at the time of stress? Do we need to write it down somewhere? Do we need to feed it in our mobile phone so that we remember that whenever we're stressed, we get into deep breathing? What is the best way to do that, Dr. Tahir? Because, the best of both worlds, the medical world as well as the spiritual world. So that's the reason I'm asking you. How can we all remind ourselves to always be in that peace and calm, atmosphere in our head?
There's a very beautiful definition in the Patanjali Yoga Sutras. Maharishi Patanjali was saying, Heyam, Dukkam, Anagatam. What this means is, yoga is stopping the misery even before it arises, right? So for example, doing the asanas, doing the pranayamas on a regular basis helps you get in touch with yourself, helps you understand your own body, helps you understand your mind, how you're feeling. And this constant practice of every day, again and again, helps you get in touch with yourself. So when you reach a situation like that, where you're upset, where you're angry, where you're stressed, you're having one of those days, that constant reminder in your head that, okay, my body is feeling like this. I'm feeling angry. I'm feeling restless. I'm feeling thirsty. Whatever it is, understanding the body, because your connection with the body, with the mind is so strong. And in that moment, you will just know what is right for you and what to do, what technique will work for you, what asana, what pranayama, whatever it is that you feel your body needs, your mind needs, it will just come to you. But one of the things is also just becoming aware that, okay, I'm getting angry, I'm getting sad, I'm getting restless. Just awareness helps in solving the problem. So half the battle, one, is just recognizing, okay, I'm getting angry, I'm getting sad. And now once you've recognized it, then you can do something about it. And again, going back to the Patanjali Yoga Sutras, Maharishi described what is the definition of a practice. Practice is that which is done for a long period of time, consistently, without a gap, with honor, with respect. Only then that practice will become firmly established. So in this situation, just that practice of recognizing what's happening in the body, what's happening in the mind, what's going on, recognizing it, and then acting accordingly.
Beautiful. Beautiful. I think this science itself is the best science in the world. And that is how we say that yoga is a way of life. And it's not about, talking or reading, but it's about the experience. And I want to definitely know from you, Dr. Tahir, how long can we do the breathing exercises? Could it be done for minimal time, but to gain maximum benefits? How many minutes should one do in the morning or in the evening?
Everybody's different again. And I would say everything in moderation is enough. So, I mean, if you're sitting on your mat for, 5 hours in the day, for me personally, the quality of the practice, I would say, goes down a bit. So if you're having a good quality practice, like you mentioned a bit earlier, that quality of sleep makes a difference. So the quality of your practice makes a difference. So if you're sitting on your mat, for example, like doing the asanas, doing the pranayama, doing the meditation, whatever it is, and you're sitting there for 5 hours, but your mind is thinking, okay, I need to phone my boss and do this. I need to organize my children's lunch. I need to talk to my partner about this. The quality of your practice is diminished. So on average, between 20 to 30 minutes is enough for a good quality practice. And then again, everybody's different. Everybody has different needs. So some people, a shorter one is good, a bit of a longer one is good. So on average, I would say between 20 to 30 minutes is usually enough.
That sounds great. I can imagine if I can feel this, just by doing 5 to 7 minutes, I wonder what will happen after 20 to 30 minutes. And also, you really start thinking in a very unique manner. Your brains, get all the oxygen, and of course, they really become sharper than otherwise. And taking you on the brighter side. Aesthetically, you look beautiful, brightful, and you glow. Because your skin glows, and I think the benefits are absolutely immense. So I'm going to take this opportunity of thanking you, Dr. Tahir. Tahir, today the entire world needs yoga and breathing, and I'm going to take this opportunity of thanking you from the bottom of our hearts for really sharing, the mantras, the secrets of breathing. They are very simple. We've read them in books, but the question is all about practice. The fact that you made us practice live is all by itself, cause for the applauses. I'm going to take this opportunity of really, really thanking Dr. Tahir Sharif for being here with us on behalf of Healing Our Earth platform. I want to request you to please be in touch with us and keep coming back here so that we could do our little bit to really bring happiness in people's lives and share love and warmth across the world.
Definitely. Thank you very much for having me. Beautiful experience, beautiful organization, what you're doing across the world. So thank you very much. Looking forward to working with you again.
Thank you very much for being here with us once again. Thank you to all our lovely souls from across the world. For all those who are meeting me for the first time, I must say this is a blessing to me, Healing Our Earth platform. And thank you to everyone, the entire crew of Healing Our Earth, for bringing these unique programs, of healing the earth in the right manner. My name is Simran Ahuja, and I'm more than delighted, to talk and to continue about breathing. So something that we learned, and just to extend and take it a little further. So I'm going to do it here for all those who can really stand and do breathing and be really comfortable in the postures, asanas, along with the breathing. But we will also do breathing for all those who are, in bed and somehow, for some reason, you are not very comfortable getting out of bed, or you can't do asanas and postures. This breathing is for them as well. So let's get started. We're going to do the standing posture. And thank you, Dr. Sheila Gobi. You spoke about the 108 Surya Namaskars, which we always do with the chanting of the names of 108 names of Sun God. And of course, we also do the breathing technique along with that. All right, so I'm going to start, and we're going to do the similar thing what we did breathing, by having one hand on the abdomen, one hand on the chest. Towards the beginning, we're going to focus on breathing our lungs and really giving it tons of oxygen. So this is the way I'm going to get into this posture, which is best done standing, because when I stand, my posture is automatically upright, my back is tall, my spine is tall, and I can really take in deep breaths. So that's the reason I'm doing this in the standing position. Okay, so we can have our feet 1 foot apart and having our hands, fingers apart, because the tip of the fingers really attract lots of energy. I'm going to have my hands outstretched. Take a deep breath in, and breathe out. So as I breathe in, I'm going to take my arms behind, extending them and trying and giving, my lungs that extra capacity to really breathe in deep. So I'm going to breathe in, and breathe out. Breathe in. Now, when I breathe in, I'm also going to try and breathe in from the throat, giving that sound and warming the back of my throat. Let's try that once. So now, This is the preparatory posture, and now you're all ready to breathe in deep. For all those who are advanced, I want you to get into the balanced posture. For all those who really want to enjoy this breathing and get into the beginner's posture, you can have your feet 1 foot apart. And for all those who are advanced, I want you to really have the balanced posture. You're focused. You're also increasing your concentration, improving your concentration, having your dhyan completely, and at the same time, giving it maximum oxygen. So I'm going to take my thumb and my index finger around my chest. Okay, my elbows are up. And as I breathe in, I'm going to feel my chest expanding horizontally. For a change, you know, the horizontal, we always talk of lengthening ourselves vertically. So vertically, I'm lengthening myself, but I'm going to focus on filling my lungs with tons of oxygen. And as I breathe in, I'm going to feel my chest coming out horizontally so that I know that I've given it, and I've really given it maximum capacity. My lungs have been filled with oxygen. Let's try it once. So I'm going to have your thumb and your index finger touching your chest. Your elbows are up, and I'm going to breathe in deep. My focus is only till my chest. My entire focus is till my chest, and I'm going to feel that I'm breathing in deep. And for all those in the sitting posture, we can also do this lovely posture. And this is how we go. You can see here better with the lights, but I wanted to show you the standing posture. And we had a wondrous time with Dr. who was here with us. And so this is how it goes. My elbows are up. You can sit in any comfortable posture, Vajrasan, Sukhasana, or you can just be in a very comfortable posture. If you're just not comfortable sitting cross-legged, it's absolutely fine. But make sure if you're sitting with your knees bent and your feet on the floor, make sure your feet don't touch the floor, because you are getting lots of energy and we don't want that energy to sink into the floor. So please make sure that you have a mattress below your feet, and at the same time have some warmth below the feet, but it shouldn't really get into the floor. And make sure that your knees are a little apart and you're sitting in that very comfortable posture. Right? Your palms are absolutely in a relaxed manner, or your fingers are bent, palms facing the ceiling. You could be in any comfortable posture. What is important is to really have that spine absolutely tall and erect. So we always talk of lengthening the body. So we always talk of lengthen it further, lengthen it, right? Right? Now this time, when we do this breathing, we're going to think of expanding horizontally. Okay, so let's get started. So I'm going to have my thumb and my index finger by my chest. Elbows are relaxed, look straight at any one point. And once we are used to doing this technique, we can close our eyes and have the focus between the two eyebrows, where we Indians wear a bindi, and just get into the deep breath. So let's start. As we breathe out, we're going to come back to the normal posture. And as we breathe in, imagine that your lungs are expanding and hence the chest really comes out horizontally. I know it does sound a little unique and maybe a little very, very different, but this is one of the best techniques to realize if our lungs are getting maximum capacity oxygen. So I want you to practice this. If we do 7 rounds in the beginning, it becomes difficult for us to make out if it's actually being expanded. So I would suggest you all to do it in front of the mirror. Now, since we're doing it in front of the lap, see yourself there as well, have yourself on the big screen, and make sure you see yourself, because you can definitely make out the difference. It's going to take you, maybe 2 or 3 breaths to really get into this breathing technique, but it really works wonders. So I'm going to do the rest of the breathing techniques, and this goes for all levels, right from beginner, intermediate to advanced level. We all heard of the Kapalbhati, and we all regularly do the Kapalbhati. Now, every single asana, like we spoke about the 8 limbs in the beautiful session that we had, we spoke about the 8 limbs. So right from Yama, Niyama, Asana, Pranayam, Pratyahara, to Dharana, Dhyana, and, to attain Nirvana, Samadhi. So all the 8 limbs of yoga really take us towards attaining that love and peace, the divine love. we go towards, attaining that oneness. And, we all belong, we're all, belong to that beautiful sun, as if we are the rays of the sun, and we have to merge back into the Lord. So we're all beautiful souls in this world. And that is how we always say that, okay, to all the divine souls, because we belong to that same Lord, and we have to merge back into the Lord. So that is the eightfold part, which we believe in yoga. So in every single time we do, be it the breathing, be it the pranayama, or be it the asana, there is a feeling, there is an expression. So in asanas, there are 4 expressions. So when we bend forward, when we do the breathing, we breathe in and we breathe out. So I'm going to do is, interlock my fingers, press it on my navel, breathe in deep, take my elbows back, breathe in deep so that I give a lot of space to my lungs to have the deep breath. And as I breathe out, I go down into my yoga mudra and I hold into this posture. Okay, when I hold into this posture, I'm going to take my elbows down and relax myself completely. And your head is down. You're completely relaxed, feeling absolutely the feeling, the expression of surrendering. Again, when we have to breathe in, I lift my elbows up, I breathe in deep, and I breathe out and relax. So there is this expression in every asana. It could be of surrender, it could be of strength. So when we do the balancing posture, we always imagine that we are strong. The tree pose, we can imagine that we have all the strength of the world, and this really works wonders. We also have it along with the breath, so which really takes us into a different world altogether. So today we're going to do Kapalbhati, doing all 5 sides. So we're going to do it straight, right, left, down, and up. We're going to do just mere 10 counts so that we can learn different pranayams in this short span of time. So I want your back absolutely tall. You can have your hands in Jnana Mudra, either on the navel or your hands very comfortable on the knee. All right. Sit back tall and let's do Kapalbhati. And then keep doing Kapalbhati and just do all the 5 sides. So when we do Kapalbhati, we do all the 5 sides so that we are giving and taking and removing toxins. Removing toxins when we look up, we are removing toxins from deeper within our system. So Kapalbhati is removing the toxins. It's Kapal, it's the forehead, it's the shine, it's the natural glow. We always say we want natural glow in our face without using any cosmetics or without using makeup. And Kapalbhati really gives you exactly that. We did only 10 counts. I would suggest you do at least 100 counts of Kapalbhati and continue it in all 5 directions, which comes to 500 of them. And once we are used to doing it, once we know the directions, I'm going to request you all to close your eyes and get into that. Sometimes we might feel a little giddy. If you feel giddy, then keep your eyes open. Otherwise, we can close our eyes, have our focus between the 2 eyebrows, and just get into that beautiful Kapalbhati. So usually we do it in one posture. This time we're going to do it in all the other postures. Something very close to my heart is Bhastrika Pranayam. So we're going to do the Bhastrika, which I'm going to come a little bit closer to you because this is my favorite pranayam. All right. And I also like the Brahmi Pranayam. And I like this pranayam because in this, just the way we have our heartbeat, we've seen, the equipments that we have, we're going to really control, all right, and go faster and go slow at the same time. So it really comes under a control. And towards the end, we're going to do a beautiful, feeling of Bhastrika Pranayam where you don't feel at all that, I'm actually breathing in and out, but it's a very shallow breath. And that takes us from the 4th stage, which is the pranayama, to the pratyahara, which is the 5th stage. As we say, from outside towards within, from darkness towards light. So let's get started with the basic of Bhastrika Pranayam, where we will do the slow breathing in and breathing out. So for this pranayam, we're going to really breathe in. The most important sense of breathing is when we breathe in, the navel should come out. And when we breathe out, the navel should sink into the lower back. This is something very, very basic about breathing. So when we breathe in, let the navel come out. When we breathe out, let the navel sink into the lower back. In Kapalbhati, we only focus on the breath out. In Bhastrika, we focus on breathing in and breathing out. So we go. Towards the beginning, we will focus on breathing deeper in and out till the time we go into faster breathing, but it can be heard. We will only go into faster breathing till it can be heard. And after we are tired, when we feel we are tired, we completely breathe out. And that is the pause. That pause gives us immense benefit. So you get maximum benefits at that pause. You know what we call kumbhak and antar kumbhak. Okay, so we're going to start this pranayam. We're going to do Bhastrika together. We're going to get into breathing in, breathing out slowly, and then we'll go faster. And then whenever you feel you're done with the capacity, we breathe out, and then we just hold at that beautiful feeling where there is no movement at all in our body. And as we always say, to still the mind, it's important to still the body. Your body is at a standstill and you're feeling extremely relaxed. At this point of time, as long as we can, we're going to hold in that posture, and then slowly with the eyes closed, we'll breathe in. Again, hold the kumbhak and breathe out. Now this completes one round of this beautiful pranayam. This completes one round. So the completion is not where we really stop pumping in and out. It is after we hold the antar kumbhak and then once again breathe in and breathe out. That completes one round. Can we do this one round? With the second round, we're going to have without any sound, which needs a little bit practice. So once you've practiced for a few weeks, you can get into definitely the advanced level as well. So let's get started. I want you to sit tall in any comfortable posture. And this pranayam is for anyone, if you're unable to do asanas posture, you can still gain maximum benefits out of this beautiful pranayam. So let's get started. Let's breathe in deep. And let's breathe in. Now breathe in halfway. Because I'm used to, I really can hold on for long, but I just want to show you that after that, when I breathe in and I breathe out, this completes one round. Now, 108 number has a great significance, as we all know in yoga. So whenever we do the Bhastrika pranayam, towards the beginning, we can start with 20, 30, 40, and then Once we are used to it, we have to do 108 counts. So breathe in and breathe out becomes 1 count. This is 1 count. We have to do 108 counts of the Bhastrika Pranayama, and we can do easily 3 sets of this, which will really fill yourself and really make every cell of your body in a happy zone, and they will give you these peaceful, happy hormones, because every cell of your body is got oxygen. And then once we really have practiced this well, we're going to get into that very subtle breathing. We are actually breathing in and breathing out. So actually the breath is there, but it's so less. It is just absolutely minimal, where you can't hear the sound, but you're still breathing in and breathing out. It is still pumping in and out in a very minimal way. I would just like to show it to you for a few seconds. Again, I breathe in deep, breathe out, I breathe in deep, all right, and relax. And then I'm going to take a half breath in and then start pumping. And relax yourself. So this is, once we are used to doing the Bhastrika Pranayama, then we can get into the advanced pranayama as well. And that was right from the beginners to intermediate level to the advanced level. And there is something very, very beautiful, which I would like to show it to you, in which we are also going to do towards the end, the Jalandhar Bandh. And the right nostril is the Surya Nadi, is the sun, is the energy, the heat. And the left nadi, the left nostril, is the Chandra Nadi. It's the moon, it's the coolness. So we're going to really breathe in and breathe out from the throat. And then we will come into Jalandhar Bandh and hold in that posture. So let's start with breathing in and breathing out. And for this pranayama, we can also get into with the hands, the Yoni Mudra, which works excellent, especially if we do it at night time. For one, to have sound sleep. Second, to really get rid of all those dreams and to really have a peaceful sleep. So in case we sleep for 6 hours and we feel fresh only after 6 hours, trust me, if we do it regularly, we'll start feeling fresh, in 4.5 to 5 hours itself, actually lesser than that. But I want all of us to really do this and pranayama. And one important thing which I would like to tell you, that if we can do Mula Bandh, Ashwini Mudra, where we squeeze the anus muscle tight. So for all those who are somehow unable to do postures, because I was asked this question today, that what about people who really can't do asanas, or probably, are not that flexible enough or comfortable to get into postures? How do we start with something? We all can do our Mula Bandh. Mula Bandh is where we hold our anus muscle, squeeze it tight. Okay. Now this can't be seen by anyone for sure, but it is only for us to feel it. So what we do is we pull that anus muscle, we lift it up and we hold it in that posture. And this is known as Mula Bandh, also known as the Ashwini Mudra. All right. And, whenever we say that, yes, we need to really get into our chakras. So we always do the Mula Bandh first. If we do the Kapalbhati and all the pranayams by having our Mula Bandh, the effects are immense. So I'm going to request all of you to try doing Mula Bandh in the beginning. How do we get used to doing Mula Bandh? In the beginning, just squeeze the anus muscle and release. Squeeze the anus muscle, so it just lifts a little higher and release. Squeeze and release along with your breath. So I want you to hold that anus muscle tight. And then when we do the pranayam, be it any pranayam, the Kapalbhati, the Yoni Mudra, we can at the same time simultaneously have the Mula Bandh throughout and do the pranayams while doing the asanas, the postures, we can do that. And Mula Bandh can be done continuously throughout the day. It works immense. It gives your system, it really, gives that heat to the system, which really improves your digestion process, which keeps you super healthy, keeps your body warm. And as we always talk about the immunity system, so pranayam is the best to give you good immunity system as well. So let's get started. We're going to do the Mula Bandh and practice the Yoni Mudra, where we will breathe in and breathe out from the back of our throat. So this is the way we breathe. So when we breathe out, we can get into the humming sound, get into your favorite music, something which really will take you into that beautiful, lively music, some song which is your favorite. So for example, I love Shania Twain and I love her music. So I'm going to get into my beautiful music where I'm going to feel and hum to the tune of Shania Twain. So any of your favorite singer, just hum the tune and you'll realize that you breathe out the longest span because you're engrossed in your humming of the tune. So let's get started for Yoni Mudra, where we have our fingers around our senses. We just place our middle finger around our nostril. Please don't close the nostril because we need to breathe in from the nose. So our ears will be at our thumbs will close the ears. So initially, just listen to us. And then when we start, you can close the ears. The little finger, lower lip, ring finger, upper lip, middle finger, around the nostrils, the index finger with your eyes gently shut. In a very comfortable posture, elbows are up and straight, and you're gently closing your ears and breathing in from the throat with your mouth gently closed. We can do 7 sets of Yoni Mudra at night before going to sleep, around 2 hours of gap between your meal, the light meal that we have, the dinner, and before we go to sleep, which will also, really give you instant soundful sleep. At the same time, it will relax yourself completely. It will relax and rejuvenate your body in minutes to several hours itself. Towards the end, as I said, we always talk of the Surya Nadi and the Chandra Nadi, the sun and the moon, and we always want to balance it. And that is what we do, very, very popular and one of the best pranayams loved by everyone, Anulom Vilom, and which I'm just going to tell you all to keep practicing Anulom Vilom regularly, because that will really at times, especially when we have cold, I will show you how to do pranayam when we are catching cold. Now the weather, there is change in weather. It's in India, it is a little bit rainy, so it's very easy for us to catch cold. How can we do pranayam when we are having cold? I will show you that, but I'm going to tell you that we all know we have immense benefits of Anulom Vilom pranayam. So please do alternate breathing to start with first, and then of course Anulom Vilom, as we all regularly do it. It has absolutely magnificent benefits. So I'm going to tell you how to do these pranayams, starting from Kapalbhati when we've got cold. So in case we've got cold, always make sure that when you've got cold, make sure to actually close one nostril and to try and breathe out and see by having your fingers below to know which nostril is open and which is a little bit closed. So we can make out, at times we can't make out. So for example, if my right nostril is closed, then how do I open my right nostril? If I lie down on one side, on my left side, if I lie down on one side for some time and take few breaths, I will realize my right nostril is opening up. Okay, so at first we can do that. And how do we do Kapalbhati if we are having a little bit cold, so that we give it a lot of warmth and heat to the body so that the cold goes away? So this is how we do it. So if my right nostril has it's a little bit blocked and choked up in the left nostril, so I'm going to take my thumb and my index finger and open my nostril a little further, close my left nostril and try and do the Kapalbhati and try and breathe out. Again, since it's a little close, I might find it tough, but I'm going to find my left nostril much easier. I'll try and breathe out from the left nostril, open it a little bit. And then once I've done with the left nostril, now the right nostril will be a little better and little comfortable. And then we can do the right nostril, Always keep a napkin by your side, because you will definitely see the mucus coming out and you will be in a better position. Then slowly and gradually, we can have from both the nostrils the Kapalbhati. So I really want all of us to really believe in the art of breathing, because everything is the breath of life. It is beautiful. It is the most important aspect in our life. Please take a deep breath. Today, the entire focus was not more on the postures, but the breathing technique. And if you have any questions, please feel free to ask me. Thank you very much. Simran Ahuja, I'm known as the yoga lover because I just love yoga, and I humbly thank my Gurujis. Towards the end, we will do a beautiful prayer of yoga. Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat Para Brahma, Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Rubbing those palms together, cupping those eyes and feeling beautiful. I'm truly delighted to welcome our speaker who's here with us, and thankful to all of you for being here with me. Sometimes, especially for youngsters, if you're not used to breathing, we find it not that interesting, but trust me, once you learn the breathing technique and you do it along with your asanas, we are all at a different level altogether, and it is all by the grace, of our gurus. So please, breathing, it is all about the breath of life. Let us please learn to breathe deep, and we can even lie down and do our deep breathing, which will really rejuvenate every cell of our body, improve our immunity system, give us love and warmth, and make us feel relaxed every now and then. And I'm truly delighted to welcome our Dr. Chandni Pujara, who's going to do our next session. Dr. Chandni, I at first love your name because I'm very fond of, the Chandra Namaskars as well, as much as the Surya Namaskars, and you are actually looking like a beauty in moonlight. So thank you, Chandni. I love the warmth and the beautiful charming face and the shine, the glow that you have on your face. So Dr. Chandni is going to help all of us on this beautiful platform of Healing Our Earth, how to come out of lockdown. So a global namaste to Dr. Chandni Pujara, who's going to talk about the need of the hour to come out of the lockdown. Please allow me to introduce all of us to Dr. Chandni, who was born and raised in the UK after receiving her first degree in neuroscience at King's College London. Went on to read medicine in America, where she completed her preclinical training and moved into Poland in order to gain experience within the EU. Dr. Chandni, after graduating with an MD, she went on to work for Cambridge University Health Partners, having gained international experience from across the world, including internships in the USA, Africa, India, and Eastern Europe. Her time at Cambridge shaped her into a doctor and led her to obtain a coveted role specializing in psychiatry with Imperial College London. Academics aside, Dr. Chandni has always encouraged fellow medics to have a good work-life balance, and as such, she's been the president of external affairs of the Student Government Association, Wills at the University, and most recently, the president of the Doctors Association at the hospital where she works at. Currently, Dr. Chandni is working towards gaining full membership of the Royal College of Psychiatrists and promoting physical health promotion in patients with severe mental illness, all the while trying to quash the taboo around mental health. We are extremely honored and happy to have with us, with vast expertise from all across the world, Dr. Chandni Pujara from the UK. A global namaste to you, Dr. Chandni Pujara.
Hi everyone. Global namaste to everybody. Thank you. That was a great introduction. So I'm Chandni. I practice psychiatry, as you just heard, here in London in the NHS. And initially I was asked to come and talk to you because I had conducted a small piece of research into the mental health impacts of the pandemic. And I thought I'd share a little bit about that with you before we go into talking about coming out of lockdown. So the prevalence of serious mental illness in parts of London, and obviously in other parts of the world as well, but in parts of London are extremely high, and often correlates with high BAME populations of BAME people. And obviously, as you know, and you've all heard in the news, BAME communities have been hit particularly hard with COVID. So we did a piece of work, and it was particularly interesting working in these communities to see how mental illness has been affected within London, and how people are now coming to our services, what kind of help they're looking for. Initially, like many other healthcare specialties, we saw a decrease in the number of referrals we were getting, and and we've heard about that. People were staying at home, they were scared, they didn't want to come to hospital with any problems, even things like heart attacks and strokes. So obviously that was expected. But as lockdown eased and people started to become a little bit more confident into coming into hospitals and things, our referral rates skyrocketed. And what was really important, I think, to highlight here is that, as much as mental health and well-being are now being openly discussed, and, the taboo around it is coming down slightly, when we talk about mental illness, or we talk about mental health problems as a whole, people always think of it as somebody else's problem. And this won't happen to me. And if you compare that to what we hear at the moment about oncology services or cancer patients, and you talk about oncology services, for example, not being able to treat their patients, because of lockdown and because of the implications, we often, people often can sympathize more, think, okay, what if me or a loved one had cancer? And, we would want these services to go back to normal because we want to, we want that service to be available, and we don't want that to suffer. But when we talk about mental illness, that awareness still hasn't been, hasn't become my problem. It's still someone else's problem. The buy-in is still quite low. So I think I'd like to point out, because of that the studies so far that we've been doing, that has been looking at the effect of the pandemic on our mental health services has shown that actually the majority of patients that we're now seeing are completely new to mental health services. Usually, by the time somebody gets to see a psychiatrist within the NHS, it can be months or years of mental illness, and then they often keep coming back. So usually we see people in their 20s or 30s. They've been to us since maybe they were young, and then they keep coming back, and they're regular patients. But at the moment, who we're seeing are completely new, people who have never had any mental health problems, and these are people who are in their 40s and 50s who are now coming to us. And the number that shocked me the most, that 50% of these people, or more than 50% rather, are from Black and ethnic minority backgrounds. If you will remember 2008 and the financial crash, and you would have heard that mental illness in men soared at that time. High rates of suicide because of the financial implications were huge. And you take that situation and we look at it now, and we look at this pandemic, and we've not only got financial problems on one side, we've got social isolation problems on the other, we've got addiction problems, we've got a whole host of things. And this is happening now to every tier of society in every country. So what we're facing essentially, and I don't want to use this word, but we're facing a mental health pandemic. And right now what we're seeing is just the very tip of the iceberg. So what I really wanted to highlight today was that it's really important for people to take ownership of their own mental health. We talk about, I often hear the word mental, or the phrase mental health, being used as a diagnosis in itself. So they'll say, oh, that person's got mental health. Does that mean they've got a mental illness? Does that mean they've got mental health problems? And I think what we need to accept is that we all have mental health, whether it's good on a certain day or bad on a certain day, just like we have physical health. And we really need to take ownership and do things to help ourselves in order to maintain our own mental health. And I think this is obviously getting better, as, like I said, we talk about it a lot more. But I just like to give an example. It's something like our own physical health. We think about doing exercise, we think about weight gain, weight loss, what we're eating. And, you know, sometimes that can go along. You can gain a few kilos and think, oh, it's okay, you know, I'll work on it. And, you know, you might gain a few kilos and you can see the problem in the gym. I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that to fix it, because, you know, if you don't fix it, you know, it will niggle along and it can cause severe health problems. Unfortunately, with mental health issues, as much as you can see the little problems niggling along, like there's an issue and you know you have to deal with it, it's not glaring in your face. And oftentimes before we get to that point of, you know, like to get to the physical health correlation again, we get to the point of, oh, I might need to go to the gym, or I might need to watch what I'm eating. Before that can happen, we're already in a place where we've, you know, the problem's too far gone. So like with anything else, prevention is key. And it's also really important to understand that, you know, stress comes in all shapes and forms. We often think of, you know, big things as stressful. So, oh, you've lost your job, or you've got a new job, or, you know, someone's under financial pressure, or someone's got this big thing coming up. And we recognize that as stress. But we often don't recognize the little things in life that are stressful. You know, things like, for example, not being able to see someone you're used to seeing often. And it's not a big deal. Okay, you're still friends, you talk on the phone, but you're not seeing them. Not being able to spend time with your family. And, you know, those little things can often go along and then can have a big impact later on your mental health. So those things are really important to take care of too, and to recognize. You know, any change in your routine, not having your partner around, little things like that can all cause problems just as much as the big things like job losses and deaths and grief, etc. So you've really got to be able to pin down what it is for you that is causing your stresses. And I say this because obviously we're here to talk about coming out of lockdown. And as we went into lockdown, one thing that I was really happy to see is that people were talking a lot more about the mental health implications of it. And particularly in the UK, we had a lot of consideration about the psychological impact of lockdown in how things were planned out. And it's really good to see that. But I think what I'd like to say is maybe I'm not saying anything new today about coming out of lockdown, because how you take care of yourself, whether it's going into something or coming out of something, or whether it's a big change or, you know, a small change, how you take care of yourself is based on recognizing what you need in that moment and doing what you have to. I will, however, reiterate some general points about coming out of lockdown. And I think the main thing about coming out of lockdown, you know, I think when we went into it, we had no choice. We had, you know, government mandated lockdowns. We had to stop working. We had to stay at home. You know, people with children had to have their children at home. You were forced not to see your family. So it wasn't a personal choice, but we had to comply. And we kind of, you know, as much as it was difficult in the beginning for people, people got used to it and tried to find ways of managing. Coming out of lockdown has been, I think, more of a personal choice for people. A personal choice because, you know, people are in different situations. You know, people could still be, if you've still got underlying health conditions, you could still be, you know, very afraid of catching the virus. You know, the virus hasn't gone away, for example. You know, there could be things that have happened whilst lockdown has happened, and your view on life has changed. There are a lot of reasons, and people coming out of lockdown in different ways. I think the most common emotional responses that we've seen is a lot of fear and a lot of anxiety. And, you know, it's coming in a lot of shapes and forms. And I think, you know, finding a way to pull ourselves through lockdown took a lot of emotional energy. You're going through that whole 3, 4, 5 months of, you know, not being able to do things, took a lot of emotional strength and capabilities of its own. And now we're asked to pretty much go back to normal. And that's quite difficult. A lot of us fear becoming sick with the virus. Like I said, the virus hasn't gone away. Or, you know, if you're being asked to go back to work, potentially passing the infection to a loved one. And, you know, fear, anxiety is a completely normal response. What I think sometimes that we get carried away in is thinking if we accept that we've got, you know, that we're feeling fearful or that we're feeling anxious, that we're going to be labeled with having a mental health problem. And I think, you know, certain emotional reactions are entirely normal. It doesn't mean that there's something wrong with you. It's that you are accepting this is what I'm going through, and it's about saying that's fine, that's normal. Sometimes life throws a lot of crap at us, and that's fine, and you deal with it, and you will carry on. It's not about then saying, does this mean that I've now got, you know, I've now got a mental illness because I've not dealt with this particularly well, or I haven't done this. So I think that's something that we really need to accept, is that what is a normal response and what isn't, and be able to recognize those signs. So every time we go back to something, it's going to feel unusual, and it's going to feel scary, and it's normal to feel nervous and anxious and get those butterflies and think about what's going to happen next. And, you know, we haven't done it in a long time. Going back to work, for example, some people haven't done it since March. They don't, you know, it's a whole new world out there. How are you going to get to work? What's the office going to be like? How many days a week are people being expected to work? It's all very different. Even things like going to the shops, wearing the masks, you know, wear one-way systems, all of that, everything has changed. So it's important to acknowledge that these feelings are reasonable and to expect them. And you have to build tolerance gently so that we can, you know, get through these fearful situations or these new situations. You know, some people can get angry or frustrated, you know, or feel the urge to judge others. So if you're outside, you're hot, it's stressful, you're wearing a mask, you don't like it, and you see someone who's not complying with the rules, it's really easy to get angry and frustrated about that. But, you know, that often reflects our own anxieties. And it's really important that if you find that you're getting really frustrated or you're losing your temper or things like that, that you can talk to somebody and share your concerns with people, because you can't control what other people are doing. And it's often really good to reflect inwards and see why this is happening to you, because you don't want to become unpleasant with other people. If you can, you know, if you're becoming frustrated with people, express your frustrations quickly and privately with somebody you trust, and then let it go. Because if you hold on to these things, you know, you can get into a point where you're ruminating in your head about why has this happened and why has that happened, and then that can really have a negative impact on your own mental well-being. For a lot of us, the pandemic has increased anxiety, and for those who do have existing mental health issues, it's made it worse. And for those who've been coping for a number of years, who may be predisposed to mental health conditions genetically or others, have now seen that surface because it's been difficult to adjust. So the main thing about this is coming out of, like I said, coming out of lockdown or going into anything is to be able to accept that it'll take time to adjust, not becoming frustrated, and trying not to think about it too much and just take it one step at a time. Take things at your own pace. So just because somebody else is, you know, they're fine, they've come out of lockdown, they're going to, you know, they're going for dinner all the time, they're going on holidays already, they're traveling, and you don't feel ready to do that, that's fine. Take it at your own pace, you know, try and challenge yourself to try and do something different every day, and celebrate small things, and try and keep a note of what you're achieving. For a lot of people, lockdown has been quite quiet and isolated. So going into the shops, traffic, you know, transport, things can be quite overwhelming. You know, you're hearing all these sights, you're hearing new sounds. You've been at home for 3 months, and all of a sudden you're around people again. So it's a lot of sensory issues you've got to be aware of. And the best way to cope with this is, I think you've got to think about what you can control and what you can't. There are a lot of things that you can't control, and that makes you anxious, but you've got to learn to try and accept that this is out of my control, deal with it the best way that you can, and then find an action plan. If it's difficult for you, come up with some kind of an action plan to manage things that you're finding difficult to cope with. Like I said before, go at the pace that's right for you. Doesn't matter what everyone else is doing, doesn't matter how everyone else is coping, you do what's right for you. And recognizing that is a skill in itself. Sometimes it's very difficult to be self-aware and to think about what we need, particularly with those who have, you know, big families. You're thinking about the needs of others as well. But it's really important that you communicate with those people that are close to you, and do things that work for you in the way they work for you. It's important to allow other people as well in your homes to give them enough space to move at their own pace. So you might be feeling really ready to try and get things back to normal, and whoever you're living with or other people in your family might not feel that way. You've got to be more tolerant. You know, try doing different things on different days with different people, and not beat yourself up or be judgmental of other people if it doesn't go well, or things go the way you expected to. Things will be different now, and you know, just try not to judge yourself or anyone else. And as much as, you know, routines are very important, and a lot of our routines changed drastically during lockdown, it's also different. It's also a good idea sometimes that instead of trying to get back into that same routine that you had before lockdown started, to think about a new routine, a new normal for you. Maybe you know, it's going to be better for you doing different things, changing your routine slightly. A lot of us have learned a lot about ourselves in this time of isolation during lockdown. And just because it's over now doesn't mean that we need to go back to the way things were. We can try and develop things to make them a little bit better and a little bit, you know, better for us. You've also got to think about your work life. And, you know, in some countries, particularly here, workplaces are being more flexible about working patterns depending on your needs and things. But it's really important to talk to your employer regardless of the background or what kind of work you're doing, and think about what kind of a working plan fits you, you know, and think about if you have had some mental health concerns, or if you've had longer term mental health problems, you can think about suitable adjustments so that this doesn't impact you. Any changes, as I said, can be difficult, and you've got to really think of some long-term plans as well. There's still a lot of uncertainty at the moment, you know, like I use the term, think about a new normal, but it's true, it is a new normal, and some of us might not like that idea, but it's inevitable. And, you know, what you've got to think about is that normal is different now. And we don't know what it's going to be like in a year's time. Will this have completely gone away? We don't know. But this is our reality for the foreseeable future. And this isn't something that is comfortable for a lot of us, but we've got to think about how we're going to cope with it. You know, for most people, it can mean, what is the new normal this week? You know, what are we going to get through this week? It's very difficult, like I said, to predict what the rest of the year is going to look like. If you want to plan something for September, October, November, we don't know what's going to happen. Will there be a second wave? Will there be another lockdown? We don't know. The trick is to be able to think about that day or that week and get through that, and be kind to yourself whilst doing it, and not get too caught up in what if, or what if that, or what if this. You know, it can help to focus on the things that we've learned and achieved in the last few months. A lot of us have had the opportunity to reflect, to, you know, really figure out what we enjoy doing. You know, a lot of us in the past, we are all workhorses, you know, we're so stuck to our routines that we've never had this opportunity before. So we can look back at the past few months and think of it as a positive, think of it as a time that we've had for ourselves, to be able to focus on ourselves, to be able to focus on our families. And those positives are always good to focus on when things are changing so quickly. You know, from day to day, we're going from regional lockdowns to lockdowns easing in certain places, and certain countries opening up for business and travel and then closing the next day. It's all very, very day to day. And what we've got to think is we've also got to manage ourselves in that way. Most of us have been tested in ways and that we've not imagined, you know, and you've passed those tests, you've gotten through lockdown, and you've found new ways to manage and even to flourish. And so it's really important to focus on what you've got today. You know, you've got to think about what's really important and bring that back into focus. So whilst the last few months have been about coping with the changes, maybe it's a time to think about what's really important to you and try and focus on those things. Obviously, as always, it's really important to talk to people that you trust. And I think a big thing that's been brought up to me is how to go back to having a social life. You know, picking up your social life is a big change. Things are being done differently. There's still limits on the number of people you can meet. And also, you know, going back into big public situations with a lot of people around can be quite nerve-wracking. So it's important to plan things so that you can manage these anxieties in you know, before you get there. So you can think about what's happening, you know, think about what you're ready to do. Maybe you might not be ready to go meet people face to face, and that's fine. That doesn't mean that we have to, you know, go back to the way it was, because if you're not ready, you need to be comfortable in your own space. And if you're shielding or you're still in a vulnerable group, it's likely that, you know, as other people start to emerge from lockdown and start to do things that you might want to do or that you miss, or that you feel you might feel more isolated and less able to, you know, to resist the pressure because lockdown measures have been eased. And it's really difficult to go through that because you're still trying to shield, and people are doing things all around you. But it's important to keep reminding people why you can't participate, and people are really understanding. You've got to give people the benefit of the doubt, and don't worry about being made to feel guilty. You know, just do what you have to, but the important part is communicating your concerns. So I think for many of us, coming out of lockdown is a choice, but for many of us it isn't. There are people who are being forced to go back to work, even if they might not feel comfortable. And I think it's really important that it's not possible sometimes for us to be able to do also what we think. So I know that I've just spoken about do what's right for you, but there are obviously pressures and external things that will always make you have to do things that aren't right for you. But it's, again, communication is key. Communicating with your employers is key. Communicating with your families is key. And lastly, I mean, you know, people I think a big thing that's changed is, you know, children are at home from schools and family is always around you. And we've had good opportunities to spend time with our families during lockdown, working from home, having all these people around you. But it's also quite emotionally challenging. And there is a lot of support out there for people who are, at least in the UK, who, you know, are struggling with that change in routine. And you know, there's a lot of online resources that you can go towards. But with schools still closed or only open for some times, you know, parents who are now being forced to go back to work, obviously having childcare issues. So it's you know, there are difficulties in every situation. But you've got to, like I said, take each day as it comes and focus on what you need. Those little stresses that, like I said, niggle along, and recognize those and address them as soon as possible before they become big problems for you. So I'd like to finish there because I'm aware that I've gone over time a little bit. And if there's any questions or anything, you know, I know I've shared a lot of information, but if there's anything, then do let me know. I'm happy to answer any questions. And namaste to everybody.
Yeah, Dr. Chandni, I do have a question. Thank you so much. At first, you covered up the entire, anxieties that one has gone through. I think you covered up every aspect of life, and something which didn't even register, was spoken here. So thank you so much, and letting us know how to really cope, day to day with this new normal. I want to know, where does one realize if one is facing a lot of anxiety and doesn't really find a way out, even post communicating with family and with work colleagues? Where does one know at what point of time one needs a psychiatrist? How would one know that yes, now this is the time I need a doctor, I need to go to a psychiatrist?
So I think the key thing is that if you're struggling to do things for yourself that you could do before, so if your level of functioning decreases, if you find that you're not able to focus on your tasks, if you're not able to do the things that are required of you, your day-to-day routine becomes very difficult. Basically, if your level of functioning drops to that sort of a point, then absolutely go and talk to a doctor, and then we can think about ways of helping. Because people, like I said, people can cope with different levels of stress and anxiety. So it's really about what you can cope with. And if you're not coping, if your sleep is affected, if you're not able to focus, if you're not able to concentrate, if you find yourself sitting there thinking about only what's causing you the anxiety, instead of being able to carry on with what you need to do, like cook, clean, eat, feed yourself. If you can't do that, then obviously please go and see a doctor.
Dr. Chandni, the whole world for a change is facing challenges, and it's genuinely, I mean, at least for me, it's really not easy to, imagine myself for the next few months, though we've already finished almost 4.5, 5 months. So what is that positivity which will really keep me going, which will tell me probably, yes, this is what the world is facing, and even I am going through this. So can we really think positive and really make sure that every thought that comes in our mind is really not taking us into that worry, stress, or anxiety level? Is there something we can do about this?
Look, I think, as I said before, life can throw a lot of challenges at us. And if there wasn't a pandemic, maybe you'd be facing something else. I think it's always important to realize that it's okay sometimes not to be positive. But it's when you become, you're not able to concentrate on anything positive or have any hope for the future. That's when it becomes a problem. So if you're able, to make plans and think about things in the future and think about things that you are looking forward to, and have those little goals, that is what will keep you going. And you don't have to then punish yourself for having a negative thought. I think, what's really good about this situation is that it is global. Everybody is going through it, and so everybody understands where you're coming from. It's not something that's just happened to you. Like with a lot of other things that we go through in life, it's often individual or restricted to a family or a certain group of people or even a certain country. And this is the entire world. So everyone knows what you're going through, but it's not necessary to always be positive. Just as long as you recognize when you're losing hope. And you're losing and you're feeling a bit useless, then that's when you need to realize that that's a problem. But otherwise, little things to focus on, little goals, things that make you happy, they need to be celebrated.
That's beautiful what you mentioned, that little things that make you happy and little goals, so that we can really get into that positive, happy zone and not really think about. So does that mean, Dr. Chandni, that this is not the right time for all of us to have our career goals just the way we do it otherwise, and we plan what is really coming up in the next 6 months? It's better to go in a cool way, in a relaxed manner, or should we plan small time goals probably towards the weekend? Or is it the best time to not think about goals, just to think about the survival?
I think it depends on the person. I think people have different careers, different industries have been affected in different ways. I think the thing is that you've got to think about what's important for you. So if reaching a certain career milestone is important for you to achieve as soon as possible, for example, then absolutely focus on it. But I think the thing is to not be demoralized if it doesn't happen. So if you've got to, I'll give a medical analogy, because as a medic, that's, but I have colleagues who had exams cancelled during the pandemic, exams that would have had them, become specialists, for example. The important thing is to say, okay, fine, it didn't happen. It'll happen 6 months later, but I'm still focusing on getting that done. And obviously, if you're in a place where you don't have to worry about that, or you don't need, or you're not worried about it, just because you've got a tick box exercise to complete, you don't have to worry about it, then don't. Everything is changing, right now. You can't, even if your employer says, we're looking at interviewing people for promotions in November, we don't know what's going to happen in November. So don't be demoralized if it doesn't happen, and focus on getting it done when it does happen. But it's not your failure at the end of the day. I think it's really important to not take those things to heart, because it's not your fault. And think
Sure.
of it.
This is brilliant. I'm going to thank Dr. Chandni Pujara for being here with us on behalf of Healing Our Earth platform and the entire crew. We're going to thank you. Dr. Chandni, towards the end, just one lovely message for all our lovely viewers who are here with us from across the world on this lovely platform of Healing Our Earth. What is that one message you like to give everyone? Like you said, be kind. This is the time to reflect. What is that one beautiful message you like to give everyone? Because we're going to take it with us till the time we meet our next time.
So I think, if you're facing something that's difficult, if you're going through something that's difficult, it's as difficult as this sounds, you've got to remove yourself from the situation and look on it from the outside and think, what would you say to your friend if they were going through that? What would you say to your relative if they were going through that? And be as kind to yourself as you would be to somebody else. And allow yourself to be free and feel and get on with life one step at a time.
You know, Dr. Chandni, your beautiful answer brought a smile on my face, and it was, I mean, it was something so nice and easy that put yourself, away and let someone else come, in your shoes and imagine that way. That was absolutely a beautiful message by Dr. Chandni Pujara from the UK. Thank you for being here with us on behalf of the entire crew of Healing Our Earth. We are really, really thankful for all your inputs that you've given us. And actually, I feel we are out of the entire feeling of pandemic, and we are out of this lockdown feeling altogether, and we are feeling like free birds. Thank you very much once again for being here with us, Dr. Chandni, and looking absolutely ravishing.
Thank you very much. It's been lovely.
Thank you so much. To all our lovely souls, divine souls from across the world, it's time for me to remind you we have a beautiful session coming up this Wednesday. Well, I must say it's the birthday of Lord Krishna. So I'm going to request you all, which is, a special session that we're doing on the occasion of Janmashtami, where we're going to request you all to come and join us and celebrate and enjoy the birth of Lord Krishna with us. And this is a free global interactive online session on this Wednesday, the 12th of August, 2020, from 6:30 p.m. to 10 p.m. British Summer Time. So I want to request you all to kindly join us from 6:30 p.m. to 10 p.m. British Summer Time. And we'll be live on our Facebook page, Healing Our Earth, and of course, our website as well, www.healingourearth.com. I look forward to your presence, and I want to thank and take this opportunity of thanking all our facilitators who've been here with us, early since morning, and, from across the world, really trying to bring that smile, the spark in someone's life, and to really rejuvenate someone, to make sure that the cells are very positive and better, to take the stress away. Thank you very much to everyone with folded hands for being here with us. I'm also going to thank our lovely hosts who've been here with us, and of course, our lovely crew. So please allow me to thank our crew. Thank you very much to our technical director, Nishit Kotak, our media team, Kesh Morjaria, Anita Nomula, Varsha Mistry. Thank you to our host team, Dr. Lalit Soda, Dr. Milind Shah, Dr. Sheila Dobi, and myself, Simran Ahuja. My humble thanks to all of you for allowing me to be on this wondrous platform. Thank you to our backup team, Sarita Menon, Malesh Kota, Deepa Vitlani, Jayashri Chaudhary, Per Ram, Renu Gedumal, Prash Kotecha, and Rajesh K.R. Singh. Our facilitators team, Jayashri Chaudhary, Clyde Masmela, Riga Stella, and Dr. S. Balirao. Our special thanks to Strategic Web Success and www.indus.co.uk. That's www.indus.co.uk. So we're going to end with the beautiful Gayatri Mantra. I'm going to request you to please be seated in a comfortable posture with your spine tall. Om Bhurbhuvah Swaha Tatsarviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodaya. Om Bhurbhuvah Swaha Tatsarviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodaya. Om Bhurbhuvah Swaha Tatsarviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodaya. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Let there be light and love within you